realms, where they can create any max level character in order to compete in the event. They are challenged with 2 Proving Grounds keystones to push up as high as possible over a 5-day period. After the Proving Grounds conclude, teams who complete the keys are eligible to earn in-game rewards, with the top 18 teams advancing to the next round, the group stage. The 18 qualified teams are split into 3 groups of 6 teams. Each group will have a dedicated 3-day weekend where they'll compete from Friday to Sunday live on broadcast. The teams are assigned 6 mythic keystones by Blizzard, with a set dungeon and affix combo that they must push as high as they can. Teams are only given 5 hours a day to achieve this though, and at the end of each day, the team with the lowest combined scores of completed keys is eliminated. The group stage is all broadcast live on Twitch, YouTube, and players can stream their own perspectives so everyone can follow the action live. From each of the 3 groups, the top 2 teams advance to the TGP 2023 Global Finals, where $300,000 in total prizing is on offer to teams. This is the ultimate test for the best teams from all over the world to compete for pride and glory and to become the TGP 2023 champion. Make sure to catch the Great Push live on Twitch and YouTube starting July 21st, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in Azeroth.
Hello and welcome everyone to the final day of Group A here at the Great Push. That's right, a little bit of Mythic Dungeon action with World of Warcraft and me, your host Doa, and all of our great analysts, Ironic, Nagura, Makes, Tettles, and Dratnos, and we're down to 4 teams. And out of those 4 teams, only 2 will survive to move on to the Global Finals. I believe you just saw a video explaining the format, so I guess we don't need to get into that. That makes it easy for us. But let's talk about our teams that remain. Mandatory, Perplexed, FSY, and Direwolves now. I would say, Tettles, that we have a bit of a separation here, where Mandatory and Perplexed obviously coming into this weekend as the main favored teams, but Direwolves and FSY, they've proven to be threats, but will they be threatening enough, in your opinion, to potentially take one of those top 2 spots?
I mean, I think it's going to be super tough, because whenever you look at Mandatory and Perplexed, they have a lot of these world records, they have a lot of these keys that are done over the 30 level. At the same point, I think for Direwolves and FSY to kind of overtake either Mandatory or Perplexed out of those top 2 spots is going to require one of Mandatory or Perplexed to kind of get like stuck in a dungeon for a while and not be able to time that up either on like a 30 or a 31. And then FSY and Direwolves are able to get all the 30s that they're lacking and then do +1 key level over the other teams. Now, we do have 5 hours left in the day, and I actually do think that's a legitimate possibility if either Mandatory or Perplexed have a bad day.
Can we talk about for a second, though, how amazing it is, Nagura, for Mandatory to come in today with 4 30s on the board already? To do that in 2 days is insane.
Yeah, that's actually really crazy, especially because Mandatory was like the 3rd or 4th seed coming into this group as well. So
right.
Yeah, they just really performed well after not doing so well in the time trials. And it's incredible to see how easy it looked like for them doing all of these 30 dungeons. While Perplexed, even though they're the 1st seed coming in, they did have some of those 30 keys depleted at the very end. So it cost them some time yesterday.
I am curious, too, looking at Vortex Pinnacle, like, Makes, do you think a 30 Vortex Pinnacle is possible?
No.
That's the thing. Some of those look so hard. Okay, all right. That was an easy answer then.
I think the 29 is already incredibly hard just based on what we're seeing in the 28s, like in terms of timer.
Yeah.
I think maybe they could shave a little bit time down and approach that 29, but with how Keystone scaling is right now, that 30 Tyrannical is a different type of beast.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, obviously, but that's what I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Obviously, we have another dungeon to reveal soon, and timers will start, I think it's going to be in like roughly 3 minutes from now. We had a little bit of a technical issue, push things back slightly. Props to our production team behind the scenes that is making everything work. It's much harder than you realize. So well done to all of them. So we'll get things started in just a moment with the runs. We'll find out what that 6th dungeon is going to be. But Dratnos, at the end of the day, you know, Fat Shark, yes, I feel like you've come into this weekend with a connection to this team. How does that connection feel now?
They've told me they just need belief, and they'll be able to win this weekend from here. So
okay.
I see it.
I believe. Looking at their
They told
scoreboard,
me something different.
they can do it. They can do it.
Oh, Oh wow.
What did they tell
okay.
you, Mix?
Well,
Well, I got a message yesterday from their tank saying, well, at least we made top 4. And I
hey,
was like,
there you go. They've done it. You're almost on the podium, Fat Shark.
They did
Yes,
really
go for it.
well.
so good. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
they've
they
been
deserve the
impressive.
highest props. They came in with little experience generally and keep pushing. And they've been showing up this weekend. And I can only hope that even if they don't make top 2 at the end of the day, which I think is not settled just yet, I think we're going to see them again.
So they were 20 seconds off of their 30 under rod, and if they were actually able to time that 30 under rod at the end of the day yesterday, I feel like they would have actually been within striking distance of the top spot here to be able to at least take top 2.
Well, they've got 5 hours to do it. We'll see what they can form. Here's a first dungeon question of the day. Which of the following does Elder Lixa yell in combat? I didn't write this one, so I actually don't know.
Why does our host?
Everyone knows the
Is it-
answer.
His name is
it
Elder.
A,
Her name is
Rotten
Elderly
Wither?
Axa.
You guys
Yeah,
play with
I didn't
sound?
write this one. For the record, this is not one of mine. So we'll see. So I can't make any guarantees. But what do you think it is? I feel like I
Everyone
have
knows
to
this,
guess,
right?
too.
I feel
There's
like
no
we should
way
all
So,
know this.
someone doesn't
actually-
know.
I feel like it's. Okay, go
I
ahead. have my
recently
guess. I wanna hear it.
reset my advanced interface options, and somehow I now have sound, and I haven't bothered to change it back. So all of the dungeons that I've been running recently, I've had sound, and I'm pretty sure she says like "rotten wither," something
Yeah.
like this.
Okay.
It's A.
It's A.
The only
Yeah.
voice line
Everyone
she
going with A?
has.
Yeah.
That's what I
She's
was
saying it
wondering
over
these
and over and
dungeons
over.
So many
Let's see.
times.
Let's see. Okay, it is A. All right.
Wait, doesn't
I
she
feel
also
like
yell?
there she is saying it too. Yeah.
Doesn't she also yell for the glory of Gahoon?
Yeah,
I think
she does
so.
that too.
I think so.
Well,
Oh,
there's-
who
there's
remembers
often, though.
Gahoon? How about that?
Also,
fight?
you can hear her.
I unfortunately do.
She has several other lines if she scores a kill, which does happen from time to
that's
time.
true.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
I just remember playing
happen
Beast
that
Mastery on
often,
the
though.
boss before Gahoon and having to unsummon, resummon constantly. But that's a whole different story. Let's go to our second dungeon question. Well done, though, on the Underrot one. This one is from Therian's Lair. If the War Drums cast completes, how many Mightstone Breakers appear? This is one of mine.
War
and
Drum-
this is
oh.
Well, this is a
yeah.
specialty for me because
well,
this has happened for me in a Keystone this week.
really all right. Okay,
the full
so
channel went through?
Well,
Yeah,
not the full channel.
if
No,
the-
they started
if the
spawning
full
and then we
cast
lost it.
goes
Spawns
off.
one at the start, right?
Yeah,
if
yeah.
the full cast goes off, that's the thing. Yeah.
I have no idea.
I saw one as
I don't-
well, but I only ever saw one.
Isn't this one where, like, if we don't get it right, that means we're good players because it's never happened to us?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, but are you as knowledgeable about the
So-
dungeon as you think you are? As people
Janice, I have a
expect you to be?
question.
That's where the question comes from.
Yeah, what's up?
Does it? The first one spawns a different amount than the second one, yeah?
Well,
Nope,
it doesn't
I've checked
give
this.
count
It's the
either.
same for both.
It's very unfortunate. The Mightstone Breaker just shows up and does not give count.
Let's get the answers
My-
quick though. We got to get to the maps
I'm
apparently.
saying
So is it
3.
I
Okay,
also
3 for Nagura.
I like 3. I think 3 is about how many there'd be.
all right?
I think it should be 2.
I think it's 3.
Okay.
All right, what we
Okay,
got?
so everyone says 3 except for Makes, who says 2. The answer is. It is. Oh, there's the drum. That's
I found the
4,
drum.
yes.
Of 4, okay.
It is 4. Yeah, I tested this myself
That's
a
a
couple
lot.
times, and if you let the entire cast complete, 4 of them show up. Yep, there you
The
go.
entire cast. Oh my god, that's so
Jesus.
All
All right,
right,
let's
I
see the
know,
dungeon.
right? I know.
Plus
there you go. Let's find out what the
24.
dungeon
What we got?
is.
long. Okay.
affixes.
Waiting.
Everyone got that one wrong. Wow.
Is it the Brackenhide hollow background?
Sanguine, incorporeal, fortified, halls of infusion. All right, let's go. What
There's
are our
some
first
difficult
impressions of this?
affixes. Oof, Incorporeal and
Yeah.
Sanguine? That's
Yeah,
very difficult to deal
managing
with.
the start of this dungeon is going to be extremely difficult. With like fortified means that people are just going to be getting killed so quickly by those orbs. And you have to manage incorporeal and sanguine. The mobs are jumping around all over the place. You need to use your AoE CCs to stop the shouts and to stop the expulses. So you're not going to have them for managing sanguine. It's going to be nasty.
People
I'm
have
quite excited about
started
this.
doing like a weird first pull in this dungeon now to where they're no longer playing like the whole entire room. Instead, they're playing like all the way up the left side and doing like double orb with lust.
Yeah, I've been doing that this week on Tyrannical, but doing that on fortified sanguine. I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like you run a big risk of huge amounts of sanguine healing if you go too big too early in Halls of Infusion. So
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see whether the teams decide to head there first or if they have some ideas for picking up some extra score in dungeons that they didn't finish yesterday. Looks like our top two teams have decided to head to Halls of Infusion, which kind of makes sense because they have the fewest remaining points on the board, although Perplex did still have a freehold 30
Perplex,
to do.
though.
Yeah.
Perplex waited so long to jump in freehold yesterday.
Yeah.
Not waiting today, though.
Well-
that's good. That makes me feel better. I was very uncomfortable watching them leave it yesterday.
Yeah,
It is interesting
they're
that
switching it up.
Yeah. So, what's the reasoning here? Why are we yeeting into Halls of Infusion right away? Is there anything that they think they can easily pick up? Or did they maybe not like how it felt yesterday, keeping it late?
Maybe they just think that today they don't have as many other keys from the dungeons that they knew from yesterday and the day before that are as easy to do, like the ones that did yesterday early on. So they just decided, we're going to do this. The only thing they really have that is somewhat easy for them to do would be the 30 freehold, right? All the other keys, there's not really much they can do. So maybe they just decided, you know what, let's do the halls first. And yeah, we see a big pull coming in by both Mandatory and Perplex already as they're gathering up the whole first room. So they're not skipping that right side that Tettles just mentioned, but they're still picking up two of these apparatuses. I guess it's the plural. Apparati? I don't know.
I think apparatuses sounds good. I recently told Ferris, I actually asked her about the boni, because I wasn't sure what the plural of bonus is. So I don't know about Latin, okay? Miss me with that. However, there's something cool in this dungeon that maybe we should mention. At the very start, you can actually use professions which we're seeing from Skylark top right here. You can use engineering to grab this orb. It's going to give your entire team one cheat death for the next 60 minutes. So that's a really cool buff that teams are picking up here on the left-hand side, which is why it absolutely makes sense to go there. Then later on, there's another buff that you can pick up, but I think generally it's kind of disregarded as a bad kind of buff because it just dispels poisons and disease every 5 seconds, but you don't really need it as far as I can tell.
Yeah, you don't really need it since you do have the Paladin, the Druid, and also the Evoker, I believe, that can dispel that poison debuff. That is pretty important from the frogs that we have later on and also from the frog boss. But yeah, they have enough dispels on their own, so they don't really need that buff. And there we go, as they're gathering us some more big pulls. It is still the 24, which is the starting key level of today. So it's not going to be too incredibly dangerous for them, but they still do want to try to 3 or 2 chests. I think 3 chests is probably doable on 24, but they do have to be somewhat quick. We'll see what the timer looks like at the end of the key for all of these teams. Direwolves also in that halls, while Fetcher, yes, is going into that 30 Underrot.
I really like that they're going into that 30 Underrot, but I would have liked even more if they were able to complete it yesterday. So if you weren't watching yesterday, I think we already mentioned it in the pre-show, but I'm going to reiterate. We did see Fat Shark, yes, in this dungeon yesterday, and they missed a timer by like 15 seconds. It was very, very close late down the line. I think they had a pretty good run overall, but they're now back. They're confident they can shave off that time and make the 30 happen, which I am extremely happy to see them do right away. Get that out of the way, take it off, and then think about how you're going to approach halls.
I think Direwolves is maybe resetting this key as they had 3 deaths already, and now Chumpy does go down. Yeah, Town Portal's coming out. Unfortunate for them. They did lose less than 3 minutes, so it's not the biggest problem. But yeah, not a good start to the day for the Direwolves because they do have to catch up on some of those points because they are 2 points behind to Perplex and 3 points behind to Mandatory. Of course, if they want to advance to the Global Finals, they need to make top 2 today at the end of the day. But Perplex is already on Watcher Iridius. That boss can be pretty dangerous, especially in Phase 2. Just so much damage coming out of the Static Surge and also from those big magic, like puddles on the floor, do so much damage, yeah. But yeah, they should be okay. They do have to deal with incorporeal beings, of course, as well, but they have the mind control from the Shadow Priest, which makes the boss do a little bit less damage, which is also very nice. So yeah, they will coordinate that to make sure they don't see one of those incorporeal beings and then mind control it afterwards, because then they don't cast, which is actually something that happens in my pack groups all of the time. I hibernate one of these incorporeal beings and then the Shadow Priest mind controls it afterwards.
Yeah, Dominate Mind, right? I always miss the two up as well, but yeah, Dominate Mind coming in clutch once again, helping in dealing with these, is definitely going to be a nice addition to have with these affixes in particular. We were speaking about it early on, the Fortified and the Sanguine together with Incorporeal. Oof, that's a lot to handle, and yeah.
The tank going down for FSY.
That's okay, that's okay. Didn't happen. We didn't see, nobody saw.
Crota had to commit the ice block there. And with some castle going out there on their Holy Paladin, just so much damage on the tank. And all groups have to going down again. They can probably finish it off. There we go, Cauterize proccing from Krona there on that auto attack, but did manage to finish it off. Good job on FSY. They are continuing as well, so having 2 deaths here early on could be a little bit of a problem, because we saw other teams actually struggle with the timer in a plus 30.
They struggled with the timer. I think this is a reset. This early on, you should go again. 5 minutes in. You already, I mean, they must be so confident in the changes that they made after reviewing yesterday that they think they can easily shave off more than 30 seconds, which sounds insane to me.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, I wonder why they don't reset, because it is, I mean, it's the start of the day, they only lost 5 minutes. I think they technically are okay to reset, because now they have to play perfect for the rest of the dungeon to still make the timer. So very interesting to see that they're not choosing to reset here, but I still believe in them. They can for sure do it, they just have to play perfect for the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, but that's such much, I mean, you're putting so much pressure on yourself to actually do that, when in reality you've only lost 5 minutes at that point. I don't think, I mean, yes, they need to speed it up and they need to really get in there and get those perfect runs. But at the same time, it would be even worse if they went all the way in this run and then don't have the time at the end, which is something they had happen yesterday already. So they're not immune to this. I am very curious how that's going to play out, and I'm probably going to ask them later what the reasoning here was, but the only answer I can come up with is that they're very confident in what they're doing and how they're approaching it to be even faster than yesterday. Cool little skip on the side of Mandatory there, top hand right. They did a little bit of mind soothing on these Watchers, and now are going to go in here with these flies and just pull really big. And if you're wondering where that disease dispel is, it's over here on the left hand side. These mushrooms, you can click them, but you really don't need them.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty big pull coming in by Perplexed, as they're gathering up all of these shock troopers plus the zealots into those 2 mini bosses, and they also have the flies in the back, and I believe some frogs are there too, even. So lots of stuff going on here. They have to CC the Incorporals, they have to interrupt the shock troopers or dispel them with a mass dispel or a spell steal if one of those casts goes through, and then they also have to disrupt the mini boss as well on that cast that goes onto the tank, which is a lot of magic damage, plus also the Cauterize, which is the heal that this mini boss does. But yeah, they're executing it really well. They have to worry about Sanguine a little bit too. That's why Divine did just kite them out there, and it's looking good. No healing going off so far. A little bit, actually.
We can see Sanguine Ichor show up a little bit, but we've seen much worse, so I think this is still within the parameters of okay, whereas right below them, I don't think that's within the parameters of okay anymore for the direwolves. Lots and lots of healing on that DPS meter down there, or HPS meter, actually. Yeah, I mean, if the first pull already goes like this, do you maybe even like restart until it goes right? We saw Skyline get bitten by that yesterday in their Azure Vault, where they restarted many, many times, then in the end weren't able to finish it off. But at the same time, this dungeon, I feel like just in terms of trash mobs, like non-boss mobs, this area is probably one of the hardest.
Alright, so interesting. Direwolves, because they did reset once before, right? Because that is why.
Yeah.
So they're probably thinking, okay, because it's a 24, they can for sure time this. Even with the wipe they had before, they could have timed it still. The problem is just, can you 3-chest this key or 2-chest, and how close is it? Right? Do you have to play perfect to get the 3-chest or the 2-chest here? Or can you make a mistake here and there and still do it? And Direwolves probably thinks, okay, we made a mistake here, had some Sanguine healing, but we can still get the 3-chest or 2-chest, whatever is possible here. I'm not sure myself. But they did just... oh, no, never mind. Okay, so it was just an observer bug. I saw them pop Bloodlust on that last trash pack, And I was very surprised why they wouldn't use it in the first pool, but it was just
Sometimes the mage.
mage's bloodlust.
Yeah. It tracks a little bit weirdly, so sometimes it shows up despite being on cooldown, but we can see the first
Sorry, I
splits.
I just saw Giga on FSY get hit by the charge from Cragmaw. Because he was hit by a volcanic, and then the charge hit him, but he had dispersion ready, so he actually ended up surviving. I was really scared for his life.
Advanced Shadow Priest tech. You know how they hate running? He just outplayed it. That's more damage for you in the end, right? So
That
easy
is
for
true.
Giga. We can see the first boss splits on the team still. Direwolves, soon to be finished with Watcher Iridius, Perplexed and Mandatory both already done, and Perplexed pretty much exactly 1 minute faster on Iridius. We're going to see if the Goliath looks the same, but looking at the timer, I think it's going to. So Mandatory
Maybe
just a
even
tiny
faster, I
bit
think.
slower here.
Yeah, because I mean, looking at the dungeon timer, Perplex is 10:34 in the dungeon and Manager 10:40, so they're almost
Neck
started
and
the queue
neck.
at the same time. But Perplex is much quicker at this point, maybe even 2 minutes faster. So yeah, Perplex is a super fast route here in this dungeon, or maybe it was mainly the Sanguine management. It could have been that as well. Maybe Mandatory just had more Sanguine heals going through. But yeah, it's looking very good for the 3 chest timer here, even though the last boss takes a long time, even on Fortify, just because of that intermission phase. So we'll see if they can maybe burst it within after only 1 intermission. We'll see how they do it and what they do with their bloodlust. It's possible that they maybe save their bloodlust all the way for the last boss and not commit it here for the next one, which would be dangerous because the next boss is pretty difficult to deal with.
So actually something about that Bloodlust timer on Mandatory, we are seeing that they just used it, so they're basically pressing it on cooldown, whereas Perplex seems to be holding their second one. Maybe even for the Tsunami?
Yeah, I was wondering that, right? Because if you can skip 1 intermission phase on the last boss, that would be really big. But I'm not sure if Bloodlust makes this possible or not. We'll see.
Well, we are going to see. If you are also seeing chat, then hopefully quality should be resolved. We had a little bit of issues starting the stream today, but if everything is correct, production was able to fix it for you guys. So shout outs to them. And if you're still experiencing some issues, maybe reload the page. Sometimes that can fix that for you. Mandatory, just scooting by there with that Mind Sooth, but are going to pull this one, of course, and then get into that second group to try and catch up to Perplexed.
Yeah, Perplex already on that third boss now. Let's see if they're committing the Bloodlust. I mean, they wouldn't use it right now because they don't have any offensive abilities available. They don't have PI, no Combustion, no Breath of Aeons. So if they want to last this boss, they would do it in approximately like a minute and a half, whenever those cooldowns come back up. So we will keep an eye on that. Or if they save it for the last boss. Yeah, Perplex looking very, very strong. 2 minutes faster, close to 2 minutes faster on that second boss split between Perplex and Mandatory. So we'll see if they manage to get that +3 chest. And Direwolves now also down with Watcher Iridius, and they've been even a minute slower than Mandatory. 2 minutes slower than Perplexed, which is not looking good for them. But I mean, they can still time it for sure. But yeah, they just had quite a lot of issues with Sanguine going on, unfortunately.
Yeah, we were talking about it, and the question is, why not restart? Same as for Fetchark, yes, you're now finally approaching the end of that +30 Tyrannical Cragmon. It feels like they've been in there forever, but that's just the nature of high Tyrannical dungeons. We're very used to them by now. We're going to see for both teams in the lower half on whether or not that's going to work out for them in the overall timer. I'm still a little bit stressed out. Of course, for the Direwolves, we're not talking about overall dungeon completion, but actually like the 3 chest, 2 chest timers that they would like here. I don't think 3 chests is on the board for them anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so either. We do see Direwolves do something very interesting here. I like this a lot. I've seen this in some of the live key routes as well. So Chompy did go to the other side of this like mini boss area, and he pulled back these dragonflies without the frogs just to get some extra trash. That means they can skip something extra later on, which is in my opinion a very efficient strategy. So we'll see what the rest of their routing is going to look like. But yeah, FSY are ending are approaching the end of the Kragma fight. It feels like they've been fighting this boss forever, like since we started casting to now.
Yeah. They just started on this boss, right?
We can now compare the splits from the other 30s, if we can pull that up maybe from the underrods. We'll see if they are, like if they're good on the timer or not, because I do not remember the Kragma split for the other groups, but it's 14:51 that FSY has here. I'm not sure if that was like, if that is on pace or not, but maybe we can get the timer in just a second. In the meantime, Perplex is already on that last bridge area, and they pulled everything together, except of course the mini boss. That one does not spawn until we kill those last 3 Ragers. And they did save the Bloodlust, so they are saving it for the last boss.
I'm scared about the graphic because it's going to ask me to do math, so I'm just looking up how other teams looked in their runs. And Perplexed on the first boss in Underrot had 5 minutes 31, so Fetchark is actually a little bit faster there. Then on the second boss they had 14:50, which seems to be quite on par with Fetchark. So looks like their timer is good, and looks like we can be happy about this run that they're attempting right now.
They even just had a Shadow Bolt volley go through from the Defiler, and they somehow survived. We did see the Obsidian Scales being used by Lophus there, making sure they get that extra HP, and somehow just survived that Shadow Bolt volley in a plus 30. So, yeah.
Just gotta be tanky, you know, keep it sharky.
Keep it sharky.
You ever seen a shark go down easily? Well, there you have it.
Shadow Bolt volley? No.
All right, looking at the timers on the top half, it seems like Mandatory sped up a teeny tiny bit. They're not a full minute behind Perplexed anymore. It's still substantial amounts if we're looking at the Kajin timer. Both of these teams are making their way to the prime. We're going to see whether or not that's possible. I think on the 24 it might. I think later down the road, possibly not.
And I wish I had a person here that can do the math. What's the 3 chest timer in this dungeon?
I actually can tell you because I wrote it down before. So the 3 chest is 21 minutes and the 2 chest is 28. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, 21. So they have 4 minutes to kill the boss, Perplexed, that is. Yeah. That is doable for sure. Yeah, that is for sure doable. Ooh, so that's very interesting. So it does look like Perplex is the only team to 3 chest this. Because Mandatory, they still have to... actually, maybe Mandatory... I think Mandatory is going to be a bit too close. They don't have Bloodlust. And they're still fighting that mini-boss. But they caught up quite a bit of time.
They're getting Bloodlust, no? I think they're going to get Bloodlust. Because they used it on cooldown. If my eyes do not deceive me, then that's
up in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, and the timer is 24, so they get it towards the end of the time.
Yeah, like at the very end.
On 20 minutes?
No, well, 20 minutes wouldn't really be possible because they would have to use it like as soon as the dungeon starts. Right? Like as soon as you enter the dungeon, they would have to press Bloodlust.
I think they did. Like 20 minutes, 10 or something.
Direwolves having a full wipe, unfortunately. I think they should continue. I think Direwolves should just keep going. I think they can... Yeah, in my opinion, they should not reset. They're already in this dungeon for 14 minutes. They can still time this key. I don't think it's worth it to reset anymore. I wonder if it is still 2 chestable.
The spawn point in this dungeon. It aggravates me. You have to walk for so long.
Yes, it's a very, very long walk. I wonder why they released, because I think Chumpy could have maybe... Didn't Chumpy survive? Also, Chumpy is not a night elf. How did he survive? Oh, because they were skipping, I guess. I think they tried to skip and somebody accidentally pulled it, and Chumpy was the only one not getting in combat because he probably went stealth. And then maybe they were out of range for him to rest because, of course, he does not have a mass rest. But yeah, this long walk is going to be a little bit dangerous for them. It would still be pretty important for them to 2 chest, I think. Unless they can... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 2 chesting would still be pretty important, but this walk...
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, right? You just take forever. And I think what you're saying is true as well. Chompy, we saw him stand between those 2 packs, but if he goes out of stealth there, he's going to get in combat. So he can't rest there. And then I think if he goes like further down, it's just not far enough. But you're back now. Group is reassembling. Here comes the Shadow Priest, your Mind Soothe. We're waiting for someone else. Chess.
So the 3 chest has been done by Perplex now. Pointing out, super quick dungeon by Perplex. Really, really promising for their higher keys. Mandatory on the other hand, they have a minute. They can do it.
Yeah?
Their bloodlust is coming up in 30 seconds, so they will get it for the very last moment. But you can see the energy from Primal Tsunami is gathering up, and pretty quickly they have to kill this boss fast. This is only going to be like 10 seconds, 15 seconds before this boss disappears. Ooh. So they're not going to get the last anymore, but they might be able to nuke it. It is looking pretty good. 2 more %.
Don't need the lust.
Ooh, there it is.
Good job.
Perfect. Wow. Okay, that was really close.
Right on the line. So we now know that if any team is slower than the timings from mandatory, they're not in for the 3 chest range, which we kind of expected already. But it's good to see like what the exact line is with mandatory coming so close this time. Petrarch, yes, on their way to the Unbound Abomination. They have still a little bit of trash in front of them. Just checking how their timer is looking on the Spore Caller. We do have 20:54 on the time for Petrarch. Yes, that's actually about 10 seconds faster than what we saw out of Perplexed in their 30. So they're really, really good on time.
All right, that is really good to see that Fetcher, I guess, is having a good run here. Even after those 2 deaths on the boss, on the very first boss, and having those issues there, they recovered really well, managed to still finish off that boss, and not have any more mistakes from there on out. So looking very, very good. As they're also saving their Bloodlust, of course, for that last boss, and not getting any Sanguine Heal on this trash pack, for sure.
For sure.
And Direwolves on the bottom right did have this full wipe, unfortunately, on that trash pack earlier. Did all run back, and they're continuing. They can still 2 chest. The 3 chest is, of course, gone for them now. But they can still get the 2 chest, and it's not going to be the end of the world for them. While Perplexed is now in that 27 Halls of Infusion, because they, of course, 3 chested the 24 just now.
So, interesting question is, how high do you think the Halls of Infusion is going to go? Because, of course, it is the last dungeon that we've given them. They only have today to actually push it up. And they might be even going for some other keys where they think easier score is to be gotten. So what do you think, like, where will teams abandon the halls?
You can do for sure 29 for sure. I think you can probably do 30 as well. Mm-hmm. But I don't think they do 30 like immediately. They probably just stop at the 29, if I would have to guess. I think Perplex can 2 chest is 27, and mandatory maybe as well. Then to the 29, and then maybe... I mean, at that point, once they have the 29, then all of the keys they have left to do are difficult. So, so at that point, they can just decide whatever they want to do.
It's kind of like a choose your poison situation. Just go for the dungeon where you as team feel most comfortable. I think that does make sense. And we are seeing the leaderboard in the bottom left. Petrarch, yes, of course, being the only team that decided to not go straight for that halls and pick up the easy points, because they know that this 30 under rot is doable for them. And I really like what they're doing here. We saw this out of them yesterday as well. They actually play the pack in front of the door where you get ported down to the Abomination, but because of the Worm having less HP than the Facelift Corruptors, they pull them up to the next Worm, and that is going to give them the 100 count to actually open the door. Make sure they're not doing like Worm playing by itself or doing any inefficient counts. A really nice routing out of them.
Yeah, really well done. As Direwolves now, it's approaching this this bridge area and looking the timer there for sure still within that 2 chest range. Is there a benefit to 1 chest this and then 3 chests at 25 instead of 2 chesting? No. No.
That's cooking, Nagura.
I guess that would only make sense if you can 2 chest at 28, which I don't think is doable. Yeah, I think that doesn't make sense. I think 2 chesting this and then 2 chesting the 26 afterwards to get the 28 makes sense. Yeah, I think that's. Oh, Oh, I like the spot here by Jack.
For Jack, yeah,
that.
he's hiding.
Yep.
Sneaky
You can try this at
Shadow
home, but don't
Priest.
fall off.
Yeah, I would not try it at home because I know I would fall off. But maybe you can impress your puck group. You're like, look
Yeah.
at this, guys. Jack taught me. Actually, that's a cool thing to say.
All right, FSY in the top right. Now on that last boss, they for sure have enough time left. They had approximately 5 minutes when they pulled the boss, which we know is enough. They do have Bloodlust, all cooldowns being popped on the pull as well. So they are bursting the boss. They have 2 battle rests available in case something does go wrong. If there's any JB rogue spores assassinating players, then they can get
Yeah.
them back up. But
They do happen. It's a thing.
I'm crossing my fingers it's not going to happen for them. So yeah, FSY looking very good. Do you think they're going to halls after this? Or do you think they try to get some other 30s done first?
We did just see the leaderboard, and the question is kind of like, how comfortable are they in halls as Giga goes down there,
I
getting knocked
jinxed
up by
it.
the volcanic, and then being caught in that frontal. It's okay, they have that battle rest exactly for this situation. Of course, that's going to cost them a little bit of damage now, but they do have the first visage there already that is going to drop the boss significantly lower. Now they're just going to repeat this 2 more times. I don't think their timer is in danger, but of course, you cannot have this happen too many times because then we are approaching danger territory.
Yeah, still looking good on the timer for sure. Perplexed on this first boss now on the top left side of the screen, doing Watcher Iridius in that 27 key. Now, I think Halls of Infusion is some of the most dangerous bosses when it comes to incoming damage, especially third boss and this first boss as well. So I do think we're going to see some teams struggle a little bit at least on some of these higher key levels. Of course, it's fortified, so not as dangerous as it would be on Tyrannical, but still on higher key levels, everything just hurts a lot. Now, the apparatuses did already die for them, which is also a struggle in this key specifically, so the rest of the trash should be a little bit easier for them. But yeah, look how much damage this boss does with that static surge. Everyone dropping so low there, and this was only phase 1. In phase 2, it does even more damage.
Yeah, and it is fortified, right? You kind of feel like you have to mention that because it looks like a tyrannical boss, but I'm glad that this one isn't tyrannical because that would be even higher. Beyond them, we are seeing Mandatory get a lot of Sanguine Ichor healing there in that very first kind of big pull that they're doing. And I think they might have reset this before, so we're going to see how it goes. Crim's rocking Cauterize, taking too much damage here, is going to die regardless. That's 1 more death on the timer now. 3 deaths for Mandatory. Moat will probably die here as well, and I'm not sure. Yeah, we're gonna go again with this one.
And that's a reason for sure. We did see some casts going through as well. As soon as one person dies on a pool like this at the start, everything just kind of falls apart because there's so many disrupts you need. You need to interrupt the apparatus, you need to interrupt the demo shout, you need to make sure you don't get double fixated by those apparatus channels as well, because that does so much damage. And then on top of that, we have Incorporeal, right? So you need to make sure that you see all of those Incorporeal beings, which can also be very difficult to do. So yeah, losing one person and the CC chain just kind of falls apart. So they'll just go again. Not too much time lost for them, but Perplex looking very, very strong today. I mean, they're just showing up straight from the get-go, just free chesting this 24 halls, no problem at all, no deaths, nothing. And now in this 27, also looking very clean.
Yeah, just looking at their timer, of course, they are going to be a little bit lower on the boss splits, 3 key levels higher, but I think 8 minutes is still pretty fast here. That's basically what the Wolves have in their 24. We are seeing them on the Primal Tsunami now. They should be able to finish it off here as the bottom bar goes down. The resources come up, but I think 16% is enough for them to actually knock this boss over. Lots of battle rests is available should they need them. The timer that they are looking to beat is 28 to get that 2 chests, so lots and lots of wiggle room for the Wolves.
I also really like what Perplex is doing here. If you look at the top left side, now one thing that people, in my opinion, do wrong a lot in this area, because there's this event where all of these swaglets spawn. So the way it works is if anyone walks up to the door, then the event will trigger, and then you will get multiple waves of frogs that are spawning. And the way they spawn is they actually spawn on players' locations, on random locations. So if you trigger the event and your whole group is spread out, then they are going to spawn all over the place. But if you all stack up, then they will all spawn on top of you, and you can move together so they all stack up. And that's exactly what Perplex did there. Their tank walked forward, triggered the event, and the rest of the group was all stacked up, and then they moved together counterclockwise, making sure all of those frogs spawn at the same area so they can AoE them down and slow them simultaneously, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Fatshark, yes, able to get that 30 in. And if you're looking at the timer among the other 30s, it did came down quite closely to the end of the timer on the back of several deaths that they had. But I'm wondering if they go halls now, or if they're thinking that there's another dungeon that they can get easier points picked up. But it is going to be the Halls of Infusion that we see them porting in right now as well. So Green Dot has shifted over. They're going to get their points there as well. And the question is, will they be able to 3-chest? That was a big thing for them coming into this weekend, not really having prepared for 3-chesting dungeons, which is a big part of the TGP that sometimes teams undervalue. Maybe they learned from that day 1, day 2, and they're going to go real good with this one now. We'll see. My cat is really excited about that too, apparently.
I think they, I mean, at this point, they probably know that the other teams, the 2 teams 3-chested it and 1 team 2-chested. So they probably know that they have to go for it. And I trust them. Like, I think they can do it. Mandatory, though, on the top right side, they did have to reset their 27 halls already once because they had some issues. And now they're having some problems, again, with the Sanguine Ichor. You can see it healed 18, actually 20 million now on that healing meter. So not going super well for them. They also have some demo shots going off here and there. You can see them having that debuff on everybody, which just reduce your damage done. So I definitely don't want to have any of those casts go through. It's definitely going to slow you down. But yeah, if they can do the rest of the dungeon cleanly, they shouldn't be, it shouldn't be a problem for them. They can still 2-chest this key, I believe. We will see though. I'm not really sure about the 2-chest. Perplexed, they are 11 minutes into the dungeon and they're approaching the second boss. And you said the 2-chest timer was what again?
28.
28. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I think it's doable for Perplexed at least. Not sure how close it's going to be for Mandatory.
Yeah, we'll see once they actually get to Iridius. There's still a lot of Sanguine healing on their meters, but we have seen teams get through this before, and it is very hard to avoid these packs specifically. They don't like moving as much. RX actually going down for Mandatory here at the start of this big pull. That is going to cost them a lot because their damage dealer is not with them, has to walk all the way. And even though this is quite close to the spawn point, it is still a long walk for a little Shadow Priest.
Yeah, and you cannot mount up anywhere here, so you just have to walk with your tiny little dwarf feet all the way over to the rest of your group. You can actually see all of the fixates coming in as well, and Skylark having a lot of bleed effects on him, so taking a lot of damage as well, plus all of these fixates going through, and the Sanguine they have to deal with, which they did a really good job with this pack at least. You can see it's not showing up at all on the damage meters, so they're doing pretty well, even though they had this death coming in. But yeah, some issues for this team. Perplexed now on the second boss. We'll see what the time. Oh, they actually are committing the Bloodlust here. So they know for sure we're not going to be chesting this 27. So we can commit the Bloodlust here and still get it back for the last boss in a reasonable time frame. And then they can still use it there. So still not using Bloodlust for the third boss though, which is something that you might want to consider on a higher key level, like maybe in a 29-30, they do want to Bloodlust the third boss, just because just how much damage it does to the group at some point.
Yeah, it's more of a healer track than anything, right? Easy mode actually going down for Mandatory, yet another death on board, and now the group is without healer. That has to be the battle rest here. They don't want him walking back, trying to salvage this pull, but it's not going rosy for Mandatory in this 27. Lots and lots of issues already occurring here at the beginning of the run, and it does make you kind of wonder when is the time to say, okay, maybe this is not it. But with them knowing that they're probably not playing for the 3-chest anymore, but for the 2-chest, I think there is value in just saying, okay, we are going to pursue it. We have more wiggle room on the 2 chest timer in the 27, and who cares about those 2 deaths?
Yeah, I wonder. We'll see how Perplex is doing, but yeah, I wonder how close the 2 chest timer is for Perplex. Because if you play really well and it's still close, then Mandatory at this point is for sure not going to make it anymore. But they're not resetting the key, so in my opinion, that means that they're still confident in the 2 chest. Because otherwise, they would reset for sure, in my opinion. I think if you lose a 2 chest like this, you do want to reset, because obviously you only lose 6 minutes then, versus having to do a whole other key level, which is a much bigger time loss. So we'll see how it works out for them. As FSY on the bottom right is now, of course, also in that Halls of Infusion, decided to go to that dungeon and not do another 31st. But this is actually really good news for Direwolves and FSY, right? Seeing Mandatory struggle a little bit in this halls. Maybe it's a dungeon they didn't prepare like super well, looking at what's going on with their team there. So technically speaking, Direwolves and FSY, if they're doing a really good job in halls, they might be able to catch up to the Mandatory points. We'll see.
We definitely will see. Question is how prepared they came for this dungeon, right?
Yes.
That has to be the kind of talking point that they think about. Of course, by law of elimination, they knew it could have only been like one of the 4 remaining dungeons. There's no world where we give them like Neltharion Slayer, but this time it's Tyrannical or something. They knew it was going to be Brackenhide, Uldaman, Halls of Infusion, or Neltharis, so the chances are they were probably prepared for any of those coming into this.
Yeah, I think so as well. But there's always some teams who have better dungeons and worse, right? Like maybe this was the dungeon that the FSY is super good at, and Mandatory is like, this is our worst dungeon.
Probably.
Or
possible.
Mandatory just had 20 minutes or like 10 minutes of, a little bit of a bad 10 minutes. It happens. Maybe they recovered now and everything's going to go perfect from here on out.
The thing is, they don't need to worry as much about it going wrong right now, right? This is not like a 28-29 where you're actually looking at the 2 chest timer and you're thinking, ooh, it might get close. I think they're still
we don't
fine.
know, right? We don't know how close the 2 chest timer is. I'm not sure.
We saw on the Wolves in the 24 how their timer looked. And they had similar boss splits to what we're seeing on Perplexed right now. They had plenty of time. So I think it's still okay, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. As Perplexed is getting to the 3rd boss, and I think that's when we get an idea. Once the 3rd boss is dead for Perplexed, then we'll see just how close that 2 chest timer really is for them. They still have a lot of time left for the 2 chest timer. At this point, they have 11 minutes. So that is for sure enough. Then it also depends just how many phases you need on the Tsunami, because that boss, it's for sure not going to get 2-phased. They're going to need 3 phases. And 3-phase 3-phase Tsunami takes around 3 to 4 minutes, I would say. Something like that. So yeah, that last boss unfortunately takes a really long time.
It definitely does, because that one phase is out of question, so we'll see how long they will take eventually in the end. But all across the board, we are seeing bosses fall. Watcher Iridius goes down for Mandatory first. Wolves will be second on line to finish it off, 1 key below them, and Perplexed are currently fighting Kajin. And this is a boss, we were just saying it's so high in healing. This is only the plus 27. And you can already see how hard it takes on this entire group.
Yeah, it just does so much damage. Now, of course, with the Augmentation Evoker, the healing on the group's a little bit easier, because, of course, Shine is buffing Sasavi as well on that Holy Paladin with all of those main stat buffs, burst buffs, and so on. So it's a little bit easier for him to heal. Also, Guardian Druid actually off-heals quite a lot. You can see in the healing meter, 120k HPS coming out of Divine Field. Of course, a big portion of that is just going to be on himself and not group healing. But still, the Guardian Druid actually does a lot of off-healing as well to the group, which is really, really nice for this boss specifically.
Yeah, any healing you can get, you take with this one. I'm quite worried specifically about this boss, despite it being fortified in the higher levels. But we're going to see how teams deal with it. Yesterday, we saw some defensive trinkets already coming in use on the VP out of mode, making sure he gets an extra shield on someone just as an additional defensive to spread out onto the team, which could be something we see. Also seeing a lot of usage out of the augmentation evoker talent, where if you rescue someone, you both give yourself and the target a shield. So that's being run by basically all of the augmentation evokers and making sure that the priests don't take as much damage as they would normally. Lots of optimization being done around survivability here.
Yeah, for sure. Mandatory in the top right did now commit their Bloodlust onto one of their trash pools here because they want to just press it on cooldown to make sure they have it for the last boss. So yeah, they just pressed the last before for like I think it was like a bunch of flies they pulled plus the frogs. So not like super big value getting out of that Bloodlust, but it's better to use it here and have it for the last boss than to not get a third Bloodlust out of this 2-chest timer. So still very well thought out by Mandatory, making sure they're not forgetting about having to have that on cooldown. While Perplex is now down with the third boss, and they're moving on to this bridge area. Now they still have 8 minutes, so a long time for sure for the 2-chest timer. And yeah, we'll see. The mini boss on this bridge though actually takes a lot of time on a 2745. Like that mini boss, not only does it take forever, it also does so much damage with that Inundate cast as well on the group.
You can outrange it as a caster though, right? So the Shadow Priest and the Mage are probably quite happy. The only person that isn't is going to be the Augmentation Evoker. Is being unhappy of reach.
At least I saw them on the 24 that they were not outranging it, but because you have to step out of caster range, right? You lose quite a lot of damage as a 40 yards range caster to constantly move in and out. But yeah, we'll see. On a 27, it's probably still pretty easily healable for Sasevi. On a 29-30, they will for sure outrange it. But yeah, maybe on this key level, he'll just decide to out-heal it to get that extra damage in from those casters. We'll see.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable, I would say. We're gonna see what they do once these mobs here have died. Then we get in combat with that mini-boss that's waiting there at the very end of this hallway. However, teams across the board are all progressing through this dungeon. 9-minute 12 on Iridios and the 27 for Mandatory, and a pretty similar time for the Wolves in one dungeon below. 8:41 coming through, and Fat Shark, yes, on a pretty good sprint with their Iridios time in the 24. I think for them, the 3 chest is still on board, and we are seeing them use the very same Bloodlust timing that we did see out of Mandatory, where you kind of just press it on cooldown.
I don't like that. I think I prefer whatever Perplexed it, just because you get the last for like... Actually, they didn't even get it at all, right? Like, they did not get the last anymore at the end. So I think I like holding it here. But either way, Mandatory managed the 3 chests without having the last on the last boss. So maybe it's going to be fine for FSY as well. We'll see. As Mandatory did now reach the 3rd boss, we'll see how that boss split looks like once it goes down. They're for sure behind in comparison to Perplex, but it depends how far behind they are, right? Perplex now still has 5.5 minutes left to get that 2-chest timer, which definitely seems a little bit closer than I thought it would be, because they still have to finish off this mini-boss. So, and Mandatory was a minute behind in the 1st boss split. So, gonna be a bit closer, Mandatory, but we'll see. We'll see.
We will see. That's right. Hey, I'm back. It's time for a caster swap.
Hey,
Next,
back.
we'll have to see from the, I don't know, kind of like our virtual green
I'll see
room
from
where you
chat. I am one
chat
of
and
chat.
hang out. Back to Twitch chat for you. Well, Zyronic, welcome to the broadcast. And, yeah, the runs are happening.
The runs are happening. The thing that I've noticed in the first 45 minutes of the day for sure is just like how much faster Perplexed is going through than everyone else. Almost at the end of their 2nd run of this dungeon already on the last boss. Whereas, you know, across the board we're seeing teams maybe just getting the 2nd boss down in their run, or just being on the 2nd boss in their 2nd run. Like Perplexed, they're playing with purpose today, and this is what they need if they want to be the #1 team at the end of the weekend here. They're playing very, very well. You know, at the end of yesterday, they kind of had all of their work at the end of the day undone very quickly by Mandatory, when Mandatory just quickly swept through and easily dealt with all of the 30s that Perplex spent all day working on. So yeah, Perplex definitely needs this jolt in the arm in this dungeon to set them up to potentially win the weekend.
Yeah, I absolutely love what Perplex is doing today, just playing so incredibly well on their side. Now, the one other team that, in my opinion, played the second best, or maybe even close to Perplex's gameplay as well, is FSY on the bottom right. They look like they're a little bit behind, but they did the 30 under at first, which they did one shot. So, and now they're in that 24, did not have to reset that key at all, and are now looking really good on that 3 chest as well on that timer. They have to get the 3 chest though if they want to keep up with Perplex and Mandatory. And yeah, Mandatory did struggle a little bit so far. Had to reset this key once, and then having struggled a little bit, maybe not making the 2 chest here in this Halls of Infusion. We're gonna have to see how it's looking for them. But yeah, looking at the second boss split, they're a full minute behind compared to Perplexed. And Perplex is not looking like they're not that far off the 2 chest timer that you wouldn't be able to save a minute or 2, right? So it's definitely closer on that 27 than it looked like at the start.
Yeah, it looks like Perplexed might be able to skip the second intermission with this Bloodlust timing. This is actually an entire set of cooldowns as well. PI, Combust, Breath of Eons, everything being sent into the boss here. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but this boss is melting very quickly. So yeah, should be able to beat the second intermission, which would bode well for a potential 2 chest from Mandatory if they're able to pull that off. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Getting the 2 chest.
They could one phase this, or like only having 1 intermission. That is actually kind of crazy on a 27. We'll see if they have the damage though.
The damage is slowing down, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they'll have it. Maybe, I don't know. Definitely close.
It'll be really, really close here. The second Combust will come up. You can just send this right away when it does come up, but no, it looks like they're going to get the intermission here at the last second here. Unfortunate. There's no cast timer on this boss, similar to, other bosses with intermissions. This one just sends you instantly. Okay, so 6% on the board here. The boss will pretty much instantly die the second they get to this intermission, but, having to run back, dodge this RP, and then also you have to kill off all 4 of these ads around the boss as well. Each one of these intermissions probably takes, what would you say, maybe a minute to deal with, so it's a pretty significant time loss whenever this happens. Now, Perplexed, of course, have played perfectly in this dungeon. 0 deaths on the board, very, very clean with their pulling, so they're still going to get the 2 chest here, but like you were talking about earlier, Mandatory being a minute behind on their split, it's going to come right up with that 2 chest timer if they're able to keep the same pace as Perplexed.
Yeah, or they have to just get enough damage in. That 6% that Perplex was missing. If Mandatory can somehow find that damage, then of course they would be good on the 2 chest. But yeah, otherwise, if they have the same thing happen as Perplex here with the boss not quite going down, then I think it's not quite gonna work out for them. But we'll see how fast they play the bridge as well and how fast they play this 3rd boss that they're fighting on right now. We do have battle rests available, 1 at least, and the second one coming up in just a second, in case something does go wrong here. But yeah, definitely would be quite a bit of a time loss if Mandatory does not manage the 2 chest here. But yeah, Direwolves on the bottom left, unfortunately, bottom right now, unfortunately did not manage the 3 chest at 24, so they are working on their 26 key. And 26 should be significantly easier for them to 2 chest compared to that 27. And they're also looking really good on the timer as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Direwolves and FSY, they have a lot of work to put in today, right? If they want to be one of those top 2 teams going to our finals, they need a lot of things to go right for them. And they also need Perplex and Mandatory to kind of run into a brick wall, right? And they're kind of getting to that point as well, where some of the keys that they're going to have available to them after they complete these also infusion runs are going to be multiple attempt keys, right? 29 VP, there's just not a lot of time in that dungeon, to actually time the key with the damage you have.
Wait,
31 no,
Scufta just
possible.
Fell off. Sorry,
he did just fall off, I saw that.
Are they gonna wipe to this, or can they cut it back?
They can kite it back, but this is
they're
definitely a 3 chest loss for them. Like, they're not going to 3 chest this key now.
Yeah, good point, actually. Oof, that is not good.
Which is unfortunate and is the opposite of what I was just saying they needed to do if they want to get through this weekend and to our global finals. I mean, yeah, across the board though, the keys that Perplexed and Mandatory have to upgrade still are near impossible. Like 31 in every one of the keys except for Vortex Pinnacle. Like, this is something that we've been talking about all weekend where, yes, it's nice to get the one-shots, obviously, so you can get the attempts on the 31s, but the 31s, like the difficulty of the keys at the high level this expansion compared to previous expansion, it's not a matter of whether or not you can just live the key anymore. It's a matter of, can you live the key and also pump out enough damage to actually deal with the massive health pools that they have? Because if you remember, like in previous expansions, for example, last expansion was something like Necrotic Wake, you could, as long as you lived through the key, you could complete it because the weapons kind of carried you through the key. None of these keys are really like that. I mean, Neltharis is kind of like that, but we don't have that in our pool this weekend. So the damage values that the players actually have to pump out, they might have to start sacrificing utility and defensives in their group in order to probably try to pump out the damage in order to time these keys. And at that point, the keys don't become safe to do. They become very volatile, which means they're going to take tons of attempts to potentially get these 31s down. Now, I think the 29 Vortex Pinnacle is probably something that's doable before they have to start sacrificing like that. But if they want to upgrade any of those 31 keys, we're going to see probably a lot of time spent in those.
Yes, I think 31 Nelflair is doable, but very, very difficult. I think 31 Asher Vault might also be something they are looking at. 29 VP, as you said as well, and possibly also 31 Freehold. But that's what's really exciting about today, right? Because they don't have to spend that much time in halls, considering that they 3-chested the 24 plus 2-chesting 27 here. Because I don't think halls is going to go super high. I think 29, maybe 30, and then it's probably going to be over, in my opinion. So it's going to be very interesting to see those really high key attempts. And that also means that it's going to be so possible for these for the teams that are lower in the score to catch up, right? Because if Mandatory and Perplexed, if they're going to be done with their hulls in like half an hour, then as you said, they're going to these quote-unquote almost impossible keys that's going to take multiple attempts. So even though Direwolves and FSY did not manage to 3-chest their 24, and it's going to take them a little bit longer in that Halls of Infusion, they have the opportunity to catch up to the other two teams if they cannot get any of those like higher keys done. So it's going to be super, super interesting, especially at the end of the day, to see who's going to make those top two seeds and gets into this global final. But yeah, FSY on the top right side, they just barely missing the 3-chest here, unfortunately, as the Primal Tsunami is going to go down in just a second. But yeah, it was a little bit of sanguine, because they have 0 deaths, right? They had no deaths, but they had some sanguine healing going on, and unfortunately, their tank falling off there on the mini-boss at the end, just costing them a couple of seconds, and that's just what made them lose this 3-chest timer.
Yeah, that was that was very unfortunate. Yeah, of course your tank getting sent all the way to the back there, with all the trash, disjointing itself, not being stacked for the AoE damage, definitely cost them. It's not over for them yet. They'll be able to go into the 26 similar to what Direwolves has done, but that's just one key level less than both Mandatory and Perplexed, and they'll have to make up even more ground. I mean, again, the question is whether or not Mandatory and Perplexed can actually convert on some of these higher keys that they've unlocked for themselves today. A lot of the day left, still over 4 hours left for them to get those attempts in and run up their score. And of course, they probably still have a couple more runs in Halls of Infusion before they have to worry about that. But early on already, Mandatory and Perplexed extending their lead, and more problems for Direwolves here on this trash pack as Jack goes down. They do have the battle res for him, so they'll get him up instantly. But just, tiny mistakes for these teams really costing them.
Yeah, Mandatory in the top left now, reaching the last boss. But yeah, looking at the key timer, 28 minutes is what the 2-chest timer is on this Halls of Infusion. And they're lasting on pull, so we'll see how low the boss is going to go here. But yeah, Perplex did not manage to only get one intermission. Perplex had to play 2 intermissions, and Mandatory for sure does not have time to play 2 intermissions. If they wanted to chest this, they have to play this boss and kill it after this 1 intermission. So we'll see if they can do that, while Perplexed on the bottom right is doing that 29 Halls of Infusion now, and that's where things start to really hurt, especially the start of the dungeon. If you take a look at the health bars, once they get fixated by those apparatuses, you'll see just how much damage everything does here.
The good first burst phase from Mandatory. That was their bloodlust as well, getting the boss down to 47%. Now, the question is, do they have to just play for the 1 intermission here, or do they go as quickly as possible? They have 2.5 minutes left in the key, for the 2-chest timer, that is. Now, if you do only want to play for one intermission, you could potentially talk about just sitting in this first intermission phase for a little bit longer, waiting for your 2-minute cooldowns to come up. But the question that I have is, if they only do 53% of the boss's HP with Lust, how realistic is it to do 47% without Lust?
Yeah, I don't
Do
think
they just
it's
have to go as
possible.
quickly? I think they just have to go as quickly as possible and hope that they can deal with a second intermission. I just don't think there's enough time left, unless they can get it in this
Yeah, I don't
phase
think
alone.
they can.
We'll have to see. It would require a Herculean amount of DPS from them. They'd have to do essentially as much damage as they did before with the Lust in this intermission to get the 2 chests in. We'll have to see if it's doable. I mean, Mandatory has been a team that has been faster paced, more DPS than every other team this weekend. So if there's anybody who can pull it off, it would be them.
Yep, there we go. Primal Tsunami does come back up. They do have their 2 minutes ready. Combust and PI being used here. Breath of Eon's not quite up, but it's going to be used in just a second. But yeah, the boss is dropping quite fast. They might be able to do it looking at the timer. They have 1 minute 15 seconds left, which is basically this phase. So they definitely cannot do it if they get another intermission. But yeah, the boss is dropping. It does look like they can make it. But unfortunately, once the cooldowns run out...
They're on pace.
Yeah, they're looking good
cooldowns
so
are
far.
running out,
Yeah.
We'll get the Breath of Eons popping a little bit here, right? That's the last big burst of damage. Of course, the mage will stay in SKB, have a little bit of combustion left. Once that mana bar at the bottom fills up, though, that is going to be all she wrote, and it's going to instantly send them away. Do they have the damage to send them to the 2 chest here? The last second SKB is not going to be enough, and the boss goes immune. It doesn't take any ticking dot damage, so that's going to be it for Mandatory. There's no way they can get through this intermission phase in 30 seconds. It's going to be a 1 chest for them. Perplexed, opening themselves up a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, definitely looking so good for Perplexed now. And they also dealt with all of the trash already before the first boss here on their 29 halls, which is incredibly dangerous, as I said earlier. So only having 1 death there, looking very good for Perplexed so far. Direwolves does actually get a second intermission on their 26th Primal Tsunami here. So not ideal. They didn't have Bloodlust, it looks like. They have Bloodlust available now. So I guess they had some weird timings with their last, and that's why they didn't manage to get it. But maybe they missed the 2 chests because of the... Nah, I think they should be fine, but it's going to be kind of close. They have 1 minute 15 seconds, so they have to deal with this intermission or with that somewhat fast to make sure that they can finish off the boss here in time.
This 1 chest from Mandatory actually is really good news for both FSY and Direwolves. Gives them just that tiniest little bit of an opening to get themselves back into the key here. The 2 chest of the 24 will not be as consequential as it was if they're able to both 2 chest the 26, which Direwolves does find themselves in a good scenario to do. Even committing the PI just to make sure that intermission phase goes smoothly. Of course, any of those AoE inundate casts going off, too many of them could very easily wipe you here, so playing it safe, making sure they don't have any problems, making sure the boss doesn't stack his damage amp up enough, and of course once the boss comes up at 16%, with 30 seconds left, plenty of time to get that 2 chest in, and they'll be able to move on to a 28, which is where Mandatory finds himself as well. So, Direwolves, doing well. Got to get a lot more of that for the rest of the day here if they want to find themselves in the top 2.
Yeah, but all of a sudden it doesn't really matter that much anymore for Direwolves that they 2-chested the 24 only, right? Considering that they're now basically even with Mandatory. And they only have to beat one of the teams. They don't have to beat both Perplexed and Mandatory. They just have to do one to get the top 2 spot. Of course, same thing is happening for FSY as well. And they are also in that 26. Did not quite manage to 3-chest the 24. So if they get a 2-chest on that 26, they're also going to be at the same level as Mandatory is. Mandatory, though, having to reset their 28 halls. And this is just not their dungeon, I feel like. Mandatory really not looking good in this Halls of Infusion. From the get-go, they just had issues on the first level pulls, had a lot of Sanguine Heals going out. Yeah, just not their dungeon, it looks like. While Perplexed, this is definitely their dungeon. They're looking very strong in this Halls.
Take a look at that scoreboard on the bottom left. If this doesn't tell you the level of play that Perplexed is playing at today, I don't know what else will. Their 27 2-chest was 40 seconds faster than the 26 2-chest that we saw from Direwolves. Like, Perplexed is playing on another level today, and if they can keep this level of play up, they will easily take the number 1 seed for the weekend. I mean, These guys are playing like we've expected them to play in, like, the 5 or 6 years of MDI history we've seen the players on this team play. It's very impressive to see.
Yeah, just so clean, because Halt is also one of the more difficult dungeons, in my opinion, because both the trash and the bosses can be incredibly dangerous. So definitely showing up. And then also those really difficult affixes. Sanguine and Incorporeal, probably one of the most difficult combination of affixes that we have in this rotation, because Sanguine, not only does it slow you down if heals go off, but it also slows you down because you constantly have to move mobs around, which is not ideal for the fire mage damage, of course. And then you constantly have to CC these Incorporals. And just as we were talking how good Perplex is playing, unfortunately, Sasavi did go down. That's on us. We did jinx them.
Fake death.
Fake death. As the battle rest does come out, so they can continue.
He was just going for max DPS on these frogs here. No problem whatsoever. Sevi happens to everyone. Don't worry about it, bud. You guys are still playing insanely well. We're starting to get to that point where the scaling gets out of control. We were seeing, 7-minute, 6-minute Watcher Radius splits on the lower keys. We're up to about a 10-20 split on this 29 kill for them. The key has a ton of HP, and even though they've been going at a fast clip throughout this dungeon, there's not going to be a whole lot of wiggle room here. Shine also going down at the last second here. Are they going to actually commit the battle res here, or are they going to wait for these mobs to die and just get a hard res off? Nope, they commit the battle res. Okay, that's 2 battle reses on this pack right here. I mean, this probably is the most demonic pack in the dungeon in terms of, how easily they can kill you, but no battle reses for the next 8 minutes now. Looking pretty scary for them. We'll have to see how they're able to pull off the next section of the dungeon.
Yeah, the thing I hate the most about these pulls here that they're doing is these shock troopers just randomly lightning bolting players without any kind of telegraph, without a cast. It's just happening, right? And if you get shot by multiple of them, it just does so much damage in a 2940 fight. It probably does like 80% of your HP easily. So yeah, it can be super, super dangerous. We actually see Sasabi go down to possibly one of these lightning bolts, so they don't have a battle rest available. They have to finish this off really quickly as they're committing their bloodlust here, trying to recover this pull.
They let one of those elemental focus casts go off, right, which puts a buff on the mob, and if they get hit when they have that buff on them, they have a chance to just do a chain lightning shock to people around them, and that plus a little extra damage just one-shots a Sevi, just like that. Of course, they have the Bloodlust in their back pocket to commit here, which will let them finish off the trash bag. Good heads-up play from them there. I don't know if they were going to commit the Bloodlust here before, but I guess they needed to in order to get it down without a healer, and of course, they'll be able to res him up after the fact. So hopefully that doesn't impact their dungeon in the long run, but you can see just how they have to play without a healer, without a battle res available, is it's going to be very rough for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, unfortunately... Oh, okay. I thought for a second that Shine did not get the rest out because he got in combat, but it just was because Swag did get the rest out faster because he does have more haste. But yeah, there we go. They did pull this Dragonfly into the 2 mini-bosses, which in the previous runs they were chaining all of this. So the trash pack that they just lasted into this mini-boss with the Dragonfly as well. But of course, on a 29, they maybe didn't even want to do that. Even if Sasavi didn't die, they might have not wanted to commit to that because it would be a pretty crazy pull. But yeah, the timer's still looking good for Perplex. They are continuing, even though they do have those 4 deaths. But yeah, if anything goes wrong from here on out, or at least for the next 6 minutes, they're not going to have any reses left. And the next boss and the 3rd boss are going to be incredibly dangerous for them. I wonder if that's why they lasted to get the Bloodlust for the 3rd boss. That's not 10 minutes, right?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, right, 35-minute timer, if you Bloodlust on your first pull and then you Bloodlust really close to cooldown, you can get the 4 Bloodlusts in, which is what they want to do. So you don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room to pop your lusts. You kind of just need to pop them, within about 30 seconds to a minute of when it comes off cooldown. It just happened to be there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing FSY also do the same thing with their Bloodlust here, just popping it essentially on cooldown on this pack. Just it's good practice in a dungeon with this timer, which is not something we've seen a lot this weekend. We have a lot of 30-minute dungeons in this pool, which give you a lot of different opportunities to move your lust around. So interesting to see the teams very familiar with optimal usage in a slightly longer dungeon.
Yeah, and if you wonder where Direwolves are, they are taking their first 10-minute break. Now we do have a 20-minute break they have to take. It's mandatory for the teams to take that each day. It cannot be they cannot take their break within the first hour of the day and not within the last hour. So as soon as the hour was over, the first hour, Direwolves immediately took their 10-minute break, I guess, to just discuss some things, look at what the other teams are doing, stretch their legs a little bit. It is pretty late for them, right? They're, of course, from the southern hemisphere, so it's actually really late. You have to play through the night.
It's either really late or really early, depending on when you wake up,
Yes.
right? Yeah, it's very, very early in the morning for them, our Aussie friends. So, yeah, big shift for them to play, but they've been putting on a pretty good showing, finding themselves in that third slot, putting themselves in hitting distance of the top two here. And I imagine the way that they were playing in this key, I wonder if they were looking at the times for the other teams and thinking, man, Perplexed, they've got to be doing something in this key that we're missing, right? Because if they're going faster than us, one key level higher than us, we really need to break down what it is that they're doing. And of course, Direwolves also does need to still pump out a couple 30s if they want to find themselves in a spot where they can potentially take top two. So they have a lot of work left to do, taking an early break, taking it easy, making sure they can be as efficient as possible with their runs is definitely a smart play for them. So we'll see what they bring back to the table when they come back from their break. In the meantime, though, we have our first looks at the 29 in the top left. Perplexed, again, still no battle reses, onto the Frog. I've just always called him the Frog. I didn't know his name was the Gulping Goliath. This boss on 29, the damage output is going to be incredibly scary. Lots of AoE casts, lots of frogs moving around. See how they deal with it.
And looking good, of course, that Croak is physical damage. So the two cloth people are going to be the most in danger, but using the defenses correctly, and it doesn't even look that bad for them, as they're now seeing all of those frogs, making sure they're getting all gulped up by the boss. And yeah, using those knockbacks, those frost novas as well for the mage coming out, and they're doing a really good job. As FSY is also in a Gulping Goliath, except that they are a few key levels lower on their side, because of course they did do that 30 Androts at the very start of the day, so they're a little bit behind in their halls. And yeah, I mean, Direwolves, their break should be almost over, so they're going to be, assuming they're going back to that halls, of course, that 28 that they can do. Yeah, I did speak to Holo a little bit, and as he was mentioning that the tournament for them starts at like 1 a.m., I did say, I was thinking, oh my god, that's actually so horrible. But then I said, oh, you know what? Well, at least it's going to be cold, because you play during the night, so it's not so hot. And then I realized actually winter for them, so it's not even an advantage that way either. So, very unfortunate. But they're doing good. They're doing a very good job for the circumstances.
It's even worse when you realize that they have to play the game upside down, right? As a matter of fact,
that too.
Because they're playing, because we're streaming from North America, they actually have to find out how to play the game upside down, because we can't give them upside down clients.
And if you notice, too, the swirlies on the floor and all the dungeons go the opposite direction for them, too. It's really interesting. Yeah, science is crazy like that.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, considering those circumstances, they're doing a great job. As FSY did now finish up the Gulping Goliath there, so let's see if they can just skip. We saw a team, who was it again? Oh, it was Direwolves. Direwolves did wipe on a skip there, accidentally pulled one of these mobs that they're trying to mind soothe and walk past. So let's hope that does not happen for FSY, but they are looking good. There we go. They are going to be pulling this trash pack and then doing the third boss, which is pretty dangerous, but on a 2645, it should be doable. On the other hand, Perplexed on the top left, they are also approaching this boss, and at 29, it is going to be pretty dangerous. They don't have the Bloodlust, because I think it's going to be... I mean, it should be up like halfway through the boss fight, possibly, but I'm not sure if they want to Yeah, they should commit it, right? Because they want to press it kind of on cooldown to get it at the end again, so I think they'll use it. But yeah, technically speaking, you kind of want it at the start of the fight. We'll see how Sasevi heals this boss. It's definitely going to be very, very difficult for them.
Fortunately, they do have that battle res just now coming off of cooldown, so it'll be a little bit of an extra back pocket thing for them to keep themselves alive just in case someone does go down. The ticking damage, though, like you mentioned, gets insane on the higher key levels. I mean, we're going to see him pump out unreal amounts of healing on this boss here with the damage amp on 29. It's going to be scary. I mean, it's even scarier still on the lower key levels, right? This is definitely the healing check fight of the expansion, really, for Dragonflight dungeons. Something that healers actually, you know, I would imagine it's something that they like doing. You know, counterpointed to all of the complaining that we normally see about healing checks.
Actually, like, I think healing this boss is probably... It's challenging, you have to heal... Oh, they're actually pulling this trash back. I wonder... Huh. I wonder if they missed some trash earlier, because I don't think this is what they did. Are they waiting for Bloodlust? Is that what they're doing? Interesting. Or maybe they always did this and they just now noticed. That is also possible, because we've seen so many Halls of Infusions today that it is possible that they're just mixing up the routes between those teams. But yeah, Perplex is going to be approaching that boss. And yeah, I think that this boss, even though it is very hard to heal, I do think, in my opinion at least, it's a little bit, like, it's more chill because the damage is so predictable. Like, you know exactly what's going to happen, right? It's like the same amount of damage the whole fight long. Like, there's never a surprise or any, like, kind of heavy burst damage situations going on. While some other boss fights that we have that are just super, super bursty every once in a while, I feel like those would be a lot more stressful to heal. For me, at least, if I was healing. Because having so much burst heal in such a short amount of time is so dangerous. Like, for example, the first boss in Freehold, when you have to heal people from these pistol shots and you don't know who's going to get hit, and you have to instantly top them, otherwise they die. Like, to me, that sounds more stressful than on this boss. Even though there's a lot more to heal on this boss, at least you know how much damage is going to happen and who is going to get hit. It's just everyone, all of the time.
Yeah, well, here we go. The Bloodlust is coming up in 30 seconds for Perplex. I imagine they'll be popping that almost instantly, just to make sure they can get a fourth Lust off. We'll see, though. Look at the healing meters for them. Actually, we have a great comparison here. FSY on the right doing a 26, doing 180 HPS to keep his team alive, not to mention the extra 75k from the tank as well, and, you know, a little bit of a contribution from the Shadow Priest as well. That's going to be scaled up even higher for Perplex. 3 key levels higher, that's 3 10% modifiers multiplied on top of that. Sevi's probably going to have to put out about 230, 240k HPS to keep the team alive here, which is a pretty heinous number. Now, of course, Holy Paladin in an awesome spot right now to pump out as much HPS as possible. Should be able to do that no problem. Of course, the Bloodlust going to help out a bunch here too. But look at the HPS meters, doing about 210k right now. Pretty impressive.
Whew. Yeah, it's just so much damage. Looking at those health bars just dropping so low whenever there's like a downtime, especially with movement as well, right? What you want to do, like if you do this boss on a really, really high key level, you want to make sure that your healer has to move as little as possible. Preferably, you would even want to bait the front, or like the tornado, away from where the healer is. Of course, you don't want to hit any of these ice blocks with the tornado, but if you all stack up, then the healer does, of course, have to move from the tornado as well, which is what happened here, and that's why everyone dropped so low, right? So say we had to dodge the tornado plus go behind the ice block, and that's when the healing goes down a little bit because of that movement that the healer has to do. They're still looking very good. The mana, of course, looking fine. Holy Paladin's not struggling too much with mana, and Divine Field maybe even picked up Innervate to help out for this fight. Now, we do see some personal still being used. We have Vampiric Embrace ready from Swag as well, that he's going to be using with his PI in just a second. And then we have Dispersion in case something does go wrong. And we have another Obsidian Scales from a Shine ready too. No AM anymore. But yeah, looking good for Perplex, but just so much healing required in this boss.
And keep in mind, this is fortified too, right? Not tyrannical. If it was tyrannical, that'd be another layer of demonic difficulty added on top of that. And we might be seeing them cap out a little bit lower just because of how difficult both this boss and Watcher Iridius are on the healers for their healing check. Of course, the Power Infusion and VE combo is up here. Actually opting to not use the Power Infusion. Going to be saving that for probably Combust on the next pack here. They're very comfortable here with just the with just the Vamp Embrace. Health bar's dropping a little bit low, but Sevi will be able to top them off here in just a second here. Only have to deal with one more, I believe, of these line of sight Hailstorm casts, and they should be good to go. Sevi's mana bar still looking very good. He's in a great spot right now. This is no issue for Perplexed. I mean, this is definitely scalable into a much higher key level in terms of surviving, right? It's just a matter of whether or not you actually have the damage to chew through the HP bars on a higher key level. I think we'll probably see 30 of this key. I don't know if we'll see a 31 though.
I think 30 might be the last thing we see. Except unless they do everything else that is possible, then maybe they might as well attempt a 31. But yeah, it's still the timer is looking good. They have 9 minutes, but it is somewhat close because the last boss actually takes a really long time, depending on how many intermissions they get. They get at least 2, probably 3. So the last boss takes around 5 to 6 minutes. So they do have to clear this somewhat quickly, this area. Also, the mini-boss actually has a lot of HP. In a 29, you might have to outrange the Inundate. Not sure if it one-shots you on a 29. If it does, they will have to outrange it, and that would cost them quite a lot of time as well. We'll see what they do.
Well, there's a lot you can do with a mage in your group, where you have mage pretty much brings enough AoE CC on its own to deal with all the mobs. Not to mention that they have just infinite knockups from.
No, I meant the
Druid,
mini-boss.
from the Evoker. Oh, you meant specifically the mini-boss. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how much that's going to do. They might have to just line that, right?
I'm not sure if you can line it.
No, We'll see. I don't know how much that does on a 29 fortified.
I've never done a
We'll have to see.
29. I know it hurts a lot on a 28, but I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, swag?
Oh, that looked interesting. Just didn't want to play anymore.
That's just one of those ranged
Purpose?
DPS players things, right? Where you strafe jump just so you can cast like an instant cast on the move and also just reposition your character, and then accidentally just jumped off a cliff. Sorry guys, I'll be back in a sec. I mean, they're on a tight timer here though, right? Like 8 minutes left in the dungeon here. They still have the mini boss to deal with. They still have the boss to deal with, and we know for a fact that boss is at least going to be 2 intermissions, potentially even a third if they don't have perfect damage lineups as well. This could be out of time if they aren't really perfect from here on out.
Yeah, I think so as well. They haven't spawned the mini-boss yet. They have to finish off these Ragers to make sure that the mini-boss spawns. And we'll see how they deal with the Inundate, see how much damage it actually does to them. If it doesn't one-shot them, they're probably not going to outrange it, because of course that's a pretty big damage loss for the ranged players to constantly walk out of range to not get hit by that. And as we said, they don't have that much time left necessarily, so if they don't get one shot, they probably want to just stand in there. We'll see what happens, as they did now engage that mini boss. Looks like Swag and Wolf Disco are definitely positioning themselves to outrange, and they're lasting this too. All right, so committing the bloodlust for, or was it a mage lust maybe? I think it was a mage lust. Yeah, it's a mage lust. Never mind.
Yeah, they
that's
used
a lot of damage.
They used the main lust on the previous boss, right? So this is just the mage lust here. So they will have that 4th and final lust for the entire group coming up on one of the phases on this last boss here. Makes sense, though. I mean, dude, the inundate damage is just so nasty here. Let's see what it does when they come out here. They just outrange that one, it looked like? Yeah.
I'm going to Shine outranging now, because I think he procced his cheat death on the first cast there. So now he has to outrange it, which is not good for the Evoker, right? With this 20 yards range, he has to walk pretty far to not get hit by that. They're still, it's dropping pretty fast, considering that they have to outrange it. They're still doing a pretty huge amount of damage to this mini-boss here.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem for them, I don't think it was ever going to be living through certain things in this dungeon. The question is just, do they have enough time with the damage that they have here? Because, dude, the inundate damage on Divine and Sevi, dude, doing 90% of their HP bar every single time it goes out, that's so scary. Able to live through it, though, and they've got the shields on them as well now, so the next one should be a little safer. It's just the nature of some of these bosses on Super High Mythic Plus, when you have these mandatory intermission phases that take a long time to do. You know, the difficulty, obviously already, when you're on a higher key level, the boss is going to have 10% more HP per key level. But the fact that you actually will have to do 1, maybe 2 more intermission phases just adds an extra 2 minutes to the key. So, while they do have 5 minutes left, and that would be enough time on a 27 or 28 to time the key, we're not quite sure if that's enough. On this 29 key level, we'll have to see. I imagine with their opening burst here with no Bloodlust, they'll probably get the boss somewhere in the mid-60s, low 70s range, somewhere in that area. And then it'll really come down to whether or not they can just skip a third intermission.
Yeah, and then another thing is going to be that a weak cast that this boss does, that's also going to do a lot of damage after the intermissions, as the boss is getting buffed a little bit by those casters, those infusers. So we'll see if they have to use any kind of defensives to survive that as well. Shouldn't be a problem for them, but yeah, still another thing that they have to watch out for. And there we go, looking at the boss HP, it is dropping pretty quickly. But yeah, that bar is filling up, and it looks like they might get to around 70%.
Yeah, their burst is done.
Available, but no bloodlust. Yeah, so this is a bit scary for the timer. This is for sure 2 intermissions.
This is a 2 intermission for sure, yeah. When you factor in, yeah, right on the dot mid-60s, that's kind of where I assumed that they would be. So let's see. It's about a minute per main phase, about a minute per intermission phase. With a 2 intermission phase, it should die right around like the... I'm going to say like 445 on this level, on this key level, which means they're going to be like right at the dungeon timer on the 29, which means if they're going to try to do a 30 after this, they're going to have to come up with some sort of aggressive routing or extra way to consolidate trash packs to make this go even quicker. And they're already pulling pretty aggressively in this dungeon as well, so it's going to be hard to see how they could pull off a 30. They might have to go back to the drawing boards and take a break to see if they can figure it out here. But we're not done with this 29 just yet. Into the first intermission here. The Bloodlust is not going to be up for this next phase, so they're going to be saving it for the final boss phase here, and they're going to go for one last burn after the next intermission. So it's going to come down to the wire for them. This is a great first intermission, though. Not too many stacks on the boss, able to get all of these ads stacked up, use their massive amounts of AoE CC to make sure those inundate casts don't go off. Of course, Mage can Dragon's Breath and knock them. There's 2 knocks from the Evoker. They've got knock from the Bear Druid. They've got so much AoE CC to make sure that they shouldn't really ever have to worry too much about those casts going off.
Yeah, I mean, this is for sure worrying for the 30, right? Because if they just barely, if they barely manage to 3-phase the boss here, on a 30 you might even need like an extra phase, which would add another at least 1 minute to the timer, which might not actually make it very possible. They did have, of course, the 4 deaths, and we did have Sasabi go down on that pull earlier. They had to finish the pull without the healer, so they definitely lost some time here and there in this 29. But yeah, 30 definitely going to look a little bit close. As for Plex now, getting into that second intermission, boss is at 34%. That is definitely doable. They have the last, of course, coming up as well, so that's going to be for sure enough damage. Looking at the timer, they do have 2 minutes left, which is enough. Yeah, so they can definitely do it as long as nothing goes wrong here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit faster than the minute per phase that I was talking about. They did the intermission phase much more quickly, so they're definitely easily on pace here. Sevi even using the bubble just to make sure he can run through, stop those for swag, help him get stacked up. They're probably going to get through this intermission phase by about 34 minutes, and then they'll have the Bloodlust plus the big burst in plenty of time to burn down the boss before the next intermission. So it's going to be a time from Perplex, but of course the big question is, what can they do to potentially go into a 30, or do we see them attempt some of the other dungeons, right? They still have that 30 freehold to pick off, right? They could do a 29 Vortex Pinnacle, looks possible. I'm not too sure about the 31s they have on the board, but we'll have to see what they choose to do as they get through the final intermission here. Again, great usage of the AoE-CC available in the group comp here. Everything is prepped. The Bloodlust is off cooldown. Don't look at the UI there. That's just the Mage Lust timer. They have the Evoker Lust for everyone there. All the cooldowns are popped. Not quite yet, actually waiting for the PI, but then we're going to get the Breath of Eons on top of the Combustion. Everything will be sent into the boss, and this boss will not be long for this world.
Yeah, they definitely do have enough damage here. And yeah, I think, as you said, the 31s for them is going to be difficult, but I do think that a 31 would really seal the deal for them, right? Because our first tiebreaker is, of course, highest key level. So if any other team manages to get the same amount of points as they have, but they have the 31 and the other team does not, then they would just automatically win. But yeah, there it goes. Did have 34 seconds left almost on the key timer, which is not a lot of time. So definitely very close on this 29. Yeah, I feel like before you do 30 hauls, you would want to go somewhere else, just because of how close this looked for them. But it's also fresh in their minds. So if they think the 30 is possible, this would be the best time to attempt it now, because all the other keys that they can do are also very difficult. So maybe trying this first makes sense, unless they think it's just too tight and other dungeons would be easier for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they go. They're in the freehold. We can see the green dot has moved to the freehold on our scoreboard in the bottom left here. So yeah, going to be picking up that 30 freehold. They have plenty of time left on that timer. Just trucking the 29 yesterday with over 3.5 minutes left. 30 should be very easy for them. And also perplexes the team. Did they actually end up doing the Enforcer first strat that we saw from other teams as well? Do you remember? where they just
think
go to the
so,
Enforcers
yeah.
right away and Lust. Yeah, I like that strategy a lot from them. If that's what they end up doing, that'll help them out with their consistency on the first pull of the dungeon. Dude, Perplexed, not wasting any time, already starting their key, already into the 30 freehold, off to the races. We'll have to see how it goes. And yep, and whizzing past that first pack, we'll see them head up to the double Enforcer and Lust that. But we've been focusing a lot on Perplex here. Let's take a look around the board and see what other teams have going on across the board. FSY now into that 28 hulls of infusion after two-chesting the 26. Going to be important for them to get that one down. Mandatory just now getting to the end of their 28 here. This is not going to be a two-chest from them, not even close. Going to be pulling the boss with about 2.5 minutes left on that two-chest timer. So just going to be going for the one chest here, and then they'll get their attempt at the 29 afterwards. Direwolves look like they're making relatively good time in their 28 as well, only about halfway in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for them as well. But, run's going well for teams across the board here. Really no major hiccups today from any of the teams.
Yeah, what is two chesting 28 is not really happening, right? Like they have 28. No, this is not happening. They also have 0 deaths. Depending on how much sanguine heal they had, like if it actually was a perfect run, then I guess no other teams can two chest this either. But didn't really look at them too much, so I'm not sure if they actually got some problems with sanguine somewhere. But looking at the boss splits, 10:20 for Direwolves on Watcher Iridius, and 8:53 for Mandatory. So Mandatory being more than a minute quicker than Direwolves, so that means Direwolves for sure is not going to get two chests either. And FSY on the bottom right did just start their 28, so we cannot really tell yet if that is something that they could do. Yeah, Perplexed now done with that Enforcer pool on the bottom left as they're in that 30 freehold. We already have a 30 freehold timed by Mandatory, so we definitely know that it's very doable. They just have to execute it. As I stated, Crims actually does go down for Mandatory during that intermission phase. Oh, they had one of those infusers immediately walk to them. Yeah, this is something that can happen on this boss fight, where an infuser does not channel. Like as soon as you get sent to the side, the infuser will just like interrupt the channel and move towards like one of the range players, which can be very deadly. And that's probably what killed Crims here. Thankfully, they had the battle rest available, and the timer is not really a problem for them, so they can recover this. But yeah, that is not ideal. Very unfortunate.
Well, the other thing as well that's going to be dangerous for them here, and they'll have to make sure they pay very close attention to, those 3 infusers were channeling on the boss for a solid 20 seconds there. This boss is going to have a very large damage amp on it. In that first AoE cast that it does, might actually end up being a problem for them. They have enough overall AoE group damage, like group damage reduction, where it shouldn't be a problem, but this is going to be a little bit more scary than it usually is, and hopefully it doesn't end up in a potential, tank death or a group death here. We have to make sure that they're on top of that here. Look at the damage on that 28 Tempest Fury. That did more damage than what we saw from the 29 in Perplexity.
Yeah, that was so scary. They do have to use some of those defensives to make sure they can survive it. That was even through like the rallying cry from Maestin there, the Obsidian Scales. So that was actually a lot of damage coming in. We do have Aura Mastery from Moat available for that next Tempest Fury to be able to survive, and Dispersion is available as well for RX in case something does go wrong here. But we do see another Obsidian Scales coming in, plus AM actually being committed as well, just to make sure that everyone is safe. And it is looking good as the boss is dropping lower and lower. They do get another intermission phase here, which is no problem, as they do have enough time left, for sure. Unless another infuser is chasing them down again. Let's hope it does not happen one more time for a Mandatory there. But yeah, Direwolves on their 28 on the top right also looking pretty good. Their split, actually not so good. I mean, looking at the Galloping Goliath death, 1832, while for Mandatory dead at 1555. So they're actually quite a lot slower. Direwolves may be in danger to run out of time at the end. But, I mean, yeah, Mandatory has so much time left. They have like 5 minutes left, right? So I think Direwolves are just fine, as long as they don't have any major mistakes from here on out.
So looking back at that run from Perplex to figure out if a 30 is potentially on the table for them, looking at the Sanguine healing in that run, overall, their run was relatively clean. They do have a battle res for him, so they'll be able to get him back up, so it's not too big of an issue. And of course, this is just the first attempt at the 30. Yeah.
Like, is he maybe missing like a buff or something?
It just happened in the 30.
Because if he gets one shot by every... Oh, he's line of sighting it, I see. Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's trying to line it.
Actually needs to line it, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Going
Sorry.
back to
Well-
looking at the Halls of Infusion, though, really quickly. They had about
I was
100
gonna
million
say.
sanguine healing in the first couple pulls of the dungeon. So if they can clean that up, maybe they have enough time. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Doa.
No, I was just going to kick you off the broadcast. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's not me you're kicking off.
Oh, you're right.
It's
No,
me you're
Nagura,
kicking,
you
but
can stick
before
around.
you kick me, I
You
just
can
want to
stick
say that Direwolves is like almost swiping to a trash pull on the top right. And as I was saying, their
Yeah.
timer was already looking pretty bad because they were so far behind to mandatory splits, and now they're having extra issues here. So I hope they can time this 28. That would be a big time loss. Okay, I'm leaving now. Sorry.
I am the Grim Reaper of casters this weekend. You'll be back later, Nagura. See you then. And welcome, Tettles, to the broadcast. How you doing?
Not bad. Nagura is absolutely spot on talking about direwolves in that 28 in
Yeah.
the top left. I'm looking at Perplex time. Whenever they were doing their 29, direwolves looks like they're still in a position to be able to time the key. But I don't know how they're supposed to be looking to do a 29 with these timers that they have right now.
I mean, this is just not clean by any stretch of the imagination, right? If they do
Yeah.
put together a clean run, 29 might be on the table for them. I don't think we can really extrapolate anything from this 28 for Direwolves.
Sanguine is really like a silent killer in this dungeon, and yeah, like you were saying, I was looking at the logs too before I came on. With that perplexed run, they had somewhere in the order of 96 million sanguine healing. When in reality, like a normal Halls of Infusion run, you're probably getting about 55 to 60. So Perplex had an abnormally large amount of sanguine healing. At the same point, though, I think the 30 Halls of Infusion is something that you go to after. I feel like there are a lot of other dungeons that you can do before you end up needing to try the 30 Halls of Infusion.
I think it's important to put into context how much that 100 million sanguine healing is, right? Because, it sounds like a lot when you think about it, but the amount of actual raw HP there is in the dungeon to chew through is pretty important. Like, looking again at this log, if you reset, the whole dungeon, it did about, 1.7 billion overall damage. So the 100 million damage that they had to add because of sanguine ends up being about like a 6 or 7% increase in damage. So if they're able to cut down on that and pull a little more aggressively, the 30 might just barely squeak into possibility. And of course they did have some deaths on the board, so added timers as well there. It's gonna be tough for them to pull it off, but maybe it's something they can possibly do, revisit later in the day.
Not all sanguine is made equal here, right? Like, if you heal the Geomancers, who cares? If you heal the Defenders, you're kind of sad, but you're not, like, super mad. If you end up healing the Containment Apparatus, you're really upset. Not all sanguine is made equal with what it's healing. Looking up at the Direwolves here, now on the main screen, the timer that they want to beat is around the 25-minute mark. If they come off this boss and they're anywhere under 25 minutes, they're kind of chilling. If they're anywhere over 25, let's say 30, we are very scared.
Oh yeah, I mean it's definitely a rough one, but this death is not going to be good for them. This is going to cost them a ton of time. They're going to be DPSing this boss with just 2 natty DPS, no Augie buffs whatsoever here. This is also a lot of damage reduction they're losing too.
So we're thankful that's the Aug Evoker. Now the downside is that that's a lot of our buffs, but on the upside is that it is the Aug Evoker. If you lost one of the DPS here, you're effectively losing like half of your DPS because the Aug Evoker's contribution level on their own is like near 0. So if somebody was going to die, you're kind of hoping it's the Aug Evoker. I guess you're hoping that nobody dies. But looking at the timer here, Direwolves is honestly okay, even with all 5 of these deaths. I think that they're still in an all right spot to time the key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 24-20 on the kill here is going to be enough time for them to complete the key. It's just a question of whether or not they can get through this last section of the dungeon with no battle res. Like, they'll get one up when they get to the boss, essentially, but that's the Bloodlust as well, which will be coming up like maybe on their very last boss phase. It's going to be tight for them. They need to play clean here. They need to have no further mistakes, which, doesn't sound like too tall of a task, but the dungeon's already been riddled with small personal mistakes, right? So we just need to see Direwolves clutch it up here, get the 28 done so they can move on and, work towards getting themselves back into the competition here.
Is this Lust Timer accurate for Direwolves?
I believe so, yes.
I got absolutely bamboozled by the perplexed lust, and so now I'm questioning the lust timer. Yeah, I got really gaslit. I was like, I don't know if they're beating this down phase. So now with Direwolves without the lust, there's a question as to whether or not they get +1 phase on Primal Tsunami, which That's a pretty large time loss if they get +1 phase over where other teams are on that boss.
Well, they'll have the bloodlust up before the end of the dungeon timer, right? At least about a minute before the end of the dungeon.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, Jack going down as well. That is terrible because they still have more than half of this trash pack left to deal with. That's one of their damage dealers, which, like you mentioned, is essentially losing like 1.5 damage dealers because that's one less buff that your augmentation
released.
can back out. Yeah, he has to release. I mean, this trash pack is still over half HP. He has to find a way to run back. Unfortunately, with the runbacks and Halls of Infusion, it's going to take him over a minute to get here.
Can we get a Jack cam? Just so we can watch this run back? I want to see how far he is.
Do they even actually have the skip unlocked?
Well, yeah.
Can he get by? Okay, they do.
It's
All
open. You pull that pack that's to the right, and so he's going to be able to make it. But we're going to see him show back up in probably another minute. It's a really long run back.
Oh, you hate to see it. I mean, all things said, it's still somehow going to be possible for Direwolves. They really went. They went for broke there with that pull. That was a large pull, pulling essentially like 3 packs of mobs together, just trying to save as much time as possible. And I would say the net result is probably neutral for them with the death there. He's still back
coming.
With the group, unfortunately.
He's still running.
You know, at least he'll get a little bit of a movement speed boost when he jumps down the hole there, but yeah, this is going to be rough for them. They still have to deal with the mini boss. I'd say on 28. What do you need? What do you think they need? Probably 4.5 minutes for the boss.
I think that Jack maybe should have played a Night Elf so that he got to increase his stride length. That way, he's able to run back faster.
Is that how that works?
I think that's how it should work. I think that dwarves and goblins and stuff should actually run slower.
No, man, they just take faster small steps. That's how it works.
Why are they able to run faster?
Oh, you know.
How are you feeling about Perplex versus Mandatory right now? Both of them are at 176.
It's really, really close, honestly. Perplexed has been playing better today, though. Perplexed has been like heads and shoulders faster than every other team today. It's honestly kind of sickening to keep saying it. It makes it seem like I'm favoring them more, but they really just have been going a lot faster than everyone else today. I think the biggest point of reference I had for that was their 27-2 chest of Halls of Infusion was almost a minute faster than Direwolves' 2 chest of the 26. So they're going a minute faster, 1 key level higher. They're just set. And as I mentioned, this Direwolves, I thought Chompy got knocked off there, but he managed to, I think, wild charge back on, or maybe he got lucky and landed on the lip, but that's another death for Jack. Unfortunate for them again. Is he going to release again? They've got a fresh Rager. They've got a full HP mini-boss on top of them as well. If they want to still try to time this key, he has to release. He can't sit here and wait for 2 minutes.
Bro,
there it is.
I think they deplete this key off of that death.
That death might spell the end, yeah.
You want a bit over 5 minutes on this boss. This boss, very long, and then it gets exponentially longer as you start to go into higher key levels because of how the phases end up working. I think that this might be the final nail in the coffin for Direwolves in this dungeon, which it's probably a bit too close to call, but I think it might be the end of their weekend if they deplete this key 35 minutes in.
I mean, essentially, I feel like for Direwolves in the position that they're in to have an outside chance of making it top 2, they'd really need Mandatory and Perplex to not improve at all.
I think
this
weekend,
I think
Direwolves and FSY need to have basically a perfect day, and they need either Mandatory or Perplex to kind of choke it up right now and stop playing that well.
Not necessarily choke it up, but at least run into a brick wall of keys that really can't be upgraded without
if
major resistance.
Yeah, for example, if Mandatory spends, 2 hours trying to tie them this 29, they don't get it done, FSY comes in and one-shots it after their 28, that's kind of the opening that you need, right? Whereas that would be a good position. Then FSY has to go and get points elsewhere. They have to be able to time, 30 Freehold and 30 Nail Slayer pretty quickly, but it's still possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's low chance, but it's an outside shot. This dungeon, though, I'm calling it. Jack's still not back with the group. They're going to need at least 4 minutes, probably 4.5 minutes for this boss, because it's going to be a double intermission phase boss for sure. Unless they can somehow do the intermission phases faster than anyone we've ever seen before, it's going to be extremely rough for them. And they're still not through this mini-boss yet, right? This is going to cost them another probably 30 seconds here, especially if they get another Aqua Rager spawn. They might just have to end up dragging that into the boss, give themselves an extra second target. Look at the HP bars, though. They're trying to do as much damage as possible just to burn through this mini-boss. If their HP is that low when the next Inundate cast goes off, it could easily be yet another death for them here. Chaz making sure he gets out of range to not take damage. Jack doesn't get out of range, but he's able to keep himself alive. The timer is just... I don't know if the timer is there. It's going to be about 4 minutes left in the dungeon by the time they pull the boss.
I think you really want it north of 5 minutes to be pretty confident in being able to kill this. Obviously, it is fortified, so that does help. Maybe they can save a phase on it, but still, it's like... I just don't think it's 4 minutes.
Well, they're going to try. They're already 30 minutes into the key. No reason to throw 30 minutes away if you can just spend another 4 minutes trying. We'll see how it goes here for them. They've got everything up. They're even just pulling in 3 Aqua Ragers as well, just making sure they can do as much boss damage as possible. So we'll check in with them in a little bit and see how it goes. They pulled the boss with almost exactly 4 minutes left on the key. So they're going to have some... they'll have to have some pretty much absolute banger intermission phases to even give themselves an outside chance here. So we'll have to see. But let's check in again with our other teams here and see where their splits are across the board. Mandatory. Finishing off Watcher Iridius here. They're going to be finishing this off actually very quickly. I think 10:20 was the split we saw from Perplexed in their 29. They're going to die at like 9:40.
Yeah, exactly. I have it marked down as 10:19. So yeah, being able to... We were talking about Perplexed having abnormally large amounts of Sanguine healing towards the beginning of the dungeon. Mandatory... I don't want to say they had like 0 Sanguine healing, but they had a pretty low amount. What is Mandatory doing?
Are they doing a different route? Interesting.
Are they doing different... Okay. So a lot of teams today have been playing Frog Gauntlet. Frog Gauntlet, especially on Sanguine and as the key gets higher, becomes really, really challenging. But typically it's still played because this area that the teams are in is normally seen as a little bit slower. There's a little bit more travel time. Not as efficient in count, although it's not too terrible. But let's see how Mandatory is able to pull this off. If they're able to take all of this trash and take it into the shock casters, I think that you could make a pretty convincing argument that this pull is much more efficient than the Frog Gauntlet. I'm just interested in seeing how far Mandatory is going to go, and it looks like they're going all the way. They're going all the way. This is going to be their last 2. This is a crazy pull if they're able to pull it off. Are they still going, actually? It looks like they kind of stopped a little bit. We're not dealing with the shock casters with this, which makes sense.
Okay, that's acceptable. I mean, this is still an insane pull to go for.
So this is typically deemed as a little bit slower, but it's much safer, and it might be better on Sanguine. This is one of those situations that, like, it might just be like a Sanguine diff kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I actually...
Look at this kiting.
That makes a lot of sense
perfect.
here. They can kite this out perfectly, too. This is beautiful. And this is like maximum flame patch up time, maximum kite up time. They'll get a little bit of healing on these skitterflies at the end here, but really not too big of an issue. They're
going to have to... they're going to get a little bit more count, is the thing, too. I wonder what they're going to change about their route to get a little bit more count. But that can be easily adapted with... We've seen teams take, like, a patrolling pack into the Dragon that's after the Gulping Goliath. Stuff like that is... there hasn't been, like, a uniform route for this dungeon. Although the routes are very similar, there's only, like, 2 or 3 pulls of difference that you're going to see between the teams. If there is a question as to where they're going to get just a hair more count from.
Let's check in now. It's been about 3 minutes. Let's check in with Direwolves here. They've got the Primal Tsunami at 20%. They got to the second intermission. They were trying to push that second intermission. 1 minute left into the key, and instead of attempting it, they just town portal out. It was not going to happen for them. Really, really unfortunate. Hate to see it. That's what happens. Those individual mistakes really stack up, and, you know, partnered with the fact that this dungeon just has a really unforgiving run back with, you know, not any checkpoints whatsoever. It's just a really rough dungeon to make those mistakes in.
Top left-hand corner of your screen, FSY cruising, also doing an insane pull. It looks like they triple pull this bridge, which... So, most tanks, I will say, are incapable of triple pulling the bridge whenever you have this dragon. However, if you play with that orange class, that Guardian Druid, that's a big Incarn pull for them. And they're able to triple pull the bridge, able to stay alive. There's a lot of tank damage on that pull, and so the fact that FSY was able to deal with this, have no deaths throughout the whole entire dungeon, make sure that they're managing Sanguine well, it's looking great for them. I think that they now just have like this one final pull before they end up summoning the mini-boss.
Yeah, they're doing great, and I mean, obviously the 2 chest timer is off the board, right? That last boss we know is about a 4.5 minute timer, but setting themselves up for success here. This 28 should be easy for them, which means, you know, theoretically, if they play the same way in the 29, it should be easy for them as well. So we'll have to check in on what their actual ending timer is going to be in that 28.
Is this the white flag for Direwolves, you think?
I don't know. I mean, they're still attempting to gain the plus score, and I mean,
they have to be in Halls of Infusion at some point, right? Like
they do.
Yeah.
But they also have to get the 30s done at some point if they want to try to win tiebreakers, so there's a lot that they have to do in the position that they're in. And of course, this one's going to be a reset with Chaz going down right on the pole here.
So how our tiebreakers work is it's highest key, second highest key, third highest key, etc., and then it's timer.
Yeah. It
seems like there's a max on a decent number of these keys, to the point where like highest key tiebreaker I don't necessarily think is going to be like a factor for I think that if there's 3 teams, they're going to probably have very similar, if not the exact same score, and then time tiebreaker is probably going to be what we're going off of, and Direwolves for most of the weekend have not had a pretty advantageous time tiebreaker. Like Skyline, for example, had, if it went to time tiebreaker, Skyline had them beat in terms of time tiebreaker.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know. Direwolves are in a really precarious position here.
Yeah. I mean, Direwolves is playing for third. Let's be honest. I mean, they've been playing well.
Yeah.
They've been playing well, but you and I both TFT players. We know when to consolidate our position and say, okay, we're not playing for first anymore. We're playing for third. Let's make the best of what we got here. And I mean, it's rough for them, right? Like we were talking about earlier with Nagura. The timing of the competition for them, not something we can really fix because they're on the other side of the world. But they're playing at like 2 a.m. in the winter. They're probably all freezing right now. It's a rough spot for them to be in, but they've made the best of it. They've made it to the top 4. They've made it to the Sunday. They're playing really well considering the circumstances. Dudes are insane players.
I mean, this is one of the best teams on live.
For sure. Like 100%.
They were, for a large majority of the season so far, they've been top 3 teams on live. And it's like, so yeah, they've been playing, they've been absolutely smashing the season. They're very good.
Yeah. Would you say that they got more dogged?
I would say they got healing statted. All right, Perplex in the bottom right-hand corner. Kind of just grinding away at this 30 freehold. Let me pull up some timers for 30 freehold, see what we're looking for. Okay, so Mandatory did a 30 freehold, and they killed Trothak at 22-18. So whenever we're looking at the Ring of Booty split for Perplex, I mean, it looks like Perplex is making good time. Now, I don't think Mandatory had to do this pull. I'm pretty sure Mandatory pulls 0 trash in this area, where Perplexed is doing... I would say this is a very aggressive pull. It's a large amount of tank damage, but assuming that Divine is able to stay alive, there's no Oarsman deaths, it's doable. I mean, you need to make sure that you're getting kicks, make sure that you're getting stops on all of the casters, but like, if Perplex is able to pull this off, their timer is looking very nice.
Yeah, timer's omega fine for them, actually, if they're able to get through this pull, and they've gotten through the brunt of the danger here. Just need to make sure they finish this off. Don't let too many of these casts go off. I believe a Painful Motivation just went off at the last second, but shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as there's not a live Enforcer, and of course that's already been dead. This is looking really, really good for Perplex. They're going to give themselves about 5.5 minutes to deal with like this last trash pack plus the boss. I don't know. They're looking awesome right now.
Mm-hmm. This boss hurts, by the way. This last Harlan's sweet, especially once you start to get to like higher levels, is no joke. That is a fight that, his wicked dagger that he puts on players like absolutely chunks you, especially if you're like on a major Priest, one of these clothies. So how it works is it's a bleed, but the initial hit is like physical damage, and so the clothies, whenever they get hit by it, get smoked.
Yeah, I mean, it is a ridiculous amount of bleed damage, even to like like a Warlock does a lot of burn damage. So here we go. Trash count is done.
Oh, we're fine.
We're going to be using the mage to invis skip the trash as well, right? You've got a Mind Soothe, mage will pull the boss, mage will invis off the aggro, similar to the Neltharion Slayer skips that we've been seeing throughout the weekend as well. And here we are, 6 minutes on the boss. A little less than that, but still plenty of time. Just have to stay alive. Staying alive, name of the game here.
Yeah, this dude's probably what, like 4-minute encounter, maybe 4.5-minute encounter on Fortified.
Yeah.
This guy could get really long on Tyrant. But the teams, something that's actually super important is, since this was a time trial dungeon, and like Perplex was one of the best teams in time trials for this key in particular, they already kind of know what to expect, and they're probably going to like overpress defensives in a lot of areas on this boss, just to make sure that they're able to stay alive.
Now, the other thing as well, the way that they're playing this dungeon with not pulling that trash pack in the center of the room, this is really like the BFA style of dealing with this boss, right? You're going to be hooped up in this corner here, probably going to have to stack and move with the cannon barrages in Phase 2 and Phase 3. The sabers are a little easier to dodge now, obviously, with the better visuals you had back in the day, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. It's really the big danger is really just going to be the overlap of the bleeds plus the cannon barrage. They're going to need to have a lot of personals up just to live through those. Ooh, that's not great. Spag having to actually use the disperse there to live.
It's ideal to be stacked up for a lot of different reasons too. First off, if you're stacked up for the Aug Evoker, they can help off heal a little bit. It also helps the Holy Paladin be able to top people a little bit quicker if they're stacked up. So there are other advantages of being fully stacked, not only just like, oh, we have to because of space.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it saves space, but it also makes it easier for everyone to like get a gauge on where they are, though. But let's take a little look here. We're getting out of Phase 1 very shortly here, getting into Phase 2 in the next couple of seconds here. Now, I actually wonder, do you think they lost Phase 2 just for safety? It is the most dangerous part of the fight.
I think you lost on CDs. I don't think it's about like pushing this to 60%. I think we're pressing it on our cooldowns because
in 20 they probably pop it.
Phase 3 is also dangerous, right? Like you're sending bops and stuff in Phase 3, but like I think that you just press it once you have your offensive cooldowns up, and then you just optimize for CDs. So I think that once
there's one of the combos.
I think once this Void Eruption comes up, we're pressing.
Yeah, well dealt with by the team there. No issues whatsoever. Sevi keeping everyone nice and safe here. Here's the Lust on the Power Infusion, on the Breath of Eons, with the Combust. This boss is going to pop very, very quickly. Of course, remember that last 30% is also double damage taken as well. So this boss is well below half HP. Perplexed, going at an insane pace here. Still have 3 minutes left, by the way.
FSY just crushed their Halls of Infusion, too, in the top left. Getting that done in like 30:45 or something like that. Absolutely crazy timer for them. But yeah, Perplexed, I think, is the main attraction here. If they're able to get this, they'll be bumped up to 177 points, and I think that they're going to even be ahead of Mandatory in terms of how many points they have, just with that Halls of Infusion advantage. And so, I mean, their Bloodlust is faded. This is the most dangerous part of Heartland, but now you're going to start seeing things such as all of the Dwarf's racials are going to be used here in a second, and then on top of that, we're going to see a Bop coming out, probably to be able to prevent that bleed. This is probably the most dangerous part of the fight, but with the boss taking double damage like you talked about a second ago, it's not going to last very long.
Yeah, I mean, the Combustion came back off cooldown already again there from the Lust, and the boss is just getting destroyed here.
This guy's dead.
It's going to be a 28-minute flat run on 30 from Perplexed. If you can do a 28 flat 30 run, 31 is potentially timeable. It's just a matter of whether or not you can live through some of the burst AoE this dungeon has on the 31, but you definitely could see it with that timer, no?
I mean, the timer, yeah. Generally, I like to budget out 2 minutes whenever you're trying to go up a key level. If you're 2 minutes under on the key level below, I think it's possible. Now, they do start to run into issues on the 31, such as bosses starting to one-shot them. They might actually have to start taking some DPS losses to play for a little bit more survivability, such as wearing like the Choker shielding or swapping onto Spore Cloak if they really wanted to. It's kind of been a question as to like who's playing what, like when are we optimizing for damage versus survivability. And like once you start to push to the 31, we already saw people getting one shot on the first boss on a 30. Like getting one shot on the first boss on a 31 just becomes even more likely if you're not playing perfect.
Was that their only death of the dungeon? I actually didn't see their overall death timers. I just remember Swag died on the first boss, and that was, I think, it.
I think that was
for them.
Was that in a different run, or was that the same run?
I feel like it was the same run. They only did one attempt, I believe. Let me pull up the VOD just to make sure.
Yeah, they only have one death total. I just pulled it up.
Was it only just the one death? Okay, yeah. I mean that was an insanely clean run. I mean, I don't know if it gets much better than that.
Well, I can think of something that could make things even better.
31 Azure Vault? I like that.
No,
too. Good point, Doa.
Dungeon question. Let's have a dungeon question.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's. Yeah. What's the next one? Let's see what it is. Here, how many waterfalls pour into the halls of Infusion Rotunda? Is it
Okay,
1,
can you
4,
define
3, or
rotunda?
6? The big round area that dominates most of the dungeon.
Okay, but can you define rotunda?
Can I define rotunda? Rotunda is it's kind of like a round entry area in a large building, I think. I don't know if that's the official definition. That's what I think of.
Can I get
a
origin?
I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Yeah, well, what do you think? What are you going to pick?
Well, okay, so it's a little bit weird because there's 4 lanes, right? So I would assume that there's 4 waterfalls. But
Yeah, that is an
isn't
assumption
it-
you could
aren't
make.
Aren't they all
possibly.
split into 2? So shouldn't it technically be 8?
I mean, that answer is not on the list.
All right,
So maybe they're wrong.
No, that's not possible.
I'm going with 3. C. Final
All right,
answer.
Tettles says 3, C. Zyronic, do you want to stick with B, or do you want to alter your decision?
I'll stick with 4.
Okay, so Zyronic sticks with 4. What's the answer? How many waterfalls are there? There are 4.
Yeah.
You are correct. There you go. See? There it is. Yeah.
Oh, they're talking
just took-
about those waterfalls. Oh,
Yeah, the big waterfalls, the big obvious
okay.
ones.
So like you see like the plus sign here, how there's like lanes of water on either side of them. I thought that's what they were talking about.
That's not a waterfall. Is the water
Okay,
falling in
they
that?
kind of are a little. They kind of do fall
No.
down because you got to go down the stairs.
It's like a little.
Right?
It's like a little stream.
All right.
Like Zyronic goes to like a cafe, that has one of those like water features that you walk over when you walk into it, and he's like, "Oh, look at the waterfalls."
I think I got
Those are not waterfalls, Zyronic.
I think I got scammed.
I don't know. I think you could pretty easily count 4 there, Tettles.
No,
See,
no,
I
no.
was-
I think I got scammed by your use of the word rotunda.
I was right for the wrong reasons, which is technically correct, which is the
It's-
best kind of correct.
It's literally called the Infuser's Rotunda when you go into the dungeon.
Nobody looks at that.
I didn't make
Did
the
not
name
ask. Plus rotunda.
up. I did not ask.
I did not.
There's a lot of
ask
rotunda talk.
What the actual name of it was.
Well, now you know. Chat, if you want to weigh in and let us know what your definition of rotunda is, go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
Tettles, I have unfortunate news for you. You didn't get scammed. Switch chat poll says so.
It's true.
The titles
you
get
legit just got it
scammed.
wrong.
Yes, vote. All right, we're done with that. Wait, did Perplexed zone into Azure Vault and then zone out of Azure Vault? Why we got their card?
Looks like they took a
They're
break.
taking a bit of a break, we're being told.
So they zone into Azure Vault. They go, you know what? I think now's a good time for a break. I gotta go use the restroom. And then
FSY is also on break too, and we're kind of in a little bit of a lull. Do you?
FSY
have
was
any more
blasting their
questions?
halls of infusion. I feel like
I think we do. I mean, we could. I think we've got one question left. I mean,
Okay.
if,
Oh,
if our
only one left
producers-
total? Oh.
One left, well, for this weekend, that is. But it depends on if our producer's ready to toss it up on the screen or not. But there we go. Which animal do the statues near the Grand Vizier Ertan resemble? Is it A, crane, B, lion, C, eagle, or D, deer?
Grand Vizier is the first
Grand
boss
Vizier
of
Yeah, first boss of
Vortex.
Vortex.
Vortex Pinnacle, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, good God.
Yep. You walk
Dude,
past these
Doa,
literally
I-
every time you do the dungeon.
Maybe I shouldn't admit this on broadcast, but I only have a 50% like success rate on these questions so far this
That's
weekend.
true.
Oh, what did the? I don't know, man. All right, what is chat saying?
Okay.
No,
okay,
don't look at chat.
I think I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to go with B. I think B makes the most sense to me.
Uh-huh.
They've kind of got the whole, like, winged lion theme going on down in Oldham. That's my guess.
Okay. Zyronic
All right.
goes with B, lion, on account that there are lions with wings elsewhere in the area.
As everybody knows, I have 3 lifelines. I'm going to choose Ask the Audience. So, audience, can you please type the correct answer a
Wait,
bunch
what?
of times really quickly for
No,
me? I'm
don't.
using my lifeline. You didn't use yours. Please type the correct answer, and I will
All right.
probably pick it.
This just in. Actual adult male choosing to trust Twitch chat to make decisions for him. This is something a human being is doing right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm getting a lot of
Well,
ease.
There's a lot of
audience
different
is
things
being
here.
asked.
I see a lot of scattered decisions here. Chat has chosen C, eagle.
All right, I'm going with
But-
C Eagle.
Okay, let's see what the answer is. What animals do the statues
No way it's
represent?
eagle.
Resemble?
Well, the collective brain of Twitch chat is surely smarter than me.
It's a crane.
It's a crane.
What?
It's a crane. Twitch
Guys,
got it wrong.
guys.
I'm surprised. Yeah.
What?
Chat.
There it is.
I trusted you.
That is not an eagle. If
I
you think that's an
trusted
eagle,
you.
need to review your bird knowledge.
I got scammed.
I mean, you
Nintendo's
walk
got
past them
scammed
every single
again.
time you do the
Current
dungeon tells.
poll. No.
There you go. There's no excuse. Like, you literally walk between them to go and fight the boss.
It's an eagle of the sea, the crane, of course.
What?
Eagle of the sea.
Cranes don't need to live in the sea. I'm in Minnesota, and there's tons of cranes here. There's
It's
no
the
sea
eagle
in
of the sea,
Minnesota.
Doa, please.
Cranes are the eagle of the sea. Tuttles 2023. All right. Write it down.
All right, don't let Tettles getting scammed twice in a row distract you from the fact that Mandatory is on their first intermission on this 29 Halls of Infusion.
There you go.
They're absolutely crushing this key, by the way. They are going so fast. Plenty of time on the Primal Tsunami here. Where did they save all this time over Perplex? It's got to be Sanguine Management, right?
Sanguine, yeah. Okay, hold on. I'll do some number crunching for us. Give me 1 moment. I'll tell you how much Sanguine
Push the
healing they
glasses
did.
up. Let's see some research here.
In the current active run, healing enemies, half as much. They have 45 million healing from Sanguine Icar.
Oh, sheesh. Yeah, that's a big difference.
Versus, okay, again, so they have 45 million healing from Sanguine. Just to put into context, Perplexed had 96. So, like, literally twice. Perplex had twice as much Sanguine healing. That is where Mandatory is able to save minutes off of the timer, which then makes me think that the 30 is doable just looking at Mandatory's timer. Now, it does require a near-perfect run, not only in terms of play, because Mandatory has a deathless run right now, but also in terms of Sanguine management.
The clip that they're going at, the Lust isn't even off cooldown yet. I mean, it'll be off cooldown whenever they get to their next main phase, which is where they're going to be, finishing the boss off, technically. But dude, the clip at which they're going, they could actually get a third intermission and still time this key. That's how fast they've been going in this key. I mean, the single management has been perfect. I imagine also a lot of this has to be attributed to how well Trash is being kept together as well, because that's another big cap as well for tanks, especially on Sanguine.
I mean, they're also running that alternative route that we haven't seen from any other teams, where they're not playing through that Frog Gauntlet. Instead, they're playing through that top side area, which is typically seen as slower, but numbers don't lie whenever you look at their Sanguine healing. Like, they were able to save a lot of Sanguine healing by not pulling that gauntlet.
The numbers don't lie. They spell disaster for you at sacrifice. Yeah, they're doing a great job here on the infusers. I mean, the question is, okay, 39% on the boss with the Bloodlust. Power infusion coming up in 40 seconds.
So, Perplex were at 35. But Perplex were at 35, and they were able to kill it a bit before the intermission. So I do think the 39% is doable for Mandatory, but even if it's not, we can still have plenty of time. Oh, we're waiting on CDs. Look at this. We're leaving this guy polymorphed.
Yeah.
We're waiting on our power
on
infusion.
CDs.
Okay.
He's mind controlled and polymorphed.
I don't hate this.
That dude is locked down. Sleepwalking him as well. Power infusion up in 10 seconds. Let's pull the trigger here. Bloodlust popped. Breath of Eons instantly popped. Maybe just a little bit early here, but I guess you get the majority of the power infusion in as well. PI instantly, please, RX. Where's it at? Where's it at? There it is.
His Void Eruption just came up, so...
All right, perfect. Here we go. Off to the races. There's going to be plenty of burst damage. They'll get through this phase, no problem whatsoever here. Just going to make sure they don't accidentally eat one of these wayward water orbs as well and live through the next Tempest Fury, and it should be totally fine. The burst damage is going to run out just a little bit here, but with the boss in the single-digit percentages, should be totally fine for them.
RX is still in Void Eruption for probably another 15 or 20 seconds, especially with Lust up. So like he was going to be in Void Eruption for like this whole entire phase. So yeah, I think that they probably still had 10 seconds of leeway. I think that they would probably be able to beat that on a 30. Now, do they go 30, Zyro, and then they run it back and expect to have the same level of cleanliness in their run? Because we know that any amount of Sanguine healing that is slightly more than this will probably deplete them on a 30. But with what the run that we just saw was, it's doable?
Oh, it's 100% doable with what they just put together. It's just a question of whether or not they can skip the third intermission, right? That's an extra minute loss over the course of the dungeon.
Yeah.
And that plus the 10% increase on HP and damage is that makes up a lot, right? If they can beat a third intermission, if they can keep the Sanguine healing as low as they kept it in that key, they could definitely time a 30. I just don't know if that's the easiest +1 score they have available to them now, right? They still have the 29 VP, which I think is probably more doable. It's definitely it's extremely difficult. But they're just in a scenario now where none of their keys are easy, and they have to pick the best of a bunch of difficult options.
I think after slamming for 2 hours, it's like I'd rather just stay in the Halls of Infusion, right? Because I'm already like fully ramped and fully prepped on that key. I don't know how you are, but I feel like if I'm able to run a dungeon back to back a couple of times, like I just, especially on like Sanguine too, like you're already in that mode. I feel like you're supposed to stay there, but it's not the easiest points. I do think it's probably the easiest points that they have on their sheet. I don't think it's like free by any means though. We're definitely getting into territory where there are no longer free points to be gained. Everything is going to be like probably a multi-attempt affair.
Yeah, I mean, I think every key they have available to them is going to be that multi-attempt affair, and I would not be surprised at all to see Mandatory, after timing that key, take a breather, take time to sit down, look for a break, and figure out where it is they're going to go. We saw Perplex do that.
31.
They opted to go, for the 31 Azure Vault. Again, 31 Tyrannical Azure Vault. These bosses are going to be pumping out some heinous numbers, not to mention they're going to take forever to kill as well. Azure Blade's probably going to be, 6.5 minute affair? Maybe 7? It's going to be a dangerous boss.
Oh, we're wiping. All right, zone out. There is okay. I think one of the biggest advantages of going to Azure Vault is that the difficulty of this dungeon is mostly front-loaded. It's mostly front-loaded into the first area trash and like the Laymore encounter. Now, you did identify the Azure Blade fight as something that's going to be particularly annoying, especially if you you can lose a bunch of time there, depending on how many phases you get. But I think that's the dungeon that you can just try to get like a large volume of attempts on, and then once you have like a perfect or very good first area, then we're like, all right, we're on pace to time this. Because looking at their timer, they did the 30 in 33 minutes and 15 seconds. So there is an expectation that they could do the 31 in 35 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like the scaling gets to the point where I don't even know what is potentially possible.
I'm always a believer. Those guys know way more than me. They also said in their pre-weekend interview that they thought that 31 Azure Vault was doable.
I think it probably is. I mean, it's just the problem, of course, that we're running into in a lot of these dungeons that have bosses with lengthy intermissions. If you get to the point where the higher key level requires you to do yet another intermission, you are just deleting another minute of your timer from the key, which is not usually something that you have the potential
we're going massive.
To deal with.
This pull is insane.
Oh,
okay, hold on.
We're going giga.
Divine is doing... I'm pretty sure Divine is grabbing... Oh.
Shine pulled aggro, piercing shard at his team. Unfortunate.
So, Divine is grabbing every single mob and they're lining it back. I didn't realize that this was the first pull that they were doing. I knew that they were doing something crazy looking at their Laymore split, but I didn't fully understand how insane it is. Now, this is a pull that you have to have perfect CC. So, Lasher cast with those Mystic Vapors, if one of those goes off, you're in a lot of danger, but you can CC it, and it won't recast. The Crystal Fury is something similar, where their Piercing Shards is quite dangerous for the tank. In addition to that, it does like a frontal, so if it hits anybody, like you saw Swag get hit by it, it will probably kill them. So you need to make sure that you have like a perfect CC chain. Now this composition, one of the things that it does well is it has a lot of AoE stops, but they have lengthy cooldowns, and then at some point you start running out of those. You end up having some of the Lasher casts go off, and then you end up getting wiped for it. So this is something that's not a trivial pull by any means, and the pull lasting just a little bit longer becomes problematic, and I think that's one of the reasons that getting a large volume of pulls in Azure Vaults for Perplex makes sense.
Yeah, and of course the other thing as well, when you start getting into these ridiculously high dungeons that have really tough time requirements on them, is you want to front load the difficulty, right? Because you want to be able to very early on determine, is this going to be something that we can time? And this is a really good spot of the dungeon for them to do that. We know that the timer is definitely possible in Azure Vault, but you have to make up a little bit of time in order to give yourself leeway for mistakes. So putting together like a giant triple, or even, I think that was actually a quadruple pull at the start there, if you can pull that off with very few hitches, maybe one spot death you could potentially get away with if they get all of their damage off, ideally 0, obviously, but hard to put that together. I mean, maybe they can start putting together a run. I think another dungeon that's possible and as well as under, right? Like going for the double matron pull. We'll probably see that at some point too.
Just to put into context, whenever Azure Vault was current, the first pull, that whole entire pull that they were doing in one was broken into 2 or 3 separate pulls. NA's finest Drogo would only ever do that. He would only dare to do that in 2 separate pulls. He would never think to do it in one.
So we're just taking shots at Drogo for no reason, I guess?
Well, it's not no reason. He's NA's last hope. We're going to see him next week.
Oh, true, actually. We do see them next week. Is that our only full North American team, actually, by the way? For all 3 weekends?
What do you mean a full North American team? The Direwolves play on the NA and OCE servers, so I'd like to adopt them as ours too.
Do we adopt them as ours? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think that the NA and OCE servers, yeah, they're combined, so they're like ours.
All right, so then our Direwolves and Drogo's Last Hope, or NA's Last Hope, those are 2 only North American teams.
Yeah, the North American Australians. That's exactly what they are.
Okay, NAOC.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Dire times for the.
It's not dire.
For the Westerners.
Oh, they're lusting this pull. Interesting. How do you feel about lusting this pull as opposed to lusting the boss?
I mean, they have so much
sus, right?
They have so many available buttons to live through mechanics on the boss. We saw how actually simple it was for, I believe it was perplexed, right, to deal with that 30. I feel like the boss shouldn't pose too much of an issue for them, whereas a giant pull like this, with so many casts, so much AoE damage going off, so much potential to die, it makes sense to pop it on this pull. It's actually really time efficient as well.
This is a bear pull for sure. Look at Chompy's health bar. He's in Incarn. Once that Incarn is going to start fading, that Rage of the Sleeper starts wearing off, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But that's why they're popping that Bloodlust. Look at Chompy. He's doing 300k HPS on this pull.
You know.
Huh?
All good. No issues whatsoever there. It's okay. It's getting nerfed next week, right?
Well... Yeah, part of what kept him alive on that pull is getting nerfed next week. That's true.
Probably not nearly enough, but you know, we'll see. See how it goes.
I don't know. That's just projection. I feel like every tank should be able to do that pull. That was cool.
That was cool. I agree with that. That is definitely the definition of a bear pull, though. Of course, for people who don't know what we're talking about, back in the day, bears were just known for being able to go absolutely wild when their cooldowns were up, and then being relatively tame outside of that. Although that's a little bit more consolidated nowadays, but they still like going for those massive pulls whenever the end card is up. Very clean pull from them. Chaz, gotta stay up top, bud.
So we only got 4-3. Oh,
dude. No.
Our timer sucks, by the way. I'm really worried here.
Did someone else get in combat too? Equipus got in combat as well?
Oh. So now we have the mass. I think we deplete.
No, it's depleted. Yeah, there's no time. It was a 3-minute 40 kill for Perplexed with Bloodlust. Is it Town Portal?
Oh, no. Dude. I think it was already depleted anyways, just due to the deaths, but I hate it. I hate it. Perplexed, top left-hand corner of the screen. Round 5 against the Azure Vault first pull. We're modifying our CC chain to be a bit more consistent, perhaps. Oh, a nice Blast Wave. I don't know how much more CC we have left now since we just used Blast Wave.
Infinite CC.
All right, so now the Mystic Vapors are going off, yeah. Maybe we're going to get another upheaval in a second.
It's okay, though. See, damage on the group is healable. Sevi can deal with that.
No,
Piercing shards on the group, however, cannot. Destabilize going off? Nah. That's going to be a wipe. But that was close. That was really close.
They are close. They are very close to the pull, and that's something that once that pull is able, once it is done, and if it's able to be done, if they get it done, their timers chill for the remainder of the key, assuming they play clean. So,
if they can live through everything, the timers chill. The 31 tyrannical might not be. We'll have to see.
Living is up for question, but I feel confident that they know what they're doing. This is a team. I would say that Perplex is one of the teams that practices the most. Whenever they're really taking the game like super serious. Whenever they're like, there's a reason that they've been at the top of the game for the MDI for years at this point, right? Whenever they're taking the game serious, they put in a ton of time, they put in a ton of practice, and I bet that this is something that they have done in practice at least a couple of times. It's not. Is it consistent? No. Does it need to be consistent? Also, not really. We just need to be able to get it, 1 in 5 attempts or something like that, and it's the first pull of the dungeon. So, and look at mandatory. Mandatory is going for a much more tame and smaller pull, but like Perplex, if they're able to get that more aggressive pull dealt with, and they're close, they're like 10% HP on the mobs. If they're able to get it dealt with, their timer is going to be much safer than where mandatory is going to be.
Well, so the other thing as well, which makes sense if you think about it, why they both are opting to go for the Azure Vault, I don't know if it's necessarily the easiest timer of the keys that they put together, but, when you were talking about practice, it reminded me that this was really the only dungeon the teams could practice, right? Because of the way we were implementing Season 1 dungeons for this expansion, for this season of TGP, we didn't really want to, just jump scare the teams and throw a Season 1 dungeon there without saying anything, so we did let them know ahead of time, hey, we're putting a Season 1 dungeon in, and hey, this is your key that you're going to be doing, so be prepared for it. They actually did have time to prepare this dungeon at least a little bit. They didn't know the affixes or anything, but they could at least put routes together.
Exactly. They didn't know the affixes, which is that is a pretty big differentiator, right? Putting incorporeal on a dungeon does change what the texture of the dungeon looks like, but it's not. It isn't the same as putting raging on the dungeon or something like that, right? Ooh, Perplex is doing a great job. Those lashers are actually starting to die off pretty fast. At least a couple of them were now spawning those spiteful shades, and the trash pack is dropping incredibly low. We get another upheaval if we can get another CC. Okay, so we've rotated to our second Typhoon of the pull, and now that should allow us to rotate back into incapacitating roar again, like you saw on screen for Perplexed, and they did it. And this is something that they did in 1 pull, what mandatory did in 2, and now their timer is going to be significantly safer, and their Laymore split's going to be very fast because of it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, look at the timer here. This Arc Contender is going to die off at around a minute 30. Mandatory is still dealing with some of this trash at full HP from what Perplex put together. This is going to be somewhere in the realm of about a minute time gain from Perplex, which means, like you said earlier, this will set them up time-wise very well for the rest of the dungeon. Again, it's going to come down to a matter of whether or not living the 31 tyrannical boss mechanics is something that's feasible. We saw a lot of ridiculous burst damage coming out from essentially every single one of the bosses in this, right? The AoE explosion from Laymore. If you miss a single one of those trees, you're probably just instantly dead. Intermission Azure Blade, probably something that Holy Paladin can deal with pretty consistently, so I'm not too worried about that. But the AoE bursts from Frost Bombs, as well as the Intermission Explosion onto Lash Greywing, could potentially be an issue that they'll have to, work their way through, so we'll just have to see how this goes for them.
I was in the green room yesterday whenever we were watching Skyline do this dungeon on a 29 and a 30, and they were dropping really low on every single Frost Bomb set. I'm not really sure what that's going to look like on the 31 Tyrant, though. That's actually a good call out by you. Are they going to get one shot? I have no idea what that's going to look like, but with the comp that's meta right now, you have things such as Fortitude, you have Obsidian Scale, being able to rally the group. You also have things such as Aura Mastery, you have Mass Barrier. You have the tools to be able to rotate through defensively. Now, there is a question as to whether or not that's going to be enough, but you're going to have it perfectly played if you're Perplexed in Mandatory and you want to time this key on 31.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you find yourself in a situation where you need 2 of them to live through something, especially if it's like the Frost Bombs on the 3rd boss, it might just not be doable. If you only need 1, you might just be able to find a rotation of those plus, sporadic personal usage, plus maybe, at the very worst case scenario, maybe like an extra shield from the Priest if you absolutely need it just to live through something. But yeah, if you need 2 of those AoE DRs, you're in a pretty dire situation. But we'll have to see. This is going to be one of the first major areas, which I think this is probably the easiest one. They have so much AoE CC, and they're so spread out that you could probably use 2 of your AoE DRs to live through the AoE explosions. It is going to be nasty when that stomp goes out. I'm interested to see just how low these health bars get.
I mean, so the mage should probably be fine. They're going to have a button for every single thing. The priest is going to have to, every single set, fade, shield, and end up flash healing itself for the flash shield DR before this AoE stomp.
Zephyr for the first one.
And we also used Twin Guardian Shield.
That was actually pretty safe.
A Shine and Swag Twin Guardian Shield. So that was Zephyr plus Twin Guardian Shield plus all personals. Or not all personals, but personals that you're gonna have every single time. Because like the mage and the priest are going to have. Priest have what 20% DR every single time plus a shield.
Yeah, mage will at least have his barrier, which is like a little over 100k every time, which is pretty nice. You also have access to G-Invis as well as block for really bad ones, and you can also, I think, alter every single one of them to top yourself back up. Which doesn't, if you just outright die, that's a problem. But you have the cauterize until then, so. Oh my god! Just the AOE from the circles alone is ridiculous. Almost one-shotting them.
A Shine scales the AOE, and so
well,
now
they
it's not
needed
up
to.
for this. But okay, so then we pressed Ore Mastery here. Okay, so that was our Devo, which is okay. Makes sense. It looks like Perplex is going to be fine on Laymore. It's gonna take them 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes or something like that. They're gonna be in combat with this boss forever, but they look defensively to be safe.
Are they going to have enough stuff though for the later, like for the future ones? They're going to have to deal with 2 or 3 more of those, right?
I think a Shine is the person that I'm the most worried about.
So Shine's already used 1 Scales charge. I guess they'll have Zephyr back pretty frequently, and they used Devo. That's not going to be back for ages. I guess they have a couple other effects, but
oh, dude, the
look
circles!
At the Sevi. Yeah,
it just has their entire HP bar.
A Shine has Twin Guardian Shield for every other.
Yeah, I guess we have Bubble
too.
And Sack as well. Bot being used
God,
there.
shut up.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
that's the
that
Bubble.
was with our rally.
All right, bubble down now as well. Boss still at 50% health as well, and cooldowns not for a while as well. So
we got
this
Zeph
is going to last a long time.
I think it's Zephyr Twin Guardian Shield next. I think that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, Twin Guardian Shield is definitely nice. There is Zephyr soon. Also, a thing to note is Breath of Ian's is coming up soon. That can expire into a Chrono Ward that will give them effectively survival through 1 more of these explosions. So, depending on when that comes out, it might be enough here. Looks like a Shine has tried to press Zephyr, and maybe it's actually going to last through to the Stomp as well here.
It's not on everybody. Swag doesn't have the Zephyr on him. Look at him.
Okay, does get the Twin Guardian Shield, though. And yeah, actually, Zephyr looks like barely does manage to last long enough to cover that. There's the Breath of Ian's as well, so in 10 seconds, everybody in the group is going to pick up a big shield. If they can keep that going until the next circle explosions, that will carry them through that.
So we got this. Okay, so Swag has Dispersion that he can press, but Wolf Disco. I think that Wolf Disco should have enough tools to be okay. I'm worried about a Shine, but he has a scales charge.
Look at this though. They've actually, because they've dominate minded one of the incorporeals here, the boss is going to be doing 10% less damage right now.
Yes.
So that's a nice DR on this set.
How this works for those who don't know is whenever a mob is either mind controlled or control undeaded by a Death Knight, it will cast the incorporeal cast. And it can stack up to 2 times and then put 5%, make the mob do 5% less damage per stack.
Yeah, it's a little bit nerfed compared to the version that happens if it goes on a player, but
that's
fair.
50. That's 50.
Yeah.
that's bad. Okay, so we have one more set, you think? And then
yeah,
we have AM backup for this too, so we're okay.
I think so, and this is going to end up costing them that battle res, but not anything else. Now, the problem again in this dungeon is I think the timer is going to be so unforgiving that even 1 death and 1 battle res and the lost DPS from 1 player for a little bit might already be all of their flexibility gone. They do start the dungeon with a big pull that maybe buys them a little bit of time, but just looking at how long it took to get done with the 30s, and considering that there's probably an extra Azure Blade phase that they're going to have to deal with compared to those runs, I actually think there's so little wiggle room in here.
Hear me out though. How do you like their odds if I tell you that they killed Laymore faster in the 31 than they did the 30?
Right, that's because that first pull that they do is really big, right? And
yes.
they've saved a little bit of time there, but presumably they're not going to have any similar increase in pull sizing in the rest of the dungeon, because that would be psychotic,
They
right?
were about 2 minutes under, but the fact that they're able to kill Laymore somewhere in the order of 6 seconds faster puts them well within pace to be able to time this on a 31. But that's assuming that they make no mistakes, right?
There's no other problem there is that if the rest of the dungeon does slow down by 10% and you get an extra Azure Blade intermission, then it's too slow. And I think that looking at the Azure Blade intermissions, that is pretty likely unless they have some new ability to kill that boss, especially fast. But I think actually what you should do is just take the Lust off Azure Blade, get an extra Lust in the dungeon as a result, and accept that you're getting 1 extra phase on Azure Blade.
Okay. I think that's definitely something that we're going to have to be watching out for. In the top right, Mandatory, they're running a little bit of a different route than what we see from Perplex with how they're pulling and how slowly they're playing that very beginning area.
I'd much prefer Perplex strategy of going bigger at the start of the dungeon, even though it took them like 15 minutes to actually get a run started. Those 2 extra minutes that they bought themselves are going to be very valuable in this one. You can see Mandatory at 75% on this Tyrannical Laymore. I mean, they're probably going to be like a minute and a half, maybe slower than Perplex out of this boss, which maybe they have a way of speeding up later in the dungeon that we haven't seen yet. Maybe there's some tech, but if not, then that means that they're going to be extremely tight on the timer.
Here's the thing, too. Perplex had 5 wipes 2 minutes into the dungeon, but they save, like you said, a minute and a half or 2 minutes whenever they're able to do that pull cleanly. Oh my gosh, Skylar dropping so low. But whereas like Mandatory, I'm a bit more concerned about their timer and how that's going to look. But it seems like their route was a bit faster than all of the other teams, like throughout the rest of the dungeon. That's why they consistently had one of the fastest Azure Vaults.
Yeah, their Azure Vault plus 30 was a solid 35 seconds faster than Perplexed. So maybe they are fast enough in here that they can just do their strat, but cleanly and polished and with a couple of attempts and actually get the timer. Because remember, you can't just look at the plus 30 time and be like, oh, it's mathematically impossible on the plus 31, because unlike the plus 30, which they generally did in their first or second try, this time they have several hours to prog this plus 31 and make it happen, right? So there is going to be an incremental improvement, and eventually they're going to get a best run that's going to be probably a minute or two faster than, an average run, an average even timed run, or an average even completed run of theirs.
Sure. Okay. All right, so looking around at the other teams that are not in Azure Vault, we have Direwolves bottom left in this freehold. They kind of gave up. They gave up on the Halls of Infusion.
They've left it for now. They are going to have to go back there at some point if they want to make it up into second place, which the pathway to second place for both Direwolves and FSY is not closed yet. Direwolves are 6 points below second place, but they're sitting on a 2 chest, so they're actually only 5 dungeon runs away from it. That is possible in the next 2.5 hours, but it's a very narrow path. FSY, on the other hand, in the bottom right, have a much better chance of making that happen. If they can time this Halls 29, all they'll have to do is a 30 Freehold and a 30 Nelf Slayer, and then they're entering time tiebreaker range against Perplexed. If Perplexed and Mandatory aren't able to convert in this 31 Azure Vault, and if FSY can get fast runs in their keystones that they're about to do here, they could potentially steal a second place out from Perplexed.
I feel like if you're a fan of FSY, you're kind of preying on Mandatory or Perplexed downfall in this Azure Vault.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like you were hoping that this Azure Vault either isn't doable or is not doable by both teams. It doesn't even have to just be by one. If it's
You'd much prefer it be Perplexed that spends their whole time and doesn't get it as well, because Perplexed are 37 seconds slower than Mandatory across the board right now. So your best bet if you're FSY is Perplexed doesn't put anything new on the board, and then you can come in and get them on tiebreakers. Now, at some point, if that's close to happening, Perplexed will be put in a position where maybe they will make a call to instead go back to, say, Halls of Infusion 29 and try and gain time instead of key levels.
Their Sanguine was awful in there, so
right,
they definitely can gain time.
There are at least 2 minutes they could gain in that Halls of Infusion if they went back there and decided to go for that. The problem with that, though, is that would kind of be giving up on improving their score, which, of course, means they'd be giving up on... Like, if Mandatory can time this 31, then Mandatory will be getting the first place in the weekend as a result, and that does come with extra prize, so Perplexed not interested in conceding that just yet.
Perplexed is cruising in this Azure Vaults right now, though.
Yeah, they're making their way towards Azure Blade, and this, I think, is the boss that I am most excited to see what the timer ends up looking like here, because there's a decent chance that this is going to be the breaker, the one where it's like, oh no, this is a minute and a half slower than the plus 30 because there's an extra phase.
Mandatory killing off Laymore in 10 minutes and 17 seconds, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, look at the difference. Two full minutes. I'd rather run the 5 attempts or whatever it takes to get that first pull done. And I think that just means that Perplexed really practiced that pull on like super high levels. Again, I talked about this earlier. They stated in their pre-weekend interview that they thought that 31 Azure Vault was doable. And so I think that was definitely one of the reasons that they probably thought it was doable.
Yeah, I think that this is it's looking good for Perplexed. The reference timer we're looking at from their plus 30 was a 21:06 after they killed Azure Blade. So that would be in 6 minutes from now for Perplexed. Now it is going to be a long boss fight. There's going to be possibly an extra intermission. But if they can get this boss pulled soon, I think that they'll be able to potentially be close to that timer. This is the part of the dungeon where I expect there's the most time that they will lose if they do get that extra phase.
I have no recollection of their 30. Why are you so assured that they're going to get an extra phase? Like, did they kill it like right on the phase?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure it was that run. Maybe I'm thinking of a different run, but I've remembered several runs where the boss is like running to the middle in the plus 30 and then dies. And so compounding 10% more health across the whole fight makes me think that is not going to be feasible here. But they are going straight into Azure Blade. And actually you can see with their Bloodlust that they're doing exactly what I said earlier as well, of they're not even going to lust Azure Blade, which I think is the way that you did. Sure. Yeah, so if you held the lust for Azure Blade, you'd effectively be saying we're going to get one less lust in this dungeon, but maybe we can skip a phase on Azure Blade. But instead, they press their lust on cooldown, which in a 35-minute dungeon means that they will get an extra lust as a result of that. And I think this is the best way to play around this. 86% as Azure Blade enters that beginning intermission, and I suspect we're going to see it drop to around 50%, and then to around 15 or 20%, and then get killed in a final phase, rather than trying to beat that final phase.
Because this first phase is also
it's
short.
Especially short. Yeah
15%. Oh god, dude, this intermission, everybody's getting absolutely owned. But I will say one of the advantages of Holy Paladin rather than playing with Preservation Evoker like we did last season is the fact that Holy Paladin much better at healing these intermissions, especially if they're prolonged. And this composition that they're running also is better at. So since they're all ranged, they can actually just stay stacked on top of the exact same ad the whole entire time, as opposed to having to move around the room like you would previously.
Yeah, you can see they're all doing a great job of just standing in one area and having their, like their Shadow Priest is probably focusing the farthest one, and everybody else is just kind of pumping their damage in the other ones.
Mage, if you combust the boss as it goes into the intermission, you can actually spread ignite off the boss and spread ignite onto the ads. Now that's less relevant this season than it has been in the past because of some of the changes, but it's definitely something. Looks like Direwolves bottom left are wiping it up in the freehold.
Unfortunate for the Wolves, they are going to have to start again, and their pathway to second place is becoming narrower and narrower. I don't want to declare it dead just yet, but it's getting close. They need to basically not wipe or deplete any further keys at this point.
I felt like them leaving the Halls of Infusion was them basically waving the white flag, right? Being like,
I don't think so. I mean, they had a bunch of mandatory things to do. Mandatory in the sense of required, not in the sense of the team. The order in which they do them is not actually. I mean, there's a right way, and maybe it's best to stay in the same dungeon, but they have to do all those things today. As long as they're spending their time doing something useful, I don't think that counts as a concession.
Side note: our producer was making fun of us earlier. I don't know if you heard this. Apparently, whenever we talk about the breaks, everybody always says mandatory breaks instead of any other synonym of the word mandatory. And our producer was making fun of us for it earlier.
I can't believe this.
It is so messed up.
Yeah. Well, we have FSY in the bottom right making their way towards the third boss of Halls of Infusion on pretty good pace as well.
Gulping 1912?
Yeah, they're looking at a slightly faster, 1 second faster than Perplexed were in this dungeon. That's pretty good. We have a handy thesaurus.com link now of some synonyms for mandatory that we can use to avoid confusion in future. So we can use obligatory.
I got dibs on
compulsory.
I got dibs on obligatory.
Obligatory is a nice one. Yeah. I like. Well, there's imperative as well, but that may cause other confusion. There's binding.
Where is rigorous?
essential, necessary. Okay, there's actually there are more synonyms for this word than I thought. So I think we've got enough of a linguistic playground. We're not going to run out of space here.
Yeah, so Direwolves on one of their obligatory breaks right now. That's why you see that card for them after they left that freehold, deciding that they needed a little bit of a break.
Yeah, an inescapable relaxation interlude for Direwolves in the bottom left. Meanwhile, Perplexed up in the top left. Azure Blade's going to be reaching about 20% here before it goes into the middle. And yeah, they're... Actually, Lust is coming up soon for them. I think the plan here is going to be to Lust the pull of Telash Greywing, and then get it for the end of Umbral Skull. That's my projection for what Perplexed are going to try and do here. Or maybe you just lust it on Telash, and then you get it for the trash pull at the very end of the dungeon. Maybe that's the only way you can actually have enough timer for this to all work out, because, I mean, you can see already on this 31 tyrannical level, even though there's still 15 minutes on the board for Perplexed, you know, they have to do 2 full 31 tyrannical bosses in that time, so the flexibility here is getting very narrow. I think they're still on track, though. I think they're in range of getting this done.
I tend to agree that I think they're on track. In addition to that, the composition that is played this season is really good at killing the final boss and being able to kill off the ads. Like Shadow Priest in general is, especially at like lower levels, can actually solo the crystals. But like, if there's any other priority damage from the mage, or say the Holy Paladin's hitting it, or you're just getting buffed up by the Aug Evoker, the Shadow Priest can do just serious work to those Umbral Skull crystals.
Yeah, usually what we've been seeing the teams do is the mage is usually flame striking 2 crystals that are close together and also hitting the boss, and then the rest of the group is kind of taking care of the far away ones, often including the tank just rushing over to one and starting to beat it up.
Tank and healer also just little jam beacons on the hardened ones pretty consistently.
Yes, yeah.
Which is good. So the hardened crystal, for those who don't know, it's been a while, has a shield on it, like a pretty big health shield, so it has more effective HP, so you're supposed to be doing more damage to it.
Perplexed actually are heading now towards their trash pull, it looks like.
Did they do this in the past?
This is I don't have their old route in front of me, but I thought that they went trash after last boss.
I have notes somewhere.
Okay, all right.
Perplexed back pulled the frogs on 30.
Right now, they're just doing this dungeon in the intended order.
This is lust timing. This is lust timing related. Look at this. Okay, so since our lust is available right now, they want to be bloodlusting this pull, and then they're going to get their final lust on Umbral Skull, as opposed to lusting Telash Greywing right now and then going and
you would still get it on this trash pull either way, right? So it's just a question of whether you'd rather have it on Umbral Skull or Telash. And I actually like this a lot, because if you lust pull of Telash, it goes up into the intermission pretty quick, and that's kind of annoying. And then if you hold it and don't lust until the boss comes back down, well, then you're holding onto your lust for a while, and maybe that 4th lust is actually getting really sketchy.
A bear pull is being deployed here in a 31. These breakers own the fact that Perplexed is pulling 100% of this trash. Oh my gosh, this is an absolute MDI pull, and everybody's on this book.
Yeah, they've quickly gotten their mage and their priest to the safety of the book. Nice spot where the toads aren't going to be able to jump on them. Everybody else is just going to try and play in or near melee, keep them baited close together so that they'll continue to jump into that Flame Strike and Flame Patch AoE. There's a Breath of Ians that's going to come with that stun as well. Very nice little piece of talented utility that we're seeing most Evokers go with.
A Shine rescued Swag up there. Swag immediately gripped Wolf Disco, and then a Shine comes out of the spot too, and I think first off, the deep breath stun is an important part of it, but in addition to that, just like the tail swipe and being able to keep those frogs grouped up with a lot of his CC, he does not want to be in that spot, and he has the advantage of being an evoker, and he can hover around and do pretty much all of his damage. Look at how much damage Wolf Disco is deploying, not only to the breakers, but also to all those frogs.
Yeah, this is a pull that they are making short work of already. We're seeing Spiteful Shades starting to spawn. A few mobs left, but one of them is a breaker. Swag is going to get broken here, as Perplexed are mopping up the pull, but is this going to cost them too much time or resources? The battle res has been spent, but it's not safe, it looks like. And there's a knock coming from Divine Field. Swag now has the window to click that res. And they still have a little bit of health on a few of these mobs. Gotta get this done fast.
Looking at their second boss split, so in 30s, they were only like 21:06, so they're only 30 seconds behind.
Yeah,
and for like
and
a key
with an
level
extra
higher,
lust compared to where they were at that point in the dungeon, right? Like
Exactly.
they're going to have 2 lusts at the end after that second boss died rather than just 1. So that being said, I mean, you can also look at it in terms of they only have 11 minutes left for this dungeon, and there are 2 31 tyrannical bosses that they have to do in that time. That's 5.5 minutes each. That is going to be awfully tight. These bosses take a long time at this key level.
if played clean though, they should be fine. Now, one thing is the question: are they going to be able to live this boss? I think these frost bombs are going to absolutely own. Just watch as they go off. Woo! A shine dropping to 5% HP. He didn't scales there. They need to just really make sure that they layer their defenses perfectly, because we saw teams drop incredibly low and potentially even get one shot. I remember watching Skyline get one shot on this boss yesterday.
There's the Zephyr, followed by the Rescue Shield, followed by that Obsidian Scales as well.
Everything being popped there. Very good.
Yeah, Perplexed are still going to have a few resources for the future ones. They come reasonably far spaced apart as well, so you get back to a lot of these cooldowns reasonably quickly.
So we AM'd the first bomb, and then, oh gosh, that shield required so much.
AM's coming up soon. I think AM may have been on CD from the trash pull, actually.
Oh, maybe. Okay,
yeah, you can see on Zosetti there, 45 seconds. So it's not going to be up for this next Absolute Zero, but it will be up for the one after. We're going to have one charge of Obsidian Scales and the corresponding Black Attunement amp up 16% max HP for the group on that ability when they end up needing it here. But I think this is going to have to be personals in addition to that, because this is going to be pretty scary. Oh, hang on. Good timing on the incorporeal spawn, though, as that can get Dominate Minded, and now Telash is actually going to have a 10% reduced damage done. So that's actually potentially going to be life-saving here.
It only works on abilities that are cast from the boss. So it's actually kind of similar to a Trophic Poison, where environmental damage isn't affected by it. There's a question as to I don't know the answer as to whether or not the Absolute Zero or the Frost Bombs are attributed to the boss.
At least the Absolute Zero cast is cast from the boss, yeah.
Okay. The Frost Bombs might be environmental damage. I'm
Certainly
not even sure.
If you stand in the ice after the Frost Bombs come down, it's not going to help against that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the upfront damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see they are getting back now to Aura Mastery, so that's going to be available for the next one. The bombs themselves look like they're not one-shotting either. So as long as the players are able to get out of those bombs and are full health before they explode, and they don't take even a single tick here, looks like a Shine may even have to deploy a rescue to...
we got our cheat procced.
Yeah, it's scary.
A Shine is the person who is getting absolutely owned, because he is proccing pretty much everything, right? He's proccing his Spore Cloak almost immediately. He procced his cheat right there. I'm a bit worried for his ability to be able to live on this fight, but we do have a battle res.
Yeah, there's Rescue Zephyr and Obsidian Scales being sent once again.
So
by
here's
Shine.
the part where I'm worried about it. I'm worried for a Shine.
Well, okay, hang on. We've just used Breath of Eons on the boss.
Okay.
Now, the problem here actually is this Chrono Ward, I think, is going to expire before the next intermission explosion.
So
we'll see.
We might have to press AM.
It's a really long shield. I think it's like 30 seconds long. So.
Oh.
Okay, no, it's going to last onto this. It's going to last onto this Frost Bomb. You can see this Chrono Ward on everybody. It means this Frost Bomb is going to be a lot less lethal than they usually are. But the next Absolute Zero, I'm pretty worried about for Perplexed here. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the top right are working on their frog pull, but their timer is so much worse than Perplexed.
I hate the timer.
Actually think Mandatory are just depleted here. I don't think they're going to have time to do these bosses.
It's going to be really close. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. They're what, plus 2 minutes on their 30, and then they have 2 tyrannical bosses still have to deal with?
Yeah, there's a lot of time in their future. Here again come those cooldowns. It's Obsidian Scales with the Group DR plus a Rescue Shield. Gonna keep a Shine and friends alive for one more Absolute Zero. Aura Mastery also being used there, it looks like, so... The cooldowns are looking pretty dry for the next Absolute Zero here, Tettles. I'm starting to get worried for Perplexed. I'm not sure how they're going to do this one. I mean, there may be some personals left, but I don't see any.
So I think Swag and Wolf Disco are fine.
Is Bubble available? Okay, how about Bubble Sack? We bubble, we sack a Shine. Yeah.
I was thinking like rescue. I was thinking like Rescue Shield, Mass Barrier was what I was thinking.
Oh, Mass Barrier's big. Yeah, that's a huge one if that's available. A shine. Already
we are getting absolutely rolled right now.
Yeah, last Icy Devastator coming out before the phase here. Luckily, it's actually on Zasevi, who's reasonably tanky, and therefore it's not going to break through the Absorb that's currently on a Shine. They all head into that protection here. There's the Zephyr, at least. Zephyr and Rescue. Yeah, Zasevi's mana situation is... It's been better.
They used mana.
It's okay. I mean, Zasevi has enough mana to get through the rest of this fight. They're going to be all right. But it's going to be close. Yeah, Zasevi, I mean, having to full top the group after every single one of these damage events.
And then the Devastator coming out where you have to, like, priority heal somebody almost immediately.
All right, so it's all going to come down to the last boss for Perplexed.
Skylar died! Skylar died! Oh my god. They're wiping. They wiped. They're 27 minutes in.
Yeah, mandatory. I think they were already dead on the timer, but they are now dead to the boss as well. So it's going to be about Perplexed. Are Perplexed going to be able to kill Umbral Skull in 5 minutes?
Do you recall whenever we were talking about the way FSY comes back into the game?
Yeah.
I think that this is how it happens, right? Is stuff like this happening to mandatory 30 minutes into a dungeon.
Yeah, the bad news for FSY is that mandatory have better time tiebreaks than Perplexed do. So if they could pick one team to deplete a 31 over and over again, it would be Perplexed and not mandatory. But Perplexed are not out of the woods yet. They have 5 more minutes, and they have to kill this boss in that time. The good news for them is that Bloodlust is coming to save the day right at the end of this boss fight. It's going to be up just for the last 2 minutes of the fight, and they'll be able to get one big final burn here. But they're in sort of a similar position to where Skyline were at yesterday, and Skyline ended up leaving the tournament on Umbral Skull due to a crystal exploding because they were prioring boss damage. So that is going to be the question here for Perplexed, is how much can they afford to focus boss versus how much do they need to swap to those crystals? So, ideally, if any of those crystals are dying with more than a few seconds left on their cast, that means that Perplexed overcommitted to them.
They have Lust, so we're going to have Lust for third set.
It's probably the 25% is when they have Lust, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, third set of crystals. They really need to make sure that they have offensive CDs available. So they're going to have their first set of crystals spawning right here. And they just have Combust, is what it's looking like here.
Oh, this is not a good crystal spawn as well. There's one right under boss, and it's the hardened one.
Oh, and we have an incorporeal spawn at the same time. Oh my god, are we wiping?
No, the incorporeal is friendly. That one's already been dominated. The crystals are taken care of as well.
Okay. I was referring to the global spent. I was really worried there.
Yeah, this is a sketchy moment here. Meanwhile, FSY up in the top right also having an important moment in their Halls of Infusion. They need to kill off Primal Tsunami here within this last phase. They will not have time for another phase after this one, so it's all going to come down to whether or not, with Lust, they can deal with 42% of a 29 fortified boss here. I think they can. I think that's enough.
Let's talk about this for a second.
It's going to be close.
Percentage-wise, Perplex was at 35, Mandatory was at 38. Both of them probably had 10 seconds left to spare. So I'd say it's doable, but it's going to be really down to the wire right here. We're going to have a perfect Lust, and everything is available on pull. And so it's going to be a race for FSY as to whether or not they're able to kill off Primal Tsunami.
Yeah, they are going in here with as much of the damage as they can. Giga, unfortunately, has to cancel a cast, but is able to get to a safe spot and keep it going here. The Squall landing on Skovta, who slams those tank defensives. The only time in the fight you really need him against that Focus Deluge, and health bar just does not even move. 12% on the boss, and they are making such short work of Primal Tsunami here with the Lust. So the good news for FSY is they are going to pick up another point here, advancing to just 2 points behind Perplexed and Mandatory. The bad news, however, Tettles, is that their win condition probably involves a time tiebreaker, and that was not a fast Halls of Infusion from them. That Halls of Infusion is not going to be contributing well to their timer
Divine
tiebreaker.
died for Perplex. I don't know how they recovered this, by the way.
Yeah, they are looking
We lost
like...
it too.
So, I mean, the problem with the death is that they may not have even had flexibility on the timer for that, right? They have another 2 minutes here. The Lust is rolling. They are burning the boss as quickly as they can. They are going to get one more power infusion in their timer. But actually, yeah, okay, so they got this power infusion synced up with their Lust. They're going to get one more power infusion, Breath of Ian's combustion combo.
Dude.
It's going to be at about the 35-minute mark.
I don't know if it's
I think
possible.
this is slow.
I think this is slow. I think we're 10% off on the boss. You have
Yeah,
the crystals that are spawning at 25.
exactly, and you can't just go boss. It's unfortunate, but you would have maybe a strat for this is to just go boss. No. You can't. You don't have enough immunities is the problem. You just immune a set of the crystals exploding.
You pray that you pray that swag can live with dispersion, and you.
No, it's not possible though. It's such a long dot. You need a full immunity for it.
Oh yeah, it's like a 15-second dot, isn't it?
Yeah, there's they have to kill these crystals when they come out, and they have 45 seconds. 25% of the boss's health here, and this is going to be a heartbreaker for Perplexed. There is just not enough time left in this dungeon. They have put together such a good run here. They've been doing so great throughout this dungeon. So much has come together for them. But with 3 deaths on the board, nothing short of perfection will be enough for timing a 31 Azure Vault. The question now for Perplexed, well, 14%. I mean, 15 seconds. Hang on, Tuttles. This is going to be so close.
Wait a second.
10 seconds, 10%.
I don't.
The cooldowns are falling off. It's not possible. There's no way. It's over.
Oh my
Mathematically impossible here. Yeah,
okay,
5%.
so they lost by 15. They lost by 15 seconds. Let me go ahead and update my timer so I can have this for later.
They're just going to die here. They would have had about 20 seconds, 30 short there. They looked good for a second, but that was when their combustion was rolling and when their PI and Void Eruption were up. But once those fell off, it was all over. And yeah, they can definitely time that key is the good news. They had 3 deaths in that run. Just the death timer from those 3 deaths would have been enough for them. So they can come back in here and get that point. The question is if they think that is reliable, or if they're looking at the time tiebreakers and saying, you know what? The only way we lose this weekend is on a time tiebreaker. Let's stop that from being a possibility. Meanwhile, Direwolves have headed over to Halls of Infusion. They're back in the halls. They've fled the Freehold at a 29 with their best in that dungeon. So they need to still go and get that. And they need to get this Halls of Infusion 28. And they need to get a Halls of Infusion 29. And they need to get an Underrot 30. And they need to get a Nelslayer 30. Now, if they can do all of those things, they could still get second place if Perplexed doesn't improve anything. But things are getting very, very narrow. The path is extremely narrow for Direwolves.
Jonas, do you hear that?
What's that?
The sharks smell blood in the water.
They do indeed. The Sharks are in the 30 Freehold, and this would bring them to within striking distance of Mandatory and Perplexed. 175 points on the board for FSY. This Freehold would put them at 176. Mandatory and Perplexed at 177. The problem for FSY...
Their timers suck.
Their Halls of Infusion is the slowest of the 3. Yeah. Their Azure Vault is the slowest of the 3. Their Underrot is the slowest of the 3. Their Nelslayer they haven't done on 30 yet. They still need to go there. And their Vortex Pinnacle is also the slowest of the 3. So...
Yes,
their
timers
path
are bad.
Is also quite narrow. Honestly, at this point, with their Halls of Infusion timer coming out like that, unless they get an ungodly fast Freehold 30... maybe FSY's best path is actually not through the time tiebreaker.
I was thinking
it's through stealing an 178th point from some of these dungeons, because the time tiebreaker situation just looks so grim for FSY.
So I'm looking at this Underrot, but okay, their Underrot timer sucked, but oh man, is it doable? Maybe. Huh. Is it Vortex Pinnacle 29?
Vortex, yeah, I mean, that could be the way. FSY's Vortex Pinnacle is quite good. I think it's not impossible. The problem with that dungeon is it gets
FSY,
one-shotty.
The first dungeon that they went to after Azure Vault was Vortex Pinnacle, where nobody else went to Vortex Pinnacle, which means that I think that their confidence level for that dungeon is pretty high.
Perplexed having a death here in their 31 Azure Vault, and Divine dying as well. I agree with this. One death, no matter what happens, if there's a death in the first 5 minutes, I'm hearthing out if I'm Perplexed. I'm not attempting another key to go 35 minutes and be 10 seconds short if there's a death at the start of this dungeon. So if I'm Perplexed, I am resetting this Azure Vault until there is perfection on display.
Yeah, I mean, if they just depleted due to time, I think that I tend to agree. Now that makes me question what Mandatory is doing a bit. Because like if Perplex missed their dungeon due to timer, Mandatory is going to have to do something different. I don't think that they're able to...
Well, Mandatory are a bit faster in much of the dungeon.
Just a bit, right?
Yeah. It's maybe enough, though, for them with a perfect run as well. Like, they may not have to do this big combination pull at the start of the dungeon.
I don't know. I don't feel confident in that, though, right, is the problem. I feel much more confident and perplexed in how they're playing it, right? Because it feels like the path to being successful in the dungeon looks a little bit more...
Yeah,
like
it's good like metagaming in the sense of just because of the way Great Push works, you really do want to front load a really aggressive pull, even if it's only got a 10% success rate. That is a fine trade-off once you get to this level of Keystone.
It's kind of how I feel about it too. I agree with that.
And they are starting off another one in the bottom right. Divine popping that shocking disclosure potion. Everybody else in the group, including a Shine this time, staying back and waiting for these mobs to get grouped up. Divine can grab a lot of these mobs and he can survive, but if you're asking him to make threat on every single one of these mobs while he's grouping them up, that's just not going to happen. You can see those defensive CDs also getting popped, all of them by Divine here at the start.
I think I would like a pre-bop. I feel like a pre-bop here would be lit.
Yeah, that could be a vibe if he's the only one who gets in combat. Although the thing is, he's not actually in much danger from the physical damage at the start of this pull anyways. His health bar... really hasn't moved.
Okay, so something actually you don't see a lot is a pressing roar is being talented by a Shine on the side of Perplex, and he's using that right before he deep breath stuns everything to extend the duration of that stun just a little bit longer. Because their CC chain, especially whenever Zyro and I were looking at it at the very beginning, was very sketchy and started to run out of CC at the very end. Oh my gosh, we got trees on the ground for Perplex, but it looks like the pack is fully dealt with. Hopefully we can... Okay, we've rotated back to knockback and Endcap Roar, so we're okay.
Yeah, this pull is starting to come together for Perplex, and I wouldn't be surprised if they improve the success rate of this pull up from that 10 or 20% range to 50% just based on progression. Meanwhile, in the top left, the Wolves are working on this frog incident, and FSY... What are we doing here, Krona? Popping
I think we had
a
a rescue moment.
Okay. Yeah, okay, this is just the plan to skip this Enforcer, it looks like.
Well, they just stood around for 20 seconds. I don't understand what just happened. I think that Lofus was supposed to rescue Krona while mounted, and then they were supposed to grip somebody over, but I don't know what the hesitation was for. I'm not really sure what happened.
All right, well, FSY are getting their next pull together here. Still 0 deaths in their run. Meanwhile, Direwolves are running into Bloodlust pressure here. They're getting very close to a point where if they don't press this Lust, they're going to lose it. Direwolves need to find a moment to use this cooldown. It's got to be the next pull, or else they're just giving up on a Bloodlust in the dungeon, which would not be good.
FSY, where they're playing this trash pack is a bit strange. Like, this pull isn't, like, super unconventional, right? Pulling the Oarsmen and the Swabbies off to the side isn't, like, that abnormal. Where they're playing this is a bit confusing to me.
Yeah, coming around the back here is nice because you're going to avoid that patrol.
That rat sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, that pack is not especially nice, but it does add a little bit of extra walking that you're going to have to do here.
Okay. Okay, what is Mandatory doing? Okay, look at the bottom. Looking in the bottom left, it looks like Mandatory has recognized the fact that their route was not it, and that Skylark was going to have to do the exact same first pull as Perplexed. I like this. I think that this makes more sense.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense as well. This is they're
a bit slow on the mobs coming in. I wonder what Divine is doing to make sure those mobs stay stacked a little bit better, because Mandatory has these. It looked like an extra 10 plus a couple of lashers coming in late. This is learning pains. These are fine. This is fine. I accept you wiping 2 minutes into the key trying to do that first pull.
Right. This is worth a 20-minute investment even of doing this first pull over and over again and getting it right.
I agree.
All right, here's FSY working their way through the freehold, plus 30. This is a big, important keystone for them. If they can get this key, they'll just be 1 point behind Perplexed and Mandatory, but the tiebreaker situation is still also looking grim for them, so they're going to still need a little bit more even than that. But if they can get this key done and Perplexed and Mandatory keep spinning their wheels, FSY are getting closer and closer, and Mandatory and Perplexed may not be gaining any ground. It's all going to come down to whether or not Perplexed or Mandatory can actually get this Azure Vault figured out, or if it just ends up being a waste of time.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But now, as we see that it is 2 hours left until the final run of the day, it's time to swap casters once more. Tettles, take a bit of a break. Chill out.
Goodbye.
Go grab a snack. Just, I don't know.
I'm going to be with my people in chat.
Did you ever
There you go.
notice
Go hang
that?
out with Twitch chat.
Did you ever notice that Tettles and I never casted together this weekend? Is it because
Why
you don't
is
want
that,
two
do you
Moonkin
think?
mains casting simultaneously?
Oh,
Because our producer
okay.
hates us.
Yeah. Well, we've got to have
I-
one Moonkin on the bench at all times, or else the world's just not in balance.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good situation to me.
Makes sense.
But
I
we'll-
agree.
We'll let Nagura and Dratnos handle it, though. That sounds okay.
All right, so give me a TLDR, Dratnos. What did I miss?
Yeah, of course. So Perplexed and Mandatory have been working on this 31 Azure Vault. Perplexed strategy was to do a massive pull at the start of the dungeon, and that took them a while. That took them a lot of progress. They eventually got a run where that worked out. They ended up having 3 deaths in that run total, no major mistakes, and they were about 20 seconds shy of their timer. So they are still trying it, and if they can have a perfect run, I'm pretty confident that that's going to work out for them. Mandatory, on the other hand, were doing kind of more of their... They were doing what Perplexed did in 1 pull in 2 pulls, and now they've started adapting, and they are starting to do that really big first pull as well. Having seen how it worked out for Perplexed and having a deep run of their own, I think they are convinced that they need it for time as well. Both of these teams are still in first and second place, and honestly, there's a good chance that they may not even need this run to secure second place. But they still want to get first place, which means they're competing against each other, and there is a chance that FSY in particular in the top left could overtake one of those teams if they just AFK for the next 2 hours. So FSY have an opportunity here, but they have to time this freehold. Then they have to go time an Elfslayer 30, and then they probably need to go and find another key level upgrade somewhere, which of course, that's this position that Perplexed and Mandatory are in, and decided that Azure Vault was the easiest answer for that. FSY are going to have to do it faster and with less practice once they get to that point on their score. So it's a very long shot for FSY, but they are still alive. Direwolves at this point in the bottom left, they are not still alive. They are dead. 171 points with 2 hours to go. I'm ready to pronounce the time of death here for Direwolves. They're fighting probably
Brutal.
for third place against an FSY that doesn't improve their score much here, which is still worth fighting for. But I don't think second place is on the table anymore.
Thank you very much. And FSY, this is their first 30 run, like they didn't reset it, right?
Yeah, I think so. If they did, it was early in the dungeon at least. And they're on a pretty good run here with just the 1 death. Making their way now on the second boss. The split that we're looking for in Freehold off of the second boss. Perplexed, I guess Mandatory put up a 14-17 boss 2 split. So FSY going to be a tiny bit slower than that, it looks like, but not much. So they're definitely on pace here in this run.
Oh, definitely looking good. They just need to get some good brew buffs so they can finish off all of this trash that they pulled on top of this and finish off Eudora. Does look like they're cleaving rule quite a bit, but they for sure do want to finish off Eudora to make sure that they can pull even more trash on top. I do think they already started the event, at least to spawn the pig, because Lofist did probably do the evoker thing, just double jump glide all the way over there to start the event. But look how much damage Corona is taking from that shot from Eudora. Jesus, those 2 cloth players in their group are just suffering so much from these physical damage shots there, unfortunately. But Eudora dropping very low, so they're doing a very good job. Now looking at Perplexed and Mandatory, Mandatory did execute that first pull now, right? That they did copy from Perplexed. But I saw that they had a incorporeal cast actually go off. So that slowed them down a little bit for sure, having that debuff go through onto the group. Still managed to execute the pull, but knowing how close this dungeon is, if Perplexed ended up not having enough time there at the end, then that might end up costing them. But we'll see what the split looks like once Lamer does go down in comparison between those 2 teams. The percentage, of course, is the same because they're now doing similar pulls. Well, actually, Mandatory has a little bit more. Wonder
Yeah,
what
there's probably
that
an extra
difference
whelp
is.
that Perplexed left alone.
Yeah.
Probably not going to end up mattering at the end of the day here, but Worth noting that Perplexed's split on Laymore last time was 828. If both teams can kind of land somewhere around that 830 mark, that should be fine for them. If I was Mandatory, I would probably be resetting after an incorporeal cast, given how tight this dungeon is going to be, though. Like, I'd just be thinking, okay, that's 5 seconds in the first few minutes of the dungeon. Get me out of here. Like, maybe finish that pull, keep getting the practice on that first pull of the dungeon. But I don't think you need practice in the rest of the dungeon. I don't think it's worth the time. I think you want to actually be on real runs for the whole way through. And I think at this point, at this key level, I don't know. I mean, even just -5 or 10 seconds maybe disqualifies a run from being a real run. It is that close on the timer, even with perfect play.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. And the amount of damage this boss does to the tank, it's actually kind of crazy. Laymore, known to be a boss that does quite a lot of tank damage, to some tanks at least. So, the tank's actually having a hard time surviving there. Plus, of course, the Stomp also doing a huge amount of AoE damage to the whole group that you need to make sure that they have all of those defensives set up perfectly, making sure they're not getting one-shot. But a Shine actually goes down, not even to the Stomp, but actually to the explosion before the Stomp. So they have to commit a battle rest here. Looks like they're going to... a Shine going down again! That's a reset for Perplexed. They cannot finish this dungeon with 4 players on the Laymore fight. It's just going to be too big of a time loss. So there we go, one reset coming in. Yeah, Evokers! I mean... They seem so tanky, right? But it's more like a group kind of survivability that they provide. For themselves, I guess they do somewhat quickly run out of defensives if they have to use their scales for group survivability, right? They don't want to use it when they need it. They use it as like a group cooldown. And then they have to cheat death. But then at some point, they're just running out of things to press.
Especially at this key level, Renewing Blaze is such a powerful button in most cases for Evoker survivability, but like Spore Cloak, it doesn't actually do anything against a straight-up one-shot. So your Obsidian Scales, if you're using that as a group DR, your Zephyr, if you're using that as a group DR, you might have these spots where it's like, oh yeah, let's use the Zephyr and a personal, and the Evoker's just looking and they're like, I don't have any personals. All of my stuff is group CDs. I'm, I gotta use Rescue and get a Rescue Shield.
And Obsidian Scales, right? If you stack those two, it's really bad for the rest of the group, so... I guess they're for sure committing sacrifice once in a while for the Evokers. But yeah, that's only something you can use once in a while. So yeah, very scary for those Evokers. Now, Mandatory on the other side, they are doing good so far. The boss is dropping very slowly. It is at 31 tyrannical. But yeah, they're looking good. But yeah, as I said, that the incorporeal cast went off earlier. So maybe their split is not going to look too good. We can compare it in a second to Perplexed. You said 8 minutes and how much?
8:28 was Perplexed split after Laymore died. So Mandatory, I think they're going to be able to match that here if they can survive here. They're going to have to deal with one more explosion off of the boss, and you can see Mode is just leaving everybody on low health for a while here. That is the mark of a really world-class healer, right? He knows that there's no damage coming out for the next 20 seconds, so even though it's a plus 31 key and you'd think it's super scary, he can leave people on 30% health for a while and just let them get passively healed up. But after this next burst of damage, he also knows that he's going to have to instantly top people because there's about to be that stomp. So having a really good awareness of the incoming damage pattern is what is allowing Mode to do so much damage, as well as keeping everybody alive and topped, right? Knowing when he has to heal versus knowing when he can, and at this key level, has to DPS.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that Obsidian Scales actually last through both. It's such a long buff that it actually lasts through the explosion and the stomp.
Yeah, if you press it last second, there are a few abilities that'll do that. Then those are all very good for that fight. 8:38 is going to be Mandatory's split here, so this is a nasty 10-second loss compared to Perplexed's best run, which was a very good run. But Mandatory are going to keep it going, and if the rest of their dungeon is clean, I think they could still do this.
Yeah, I think so as well. Taking a look at Fatrarch, yes, on the top left side, as they are now fighting Trothek. They're split 14:58 for that second boss. A little bit slower than what we've seen from the other teams, right? But probably still doable if they do the rest of the dungeon somewhat quickly and they don't have any major mistakes. They have those 2 deaths on the board, no battle rest available for some time. So they definitely have to keep up here because a 30 freehold is definitely not free. Because you cannot do that extra damage anymore with the cannon barrage. Have to play all of the trash, with the damage that your group does. Not having any like extra damage there from the barrage. Therefore, this dungeon or the timer in this dungeon is not as easy anymore as it used to in the time trials.
Yeah, this is a scary long dungeon. It's even on a fortified key at plus 30. These bosses do take a long time as well. So FSY will be getting one more lust on Harlan Suite, and I think their timer is definitely workable, but there's not a lot of room for error left for them. It's not as bad as it is for like Perplex and Mandatory right now, where one mistake is going to deplete their key, though.
Yeah, they have some wiggle room. Yeah, the amount of damage, as you said, like whenever those sharks get thrown at players, I just see their health go to like 10%. And I'm so scared for them getting another shark thrown at them, because that can happen, right? You can have 2 sharks thrown at you pretty much back to back. So let's just hope that... Oh, Divine actually goes down for Perplex immediately as they pull the boss here and goes down again. That's another reason for Perplex.
See, it happens to everybody. See? That's normal. If anybody from my group is watching, you see, this is that's common. Maybe it's more of a plus 31 thing though than it should be in a plus 20. That's or in a plus 15.
Nah, don't say that. It's fine in a 20 as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I do think Perplex might take the break now, because we did get some information from our admins that they were basically saying, you know what, we're going to do one more try and then take the break. Unless it's a quick wipe or a quick reset, then we do one more. And apparently they said that like 3 times in a row that they would take a break after this next run, and then they just never took the break. So yeah, I think it's a good thing that they're taking the break now, because there's definitely maybe a little bit of a like concentration issue going on for Perplex. Not to say that a 31 is easy, but yeah, maybe taking a break is a good thing for Perplex at this moment.
Yeah, I think maybe if you're perplexed, you watch Mandatory for a bit and you start thinking, hey, is Mandatory actually going to be able to do this? Because if the answer is no, maybe you're looking at your own Halls of Infusion and you're saying, look, if we can just go get 37 seconds in Halls of Infusion, we can get first place without needing to do this Azure Vault. And that could be potentially a better use of time for Perplexed at some point than continuing to bash their heads against this plus 31 key. I don't think I would make that decision just yet, because there are still 2 hours left in the day, but at some point that might be the right move for them.
Yeah, what do you think about the other keys? Like, I think the 29 Vortex is just like so close on the timer.
Yeah, it's a nasty one because the timer is rough and the one-shots of the abilities are also starting to get very scary. So you're put in this really rough spot where you need to optimize more for damage and more for anti-one-shot than you did in the 28. So I think that one is one that it would be hard. I don't think it's impossible, but I think it would be really, really hard, yeah.
I think 31 Underout is just not going to happen because of the timer. Like, even the 30 already seems somewhat close.
I agree with that.
So that's probably out of the question. But what about 31 Nelflare? Like, I think the timer for that one should definitely be fine. But I don't know if you survive. Like, the last boss especially. I think that one just seems very sketchy. Even on a 30, it seemed really sketchy. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's... It is, timer-wise maybe feasible, but I agree. I think the Azure Vault is the most plausible keystone upgrade across here, and it doesn't even look that plausible, as Mandatory are going to have Skylark going down 13 minutes into their run, and instant battle res is going to be sent here, but unfortunately Crims has now pulled an extra mob from backpedaling away from the mobs that all had threat on him as a result of Skylark going down. So now that mob is coming to this pull. This has got to be a town portal. There's just no way there's enough wiggle room in a plus 31 for that to happen and to be fine. Mode going down is definitely going to seal the deal here. No, it's not. They're going to be-res it. They're going to keep this going.
And
I would be town portaling at this point.
I think that, like, if they finish up the normal pull that they intended, and then if they can somehow pull these Guardians onto the boss... But that would still be a damage loss, and then I don't know if there's anything they can feasibly skip that would actually save them a whole pool. Because if they just pull 1 less frog or 2 less frogs or something, that's not really gonna make up the time that you lose.
Yeah, the problem is, like, you could skip a breaker in terms of count, but not based on where they're positioned in the room. You have to pull those ones, like, as you're running through anyways, so...
I mean, they just changed it into this next pull. I think there's actually not that big of a time loss now, because
Yeah, but you still
really
lost
dies in the same amount of time.
You've lost your death timer, your 10 seconds of death
Yeah.
timer, which I think even the 10 seconds of death timer is maybe the margin for error that they had already gone. You're right, though.
Okay.
Maybe it's not over just yet, especially if they have a lot more damage than Perplex did, which we don't know yet. And Icy Bindings has gone off. I think that's not good. I think that is the town portal now. I'm ready to call
now
it.
it's the town portal. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so as well. I mean, it is possible that Mandatory does not know just how close it was for Perplex. Ooh, FSY having some issues on the top left side as they're trying to do their freehold plus 30. It looks like they were trying to skip something here and ended up going in combat. Thankfully, they can rest everyone back up. Is their timer alright? Let's see. They have less than 5 minutes left.
They have enough
to
time,
do
right?
Harlan Suite and they have to do Trash.
Yeah, I wonder if you need to go trash onto boss here, or if you can just
Yeah.
do the boss first. Let's see how they decide to handle this. Let's go up to re-entering bear form. Mandatory. It looks like our wiping. Maybe they just want to get some practice on this boss on 31 or something, but otherwise I think it's going to be a town portal for them. And yeah, we can watch FSY working on Harlan's Suite here. They need to get this boss killed, and they need to get 7% count. This is going to be sketchy because, unlike before, you can't use the cannon barrages to help you get that count at the end of this fight. That used to be what teams would do in this situation, is you would just pull trash at the end of the boss fight and get it cannoned down. But in the Great Push qualifiers, teams started realizing you could actually use the cannons to kill the whole dungeon, and so the cannons got changed so that they don't work on the trash anymore. So now, what they're going to do is they're going to actually send their lust, and in phase 1, they're going to pull onto this trash. This is very scary for a while here, but if they can get this trash killed, the Giga goes down. There's one Balorus available, they can get him back up, but he's going to be missing that lust now. It's going to be so scary.
Yeah, it's going to take them so long to finish off this trash here. You have to interrupt the Stormcaller as well as the, what is it called? The debuff, Painful Motivation, there we go. That one has to be interrupted because it's just going to be too much damage going out onto the tank. And then on top of that, they have the Bellowing Shout from the Enforcer, which just does so much damage on a plus 30. And if that is buffed by one of those shouts, then or Painful Motivation, then you're for sure going to get one shot by it. So I have to interrupt that, but it's looking good for them. But without a battle rest, it's going to be very dangerous because they have to pull one more trash pack on top of this boss. Because looking at the timer, they're not having enough time to finish off this boss and then do the trash afterwards. But they're going to have to pull one more trash pack onto the boss as soon as their cooldowns are back up.
Isn't the Enforcer... They still have an Enforcer and an Officer alive, right? Are those going to be enough count? I think so.
Okay, yeah, then it's
maybe
fine.
not. Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
We'll see when it goes down. They could, I guess, go and grab that last trash pack and try and kill one dog in it if they need to. But yeah, I mean, the timer itself is starting to just be the issue here, right? 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Even if they get count from this Enforcer and the Officer, which I think they do, the boss itself just has so much health left. Now, the good news for... but Lofus is dead with no res. All right. That is the end of that, I think.
Yeah, that was a Wicked Dagger plus the Enforcer casting Bellowing Shout. That is so unfortunate for Fretchak, yes, because they, of course, are still behind compared to Mandatory and Perplex. They needed this to catch up to the other two teams and didn't quite manage. Now, the good thing for them is that both Mandatory and Perplex still are not timing this 31 Asher Vault, and it does seem to be very, very difficult. So if that is not happening, if one of the teams does not manage to time this key, then Fetch, I guess, still has enough time, technically speaking, to finish up that 30 freehold and get some more points otherwise. But as you said, they also don't win the tiebreaker when it comes to time difference in comparison to Mandatory. So they would need Perplexed to not time the 31, and Perplexed seemed to be like the more stable team in that 31 Asher Vault, at least so far.
Yeah, that is the problem for FSY. I think at this point the time tiebreaker chance for them is basically 0. I think that FSY's best bet, they still have an hour and a half, or a bit over an hour and a half. They could still get 3 points in that time. They're just going to have to go in and like one shot a 31, which is not impossible, but it's not going to be easy.
Do you think they also go for the Asher Vault, or do you think they try something else? They have to reset one more time. Not that big of a deal though. It was 30 seconds into the key, so it is whatever. They can just go again. But they have to hurry up a little bit. The time is definitely running closer and closer for them. But yeah, what did they do? I think they have to try the Asher Vault again as well, right? Unless they also have to do the Nell Flare too. They have to do the Freehold, they have to do the Nell Flare. And then they have to one-shot 31 somewhere. Yeah, it will be difficult for them, but possible.
It is. I mean, FSY, these are some gamers. They are just going to have to clutch it out here because, yeah, there's not much time left. They need to spend the next hour getting that Nell Slayer 30 and getting that Freehold 30. So then they'll have 30 minutes to clutch out the start of a banger run to upgrade one more key, which, that's what Perplexed and Mandatory have been working on now for multiple hours, and it hasn't worked yet. So FSY are getting close to the end of the line, but they're not dead just yet. They are going to start another Freehold plus 30. Meanwhile, Mandatory and Perplexed still working on Azure Vault 31 attempts, still mostly in the start of the dungeon there. Both tanks have actually made some interesting talent decisions as well. Both tanks have gone for a second charge of Survival Instincts so that they can have a little bit more defense against some of the tank busters, some of the magic tank busters that this dungeon has. Although there are a little bit of other differences as well in some of their builds. Skylark actually has gone for a little bit less of Berserk. He doesn't have all of the Berserk talents to empower that Berserk, and instead has picked up a little bit of extra juice elsewhere, whereas in order to get these Survival Instincts, Perplexed instead have opted to drop some damage and also some Barkskin and Iron for a duration, so it's going to be a lot weaker against physical damage, but this dungeon doesn't actually have too much of that, so it's going to be very interesting to see, actually. I mean, what's been really cool has been this talent system has just offered so much flexibility for the very best players, and to see them all making slightly different decisions from each other in these highest keys is really cool, as Crim's going down for Mandatory. That's going to be another reset for them. That's okay. It's just the start of the dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, I've been watching this pool. This pool is actually just so crazy on a 31. Like, it's insane. Like, the amount of damage the tank takes, even with that double stack of Survival Instincts. Like, even just when you gather up all of this trash, you get so many, like, lasher casts on you. And I saw Skylark just press everything. There's Incarn running, Survival Instincts, plus Raging Sleeper, Barkskin, everything just being pressed. And the HP is still, like, actually dropping, which is insane. And then one cast went through from a Lasher, and Crims instantly procced his Cauterize there and died immediately afterwards. So absolutely nothing can go wrong on this pool for them to actually execute it, which is just crazy. Perplex now doing the same thing on the bottom right side of the screen. For them, it is looking a little bit more stable so far. And yeah, they executed that actually pretty fast. Really well done by Perplex so far, at least.
Yeah, Perplexed looking good on this, and they have always looked better on this first pull, but that's because they've been doing it from the start. They have a lot of practice on it now. There is a good chance that if Mandatory spend another 15 or 20 minutes here in Azure Vault, they're going to get this first pull down to this level of cleanliness as well. But yeah, Perplexed, you can see, in a plus 31 key, already have 25% count in a minute and 45 seconds, right? Like, that is such a good start to the dungeon for them. That gives them so much flexibility for the rest of the run. That is such a great push exclusive strategy, right? Doing a really big pull at the start of the dungeon, because you can just reset over and over again until it works. It's really, really smart from both teams to be using that kind of strategy, because a pull of that lethality, you would never consider it if it was 10 minutes into the dungeon, right? It's only because it is the very first thing, and you can just reset if it goes wrong.
And you would never do this on like a live key, right?
Right.
They do this because they can just reset many times as they want. As they have some leisure casts going off here for Mandatory. Bloodlust, of course, running. The Master Spell did come out from RX, making sure all of those get dispelled. Stan actually going through and Macing there for a second. But looking fine. Aura Mastery and Obsidian Scales running, plus Vampiric Embrace, just all of the defensives and offensives running at the same time. And it is looking good so far, but those mobs still have some health going on. And they have to see those incorporeal beings as one cast seems to be going off. And 2 Lasher casts as well. I think this might be another reset for Mandatory. Yeah, it was looking good at the start, but just this pull just takes so long as well. Even with all of those cooldowns and with the mage doing like close to 2 million DPS, just taking so long on this 31 key.
Yeah, brutal for mandatory there. They're going to head out of the dungeon, get teleported away. Ooh, looks like maybe Mode was able to get back in before getting ported away as well. That's a nice little one loading screen save for mandatory, so that's good news for them at least. Perplexed also starting once again, and Azure Vault plus 31 up in the top right. Meanwhile, FSY have also been resetting. They've been resetting a freehold plus 30 though, and that's currently where they're at. 0 deaths in this run so far, as they're setting up a pretty big second pull of the dungeon. The goal here is to just make sure you're not ever fighting too many enforcers at once. The enforcers are the scariest part of this area. Most of the rest of the trash is reasonably manageable, especially if you can group those crack shots up, get them in that AoE.
Alright, so technically speaking, if Perplex and Mandatory both do not time any more keys from here on out, and Fetcher, yes, does manage to get this freehold done, and then they go into the Knell Flare and get that done too. The Knell Flare is what on the timer? Is it the 35-minute dungeon? 32?
I want to say 34, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Alright, so freehold is 30.
Hang
Let's
on, I have
assume...
it is 33-minute timer.
Okay, 33. Alright, so we have a 30-minute freehold. If they get it done now, then they have a 30... Let's say they wanted the Knell Flare afterwards as well, which would be around 33.
Yeah.
And they have a little bit of time to attempt like one other key, but they don't actually have to time anything else afterwards, right? Technically, if they just time those 2 keys, they win the tiebreak against Perplexed if Perplexed does not time anything else. Is that correct?
No. FSY's timers are worse than Perplexed by...
Oh, mandatory. No.
Yeah.
They don't win against either of them?
They don't win against either. FSY's timers are a lot worse than Perplexed and Mandatory in the dungeons that have been done by all 3 teams.
Unless they do the freehold and the Knell Flare really quickly.
In theory, if they could do like a 2-chested 30 freehold and a really fast Knell Flare, they would be able to make up extra time, but they're multiple minutes behind in some of the other dungeons, so I don't think that the time tiebreaker is a realistic path for FSY.
You don't
I think they need an extra point.
What if they do the freehold and the Knell Flare, and then they just reattempt another key that they're really far behind in, and do it quicker?
Yeah,
I think that's still not realistic.
That's one path for FSY, is they could try and improve a time. Another path that's been noted by production is that FSY could try and win on 177 points by doing a 31 right after doing a 30 freehold. Because if they do a 31, they'll have the better tiebreaker of just the highest key level that's been done, which is our first tiebreaker. So, in theory, they could just never go to that Knell Flare 30 and just do freehold 30, and then any 31 would be enough to get them first place against Mandatory and Perplexed if Mandatory and Perplexed don't improve, which... Actually, that might be for Fat Shark's best path, because if they do that... They'll have an hour to prog on Azure Vault if they can time this freehold that they're in right now. You know, it's not impossible. They only need one of Mandatory and Perplexed to choke as well, and they would need to time... The hard part is timing their own 31 Azure Vault, but it's pretty likely at this point that at least one of Perplexed and Mandatory don't succeed here.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Now, of course, that would mean that they actually have practiced the 31 before, because it seems pretty unlikely that they would just go in and do the 31 without having practiced it on Tournament Realm, but it is possible that they did. So yeah, we'll see. So they still have a chance. It's just very difficult, and it of course also requires Perplexed and Mandatory to just keep wiping in their Azure Vault, which seems pretty likely, right? It's not looking too good for either of those teams right now.
Yeah, at this point, FSY have they have a few different paths to second or first place, but all of them require a lot of big what-ifs to go in their favor. So, meanwhile, Direwolves up in the top left, their path to second is dead at this point. They can't get to 177 points unless there was just a miracle of some kind here. This 28 Halls of Infusion is going to put them to 173, but then they still would need to do 4 dungeon runs. in a little bit over an
Hear me
hour.
out. What if they two chest some of the 29s that they have and then do the 31 and one shot afterwards?
That's the miracle I was talking about. Yep, that would be enough, but I don't think that's especially likely. For Direwolves, what they're most playing for is if FSY chokes for the next hour, Direwolves might be able to get to 175. And they might be able to get the third place from FSY. So that is most of what they're looking for here as Chaz goes down. Does get the battle res. This Primal Tsunami fight on plus 28 is pretty gnarly, but they have quite a bit of time here.
Aura Mastery. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
That's the, sometimes the Evoker struggle. Looks like they're going to be able to get this recovered, though. Getting Primal Tsunami. If they can get it to about 40% before this push here, they should be in great shape to get the kill. They're not going to actually have Lust for the next up phase, so maybe 35% would be a better number to see on the boss HP, but either way, I think they'll be able to do this in one more phase of the boss being up. The problem with this is that, 29 is actually the level that all the other teams have done Halls of Infusion on, so Direwolves may just need to come right back and do this one key level higher.
Yeah, do you think they should just go for the 29 hulls, or should they try something else? Because they still have the 30 Underrot they can do, 30 Null Flare, a 30 Freehold, and their hulls has not been looking that great. Like, they definitely have been struggling in this key a lot. So maybe it would be better for them to just go somewhere else, because they just need to get to 175 somehow, right? Which is definitely possible in other dungeons as well, to beat Fetch, I guess, obviously, Fetch, I guess, cannot get any more points, but yeah.
Yeah, so Direwolves, well, our best friend Tiebreakers re-enters the discussion pretty quickly here. Direwolves are going to need to time a 30 to get even with FSY on that tiebreaker, so that is an important thing for them. Otherwise, they could go for 176 points, but they would need to go for a 30 otherwise if they want to try and beat FSY with 175. So they have a very difficult hour ahead of them as well. If you're a fan of Direwolves, you're really hoping that FSY wipe. If you're a fan of FSY, you need FSY to never wipe again, and you need Mandatory and Perplexed to keep wiping, which everything is getting brutal
Seems
for both
possible.
Direwolves and FSY. And then there's Mandatory and Perplexed who are just bashing their heads against the 31 Azure Vault, and things are... If you're a fan of any of these teams, you got to feel for your team out there, because all four teams are just in the trenches right now.
Alright, Direwolves at least are going to finish off Primal Tsunami here easily in time, and they're not going to get another intermission for sure. They just have to do 5% loss damage here. Can they do it? Yes, they can for sure get that 2% down. There we go. Alright, so we do have 2 points extra on the score here now for Direwolves. They're up to 173. Perplexed did manage to execute their first trash pull this time around and are now on Laymore. We did see Laymore wipes as well, though, because this boss just does so much damage to both tank and the groups. You can see Divine Field, Gracious Sleeper, and Barks can up for the tank mechanic and still dropping really low on that initial hit. And now we do see the Fissures coming out, and the explosions in just a second. They have to rotate their defensives perfectly to make sure they actually survive this, because both of these abilities actually one-shot them if they don't have anything up.
Yeah, this is very scary. At this key level, it's pretty close to you need multiple things up, right? Like multiple small things or one big thing to survive all of these damage events. The saving grace for Perplexed is that several of their defensives actually last through both of the damage events, which can be really nice. And also they just have a lot of group DRs, right? You have Aura Mastery, you have Zephyr, you have Obsidian Scales enhancing Black Attunement, you have Rescue Shields. So there are a lot of ways that other players, that you have Blessing of Sacrifice as well. All of these can be used to make sure that whoever's about to die doesn't die. The hard part about fights like this is identifying, hey, I'm at 100% HP, I have a cooldown rolling, and I'm still about to die, and I still need something more, right? Knowing that you're about to die is the hard part.
Do you think some of them are running Icy Preservation, or do you think that's not needed?
Oh yeah, so I think they should be. I suspect they... I
It
suspect
would
they
be really
probably
good for
are.
Laymore, right?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the file of Icy Preservation it's actually really good in a lot of high keys. It gives you 6% damage reduction when you're above 50% health, but it does cause you to take 6% increased damage when you're below 50% health. So it kind of isn't great if you're not in danger of getting one-shot, but much of the danger at this key level is from a straight-up 100-0 one-shot, against which File of Icy Preservation is just a 6% DR. I mean, I think they're probably running it. The problem is you don't want it on for the trash, and you can't swap in combat. But you can swap outside of combat.
And it's spiteful, right?
Yeah, spiteful is going to keep you in combat, which is annoying. So I don't know. Maybe that could be something that we could have checked in on for by our observers. I'll send a little message, see if they can find out.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It is also damage loss, of course, because you lose your whatever other vial you have been using before. So that is something that you watch out about. But if it saves your life, then it's for sure worth it. So yeah, maybe some of the squishier classes, maybe the Augmentation Evokers are running it. And Augmentation Evoker doesn't scale that well with some stats anyway. So maybe that makes sense, considering, like, because otherwise you would be running something like a Verse Flask. I don't think you run Crit Flask because of the debuff. So you would run Verse Flask or like the other secondary set Flask, which I forgot the name of. And I don't think it's that good for Evoker, right? They want main stat. So maybe running Icy Preservation for the Evokers does make a lot of sense for this boss, and also for Grey Wing. I think for that one it would also make sense. Maybe, yeah, I think so. Because if you get hit by any ability that when you're below 50% HP, you're dead anyway, no matter if you get 6% extra damage or not, right? So it makes a lot of sense for some of these bosses.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense for the whole dungeon in a plus 31 level the more that I think about it. So it is just a question of whether you can afford a defensive file or whether you need a file that is going to give you offensive value. The Tepid Verse as well, I mean, it does also give you some defense too. So, yeah, that is the mystery. We do have a... We're investigating right now, so I'll get the numbers for us soon on what files are being used by Perplexed and Mandatory, because that is a great question that you had there. Looks like Perplexed are actually on a pretty good split as well. Their first Laymore here, 833, one death on the board. A little bit slower than their last run, but this is definitely still timeable. Fatshark, like you said, working on that second boss of Freehold.
Yeah, Fatshark is actually having a good run because they had to reset numerous times on that first trash pool in this dungeon earlier. But this time it is looking pretty good. They have those 2 deaths on the board, which is not great because the timer on the 30 is a bit close. We've seen them run out of time in the run they had before on the last boss. But they also had like 3 deaths on the skip last time around. So I think that was the main reason why they ended up running out of time. I think otherwise those 2 deaths are for sure going to be fine if the rest of the dungeon goes well for them. And Eudora is about to go down. The rest of this fight is not going to be very dangerous for them. Raoul doesn't really do much. If you have freedom, you can just get rid of that blackout barrel very easily. You can utilize those buffs on the ground to deal with some extra trash that they're going to be pulling on top of this boss in just a second. Just have to watch out for those harpooners that are going to grip you in to all kinds of dangers that this boss and the trash cast as well. So just gotta watch out for that one.
Yeah, this is another thing that is scarier than it looks, right? When it's executed well, it doesn't look dangerous at all, and that's kind of a recurring theme of top-end WoW, not just M+, not just TGP, but in the MDI and the Race to World First as well. You see all these spots where it's like, oh, this looks easy, but it only looks easy because the 100 different ways that they could have died didn't happen. And that's because they know about them. They've died to them in 100 runs before, and this time they were able to mitigate all of them. But it's very impressive. There, you can see it. There's the harpoon on Giga for FSY, leading to his death. That's exactly how that would happen, like you said. So, unfortunate for the Sharks there. They're going to be able to get that res out. It's not going to cost them their dungeon, but it is going to cost them that battle res, so that might matter later.
Yeah, and it's also unfortunate that they have to commit the battle res here, because the trash bag was basically already dead, and Roll is close to dying too. But they have Spiteful Shades here in this dungeon, and there's a little bit of a thing going on with this boss, that even once Raoul is dead, you can still be in combat with it for quite a while if you pull trash on top of it. because you're still in combat with the trash, and then the boss doesn't necessarily like reset instantly. So maybe it would have taken quite a while for Giga to actually release there, because that boss is a spawn point once it dies. But yeah, if you can't release for a long time, then it would have been too big of a time loss. So they had to commit that battle rest. So that will be another 4-minute cooldown on the next one coming up. So no more mistakes possible for Fetch, I guess, here for quite a while.
All right, so File of Icy Preservation is indeed being used in our runs at the top here. Mandatory are using it on Maystein, their Evoker, Mode, their Paladin, and RX, their Priest.
Oh.
Whereas Crimson Skylark are avoiding it. Of course, a tank, it makes sense to not really be wearing that. It's not particularly good on tanks. But Crims also is not using it on that Mage. Perhaps the most, the Mage is kind of the carry in terms of damage, right? Like they're the ones that need to do the most damage, so giving them a damage file is probably the most value you can get. Although you can see on the health bars that things are scary even for mages. They do have a lot of personals, but if those ever run out, they can start to be in a lot of danger.
Yeah, Mage is also pretty good against these kind of like one-shot mechanics if they don't happen too frequently, right? Because you have the barriers, you have the ice block. All the time doesn't really help you that much, but you have greater invis as well. So yeah, I think Mage probably has the most kind of cooldowns from the damage dealers. So makes sense that Crims is maybe not running that. But yeah, interesting. Yeah,
Meanwhile,
so you can see
Perplex-
just how much damage these dungeons do in a 31.
Absolutely, yeah. Perplexed are actually not running any of those vials. They're all mostly on like Tepid Verse instead. They're not running any Icy Preservation, so maybe they have a little bit more damage potential as a result, but they're going to have a little bit of a harder time living those one-shots as Crims actually ends up going into Cauterize for Mandatory. 842 is their Laymore split. Still, Perplexed and Mandatory have yet to match that 828 that Perplexed put up earlier in their best attempt.
Having a lot of deaths. Oh no, that's another town portal for Fedra, I guess. As they had quite a few deaths coming into that Ludwig plus trash pool there. Very unfortunate moment for them to reset too, because it was not one of the most dangerous pools coming in. But yeah, I mean, Ludwig, with all of those shells going around, if you have harpooners on top of that, and Spateful Shades going everywhere, it can be dangerous too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not one of the things you think of as the most lethal, but the addition of harpooners to pretty much anything makes it deadly in a freehold. That's the secret to freehold, is harpooners are the real killers. The worst part about harpooners is that they won't always kill you in every run, so you're not on the lookout for what they're going to do, right? It's not like they have a cast that you need to interrupt or it wipes the group. It's a lot more RNG, and so sometimes you won't get punished, and so you'll do the same thing, and then the next run you will get punished, and you don't learn that you need to stop those from happening, right? Or exactly where you need to have them moved, or who needs to be baiting them.
And you can position your character, like if you know that there's some sort of AoE coming up, you can position yourself, but it's very difficult with the shells from Ludwig, right? Because they of course move around. So it's kind of hard to constantly position yourself in a way that you wouldn't get hit by one of those shells. So yeah, definitely can be pretty tricky, especially if you want to do any sort of damage as a ranged DPS. You cannot be constantly walking around. But yeah, Patrick, yes, still technically has time to do this 30 freehold, then go and do the 30 Nell Flare, or just do a 31. So they have time, but yeah, it's getting closer and closer for them. Mandatory and Perplex still trying to execute this 31 Asher vault, and Perplex actually got pretty far now. Mandatory is also in that ring area and doing that trash, but Perplex already on Asher Blade, and look how much damage this intermission phase does. And this is a boss where you don't want to run Icy Preservation, because on this boss, the ticking damage would just do a lot of damage to you when you're below
On the other
50.
hand, as long as you get topped from 50 to 100 quickly, you're staying in that damage reduction zone, right? The problem is if your healer starts falling behind and you drop below 50, then it becomes all that much harder for them to catch up. But with the way the Holy Paladin works right now, and with the amount of off-healing that this composition has access to, you maybe don't even need to switch off of it for this fight. Maybe you still get value.
Yeah,
I would want the damage, though, of a damage file for this fight.
It didn't look like they were dropping below 50% very often, and when they did, they immediately got topped before the next damage event happened. So yeah, technically speaking, you could. But yeah, Azure Blade is a boss where if you get like if you have a little bit more damage and you can skip one extra intermission phase, that just has so much value because this intermission phase takes so long in a 31. The adds in intermission, I believe they scale with key level. They don't scale with tyrannical or fortified, but on a 31 they're still just gonna have so much HP. So yeah, want all of the damage in the world to not get one extra phase.
Yeah, that's what's important here is, well, you can't skip that phase that they were skipping even in the 30 and especially in the 29. They've actually just taken the lust off of this boss entirely to get an extra lust in the dungeon, and they say, you know what? We're going to get one extra phase, let's just make sure we don't get two, right? Let's make sure that we do enough damage to skip that second extra phase as compared to what they were doing in the 29s, but it is still... There's just so much health on the boss, right? On plus 31 Tyrannical. This boss just takes so long. You can see Perplexed pulling Azure Blade up to the side there, getting a long run towards the middle of the room. But even still, the boss is going to be at 50% while channeling here. No way that this is... They're going to need at least one more intermission after this one. Probably exactly one more intermission after this one.
Yeah, I'm just so scared for their HP bars here in this intermission. There's just so much damage coming in. And Sevi... I mean, Holy Paladins don't have to attack that much anymore, right? They don't have to use that many melee abilities anymore. But that's something that Holy Paladins somewhat struggle with in this phase. When the adds die close to you, then you don't have anything to attack. So maybe the ranged are actually focusing the ones that are on the other side first, making sure that there's still an add up for both a Divine Field and Sevi to still melee hit to get some of those extra damage spells in.
Yeah, Holy Paladin, they're a lot happier this patch than they were in previous patches, right, to be at range, but they definitely still would prefer to be able to get into melee there, so... It's kind of nice, though, this season, if you have something that needs to be done out at range, you can have your Holy Paladin do that. In previous seasons, they would really complain if you made them do that, so... Oh, unfortunate here for
No one
Perplexed.
complains about, though. Oh,
That
well,
I
I mean, that is unfortunate. That
A
is
little
true, but you know
overlap
what?
there, yeah. Speaking of
A little
overlaps,
bit.
though...
Hey, there's really no good way to do this at the end of the day, but it's time to swap. Makeson's Ironic have a lot to say. They've been talking about it in chat. They've been staying on task in our production chat, only talking about World of Warcraft, and so now it's time for them to talk about it
Hate that.
on the broadcast as well. So, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Sarah, here with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
there.
I was really just focusing in on the conversation we were having in our production chat. It was a really important one.
It was about the World of Warcraft. Yeah, it was.
Yep. Definitely.
Anyhow, back to these four teams. I did hear a little bit of doubting from the Guru and Dratnos earlier on about Fat Shark, yes, only making it with several conditions attached to it. I think we can do better than that. I think there's still blood in the water and they can get it, so we're going to see how that goes. Teams have been approaching this 31 Azure Vault for the very most part. Do you think there's any other dungeon that teams could go and get that 31 in?
To be honest, I think the only other one that there's really a good opportunity to get is maybe the Freehold. Underrot is also an outside possibility, but these are just things that where you're looking at only the timer right now, and I have to catch myself here really quick. Perplexed had a scary moment in the top left there. Divine Field went down. Fortunately enough for them, it was at the tail end of the intermission, so the boss wasn't meleeing anyone just yet. They were able to get the battle res off. A little bit of a scary moment, but they're able to keep it together. They'll have to keep it clean from here on out. Back to what you were asking about with the 31s. It's so hard to determine whether or not they can time these higher keys, because it's not just a matter of being able to complete the dungeon in time, it's can you actually live the mechanics, and Perplexed are showing us how hard that can be in a 31 right now, with Sevi also going down. There's just so much damage going out on these boss encounters.
There is, and I'm just sneaking at these boss timers here, and I think we might be in a good territory. Now, the bad news is there's already 3 deaths on the timer, and the last time they made it through this entire dungeon, they were just short of like 15 seconds to completion, so that could very well be these 3 deaths. Good news is they were much faster on their second boss split. Previously, it was 21-29. This time around, we're seeing the 21-13. We are going to see them do the frog pull now, which should allow them to use their bloodlust here once they have everything together, and then get their last bloodlust on Umbral Skull, which I absolutely love. I think this is the way to do it. I don't think Talash's bloodlust is worth, to be honest.
Yeah, it probably isn't. And I mean, you're not really saving a whole bunch of time on the intermissions on Talash compared to potentially using it on a fight like Azure Blade. It's just that the bloodlust timings don't really add up here. Now, let's see. Did Perplexed actually find the spot that FSY was using? Yes, they did. They checked the VODs.
Yeah.
They found the rescue spot. Getting the priest up top so they can then grip the mage up there, and they don't have to worry about dodging these frog jumps at all for the entire AoE here. Look at this, though. They're not committing the bloodlust here. What could they do?
There
Oh,
it is.
never mind. Spoke too soon.
Just
There's the
took them a
bloodlust.
little bit longer.
Getting everything in.
But yeah, I think it's I don't think there's any way you want to hold it later than that. Just looking at the
Yeah.
overall dungeon timer, of course, it is a 35-30 dungeon, so you could have held it like 1 or 2 minutes more, but really, the poll is up and together. You want to use it when cooldowns are ready, so they were just waiting for everything to be ready to be popped, and now they're going to be blasting this poll. This is scary still for the tank. A lot of survival needed, and I think the Vinefield is doing a great job. These breakers, lots of AoE coming out, but the team just protected up there, allowing them to free cast is going to give them a lot of damage on the outcome.
Yeah, the scariest thing about this pull is not necessarily dodging the frogs, although that does cut down on your damage. It's the fact that the breakers will shoulder slam a player. If it goes on one of the ranged when they're on top of that platform there, the shoulder slam doesn't actually hit them. So they don't have to worry about taking that extra damage from the shoulder slam and then also having to live the shout after the fact. So it really cuts down on the cognitive overload that a poll of 30 or 40 mobs like this really puts together for you. And you can see it really helps out those two ranged players. Wolf Disco doing nearly 1 million DPS, and that's even more impressive considering the fact that they spent about a minute in combat setting that poll up. So really, by the time everything was stacked up, he was probably doing closer to like 2 million DPS when all the mobs were together. Quick work there. Now Perplexed, all of their trash done, and they have 11 minutes to deal with 2 bosses. Do we think that's going to be enough?
See, I was about to say, don't be fooled. These tyrannical 31 bosses take forever, especially Talash with all of the phasing away, going in the middle. You're going to be here for a while, and it's also a lot of damage that goes out. I think the last time when they just nearly depleted this key, we saw extreme management of survivability, of defensives on the entire team to make sure they're surviving these frost bumps in particular, but of course everything else also hurts. You can see it here on the absolute zero. It's just so much.
Meanwhile, in the top right-hand, Mandatory with an absolute disaster, 20 minutes into their run, full wiping on Azure Blade. Going to have to get a reset and go again, but it was a pretty good run so far. They only had 1 death up to the second boss. The problem for them, and of course for Perplexed as well, is just the consistency of getting to a point where a run is potentially completable. We've seen them reset on the first pull of this dungeon dozens of times between the two of them. It's so difficult to pull off, but that's the kind of thing that you have to make work in order to give yourself time to complete such a high-level dungeon like this. And, you know, speaking of our timers here, right?
Yeah.
We had 11 minutes going into the 2 bosses here. In their completed run before, where they had the boss at like 5% and then wiped when the timer ran out, we estimated that they would have finished the dungeon off at around, what, like 15 seconds after the timer or something like that? Mm-hmm. They killed off Talash, I believe, right after the 30-minute mark. So I would say a good idea of whether or not they're going to complete this dungeon is whether or not they're sub-30 when this boss goes down. If they're sub-30, it's a go run. They could potentially kill it and time this run.
I think so too, and I think that is also what we're kind of expecting ever since we saw that run, right? We know it's doable, it's just going to need a little bit more refinement, and the question is whether or not the refinement that they've done this time around is going to be enough. Again, Talash takes very, very long. We've been in fight for like 2 minutes and the boss isn't even at 50% yet. We're going to be here for much longer. And then Umbral Skull also drags out because of the additional damage you need to do to the spikes. You cannot just let them go off. There was a question of whether or not you could commit the very last one, but I just don't think that's possible. Even with Bloodlust, you are going to get these explosions. It's a long dot. It ticks very hard, and even with like 3 battle resses, I think you'd be in trouble there. So we're not going to see that. We're going to see them commit to these spikes and make sure they can kill them off, which is just going to drag out the fight duration.
Yeah, I mean, how much HP does this boss even have on this difficulty? I mean, it's got to be... I want to look at the log and see how much damage Umbral Skull actually has. I don't think there's any possible way you can burn the 25% phase. You just have to deal with those crystals. I mean, fortunately, they have a pretty good DPS
nice
comp to deal with it, right? Like, Fire
Yeah.
Mage, passive Ignite Cleave. I guess you can Flame Strike them as well if they're stacked enough. Of course, the multi-dotting of the Shadow Priest is pretty nice. They should. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. The question is, like, can they actually burn through the boss DPS as well? And we know that it's definitely possible. Again, we just need to see
But it's
that
a lot of
30-minute push.
micromanagement, right?
Yeah,
Like, you don't want to do too much damage to the spikes because that would mean losing valuable boss DPS. But also, if you don't do enough, it's just a wipe. So it's a very small line that they're treading and trying to get right there. We know they can do it, but can they do it within the timer has to be the question. Talash, 33% now. We're at 3.5 minutes in. We're still going to be here for, like, I think 2 more minutes. We're going to see how it goes. Mandatory on the top right, restarting their key. Both of these teams are fighting to get that 31 on the board because that would allow them to actually have a very secure tiebreaker over the other team as long as the other team doesn't time it. And even if they do, you still want to have that to then try and go back and get the timebreaker. So both of these teams kind of like challenging each other is something I really enjoy, and I'm so happy they're prioritizing this 31 in opposition to like going for a faster time in a 30.
I mean, the timer's really running out for FSY here, right? I mean, they don't have a whole bunch of time left in the day. They technically could time 2 more keys and potentially get them to the cells where they would be in a timebreaker scenario, but their times are so far behind that of Mandatory and Perplex that they'd also have to get very, very fast times in the dungeons they complete. I mean, that being said, they're not completely out of it just yet, but I think it's pretty safe to say that between Perplexed and Mandatory, if one of them is able to time this 31 Azure Vault, they're 100% top 2. They're not going to get caught. So it's really, really important for them to finish this off. And then, of course, that also gives them the potential to go back and speed up one of the previous runs. They don't really need to go for a +1 at that point. They can just go for a faster run and guarantee themselves the tiebreaker should the other team then also get their 31 Azure Vault.
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to a lot of conditions between the teams. Of course, we cannot forget them. The Direwolves, out of contention for those first 2 slots, are still fighting to maybe get the 3rd one, because that could technically still be on the table depending on how their keys and Fetch Shark Yes keys go. So they're still throwing up a fighting hand and trying to get at least 1 more placement here. I keep repeating myself, I'm going to say it again though, this group was intense in terms of how close everyone is, and we're still seeing it until the very last hour of the Great Push, with teams being so close and so neck and neck that it could be still several teams getting qualified to the finals.
And I mean, look at this run from Perplexed here on the top left. We were saying sub 30 on the Telash kill is what they needed, and look at that. They gave themselves 25 extra seconds on the sub 30. They have a little over 6 minutes to deal with Umbral Scroll here, which is, you know, we assume a little bit more than you actually need. So they can honestly play it safe, full swap to crystals, just make sure that they keep themselves topped and healthy here, and they should be through. This is still a scary boss, though. On a 31 Tyrannical Key, these tank busters could very easily just pop Divine Field. I have to keep an eye on them. Also curious to see how much this AoE does. Ooh! That was natty on his shine. That was pretty scary. That was 80% of his HP bar, and I'm not too sure if they had personals or any AoE CDR up for that, but that was pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a Shine struggle on Talash as well. There's a massive rotation of several shields, defensives, utility from Sasevi coming in to try and keep that augmentation evoker on the men, but we are going to go into the very first spikes in 1% boss health as soon as the 75 is hit. We're going to get them, and here they are, crystals coming out, and they cannot overcommit to them. Here's one big one in the back that they need to break and get down. Shield has been broken, and look at the fracture timers. I think looking at the HP bars, we're good here, just cleaving them down, a little bit of prioritization damage coming out, and they should be all done for the very first step. We are going to get that Bloodlust in 2 minutes, so that should help us, I think, for the 3rd set.
Yeah, definitely should. I mean, the crystals don't necessarily need to have cooldowns on them to really kill them off. They should have the spread DPS for them, as long as they don't get like the worst possible spawns. They had a pretty okay set of spawns there. They weren't the best. They weren't all stacked up, but they did have at least 2 of them together, which helps out a lot. It lets your mage kind of just focus down those 2 while your Shadow Priest multi-dots the others. So it should be okay. As long as they don't get a full spread on the crystal spikes, they should be totally okay. But we won't see those for another 12% or so. Now, it looks like they're going to be just using this set of 2 minutes here. We saw the Power Infusion and Breath of Eon's already committed there. And they're going to be just probably saving the Bloodlust for the next set of 2 minutes. That comes up 2 minutes from now. Well, that will push them pretty close up to the end of the timer here, but, you know, they're making pretty good progress on the boss so far. About halfway in, about 2.5 minutes into the fight, it should be okay as long as they're able to deal with the spikes.
Yeah, there's like 3 more minutes to go, so if the math is mathing, time is looking decent, the Bloodlust will help in getting a little bit more damage out, but of course it also depends a little bit on the cooldowns. Next set of crystals are coming in. Let's see how they spawn. There's a few a little bit more spread out, not the most ideal version that they're getting here, but we can see they know that. They go for the ones that are further away. Make sure these are dotted from the start. Make sure these drop for sure. And Incorporeal also coming out here, but they have no problems with that. Next set of ads is save. Divine Field taking so much damage here for a second, but is being saved by his healer.
About 45 seconds from now, they're going to send everything. They've got the full package. They've got the Bloodlust. They've got the PI. The Combust will be up and ready before then, but I imagine they might even sit on it just for a little while to get maximum usage out of it during those cooldowns. And, of course, they'll have the Breath as well. So everything will be up. And I assume, actually, the way it's set up, it might even pop during the crystals, which will make things a lot easier for them. It's just going to be a single target DPS race to the finish. And with 2 minutes left in the dungeon, all the math is working out for them. Everything is looking clean. Can't have any errant mistakes at this point in the dungeon 33 minutes in.
I absolutely love that rescue. They're allowing the Shadow Priest to keep doing the damage. If you know nothing about Shadow Priest, the one thing you need to know is that they hate moving their feet because it just breaks their entire damage rotation. They're so dependent on staying still like a turret that this is just massive value here. And of course, with the Twin Guardian Shields, that's also going to give him small shield. Not necessary in this one, but Destruction coming in. That's a lot of damage there on Perplexed. And they are approaching that 25% marker where they are going to get one more set of crystals. The question is, are they going to Bloodlust the crystals? Are they going to Bloodlust Umbral Skull? Timer is saying that we have 1 more minute and 8 seconds to finish off this boss. I think it's looking really good for Perplexed to get this one done, but they need to get the crystals out of the way first. First ones are dropping. The big one is down. We can see them fall to the sides as well. They have it done. Bloodlust still going, and Umbral Skull is falling and falling. With over 40 seconds to go, I think we have our first 31 on the board from Perplexed.
This is all she wrote. This is walking it in at this point. We'll get one final AoE explosion in a little bit here, but they've got everything they need for that. 8% left on the boss here with 30 seconds left. This is all she wrote. Divine Field takes one final tank slam, and it's not even going to bring him below half HP. The combustion does run out, so a lot of their burst damage is gone, but with 20 seconds left on the board, it's going to be a surety here from them. This is going to be our first 31 completed of the weekend. Massive run from Perplexed.
Absolutely. We can see them shoot up here on the leaderboard. That's one more point. That's one more world record here coming in on the Great Push. The question is, can Mandatory get back at them? Can they get ahead of them? For FedShark, yes, this means it's over. They cannot get the points required to get up in there with the 31s. They just don't have enough time left in the day as there's only like 45 minutes to go. But it's still between Mandatory and Perplexed to decide who will be the winner of Group A.
And Mandatory's on a run. They've gotten through that first pull, which we've seen have, somewhere around a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 success rate. Well, that I spoke too soon. As mode goes down to one of these explosions on this boss, they have the battle res for him, but, now they're naked. No more battle reses for the rest of this encounter for the next 5 minutes. And this is actually a lot more dangerous of a boss than we first initially thought, right? It's the combination of those circle explosions plus the stomp right afterwards, both of them doing ridiculous amounts of damage, easily hitting players for 80 to 90% of their HP bar for both ticks of damage. It's just so much that they have to worry about, so much that they have to live through. And I mean, they have the damage reductions calculated out, but sometimes it just doesn't really add up.
I do have to correct myself. Of course, that 31 doesn't change much for Fat Shark, yes, because they can still get second place. Although,
True.
That seems highly unlikely now that the first 31 is on the timer. It seems like Mandatory might just be able to repeat what Perplexed has done and come in and sneak that one. And of course, we are adding a little bit more time because we started late today, so it's not going to be on the hour, but like 10 minutes later when the very last runs are getting stopped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, Fat Shark, yes, could technically still barely sneak into that second place spot. Actually, do they even have the time to at this point? I'm not quite sure. If they were to do their 30 freehold under timer, that'd be 29 minutes gone. If they were to do another key, it would have to be the Nelth Slayer, right? That'd be another 30 minutes gone. They actually just don't have enough time left in the day. Because they would still be losing on tiebreaker then to time, so... Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Fat Shark
They're pretty much out of contention,
They're stuck in third, it looks like, yeah. Well, unfortunate for them, but we still have a race for the top two here. Mandatory is continuing this run, even with the death on mode. Honestly, I feel like the make-or-break section of this run, I mean, obviously the first pull is definitely extremely important, but that's right away at the start, right? You don't really have a run together until you get that pull done anyways. So that's not something you really need to worry about. It really comes down to the Azure Blade room, right? Massive trash pull, and then, of course, a super long boss encounter, which is extremely dangerous and taxing on the healer as well. Every single one of those intermissions, very difficult to get through clean. And that's kind of where we saw most of the mistakes made in this dungeon, right? We even saw Mandatory wipe there in their previous run as well. So if they can get there and get through that cleanly with a proper timer, they could very easily match Perplexed here and bring us to a tiebreaker based on time. Mode does go down, though. Last few percentages here, though. Fortunately for the team, though, the massive AoE damage had just came out, so they can potentially finish this boss off before they would actually need any healing on the group. 3% left on the boss. No, Skylark goes down as well. He needed his healer to stay alive.
We don't even have Cauterize on Crims. I think this is it. It's going to be another restart. You were saying that the Azure Blade room is one of the volatile situations, but we're seeing Laymore be an absolute massive unit as well to try and defeat. It's just very, very hard for them to get through that boss and that very first pull that they're doing where they go really, really big. My cat is also extremely excited about that, as you can probably tell. She's been yelling for a long time now. We were reminded of the one niche scenario where Fat Shark, yes, might be getting back into that second place, and that is if they time this dungeon and then go and just free shoot the 31 freehold. That could be something they do. They just go through and they get that done. I think it's highly unlikely, but if you are a Fat Shark Yes fan, then don't lose hope based on that.
Keep it sharky.
Exactly.
Fat Shark is such a great guild to follow, especially during the Race to World First. Their Twitter has a lot of great memes. Also, their kill videos for their bosses are spectacular. Would highly recommend. Fortunately, doesn't look like they're going to be top two this weekend. This freehold has really been posing a threat to them, and it's really unfortunate to see that they weren't able to get this run done. They had a really, really close run. I think it was about an hour and a half ago, like right after my last casting split. They were so close to finishing it off, but I think they ended up wiping in the last room, like with 30 seconds left in the dungeon, and just weren't able to make it work. If they had gotten that run on the board, and then, were able to go somewhere else and gain +1 point, we could be talking about Fat Shark Yes potentially sniping out Mandatory here. But unfortunately, just not meant to be for them.
The thing is, when we saw that, we also saw how their routing looked for this very high key, the 30 fortified rehold. And that includes pulling the boss into the trash pack that's next to it to the right-hand side, to get the last final percentages, which is a massively scary pull. And unfortunately, when we saw them attempt it, they just had one too many deaths that they couldn't battle rest back up. And then that is where it all fell apart. So maybe, just maybe, if we're a little bit more conservative on the dying in the front part in the dungeon, we can serve these battle rests to get through, then that pull is doable, but it still seems like such a high risk towards the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, 100%. And, I mean, we're seeing more of this from Mandatory, right? Very start of the dungeon here. Just having to go with this poll until they get it right. It's a difficult poll to pull off. Again, we're saying they probably get through this first poll maybe 1 in every 3 or 4 attempts, so we should see them back on a good attempt in this Azure Vault probably in the next 10 minutes or so. But in the bottom right, Perplex is not letting up. They've got that +1 score lead, and we're looking to extend it once again here into the Halls of Infusion. They're going to be going for that 30, which, honestly, I think they have a much better chance of timing this than we potentially, could have led people to leave earlier on. Their 28 timer, if I remember properly, was a... sorry, hold on. Are they just rerunning a 29 for a faster time?
It looks like it.
Interesting.
So
Okay, that's smart. Okay.
Yeah, between Mandatory and Perplexed, currently Mandatory has the lead on the time breakers. They were around 2 minutes faster last time I checked. I don't know how much that 31 is going to change it, but I'm sure we'll see it reflected in the leaderboard soon. So they need to make up time. And the one dungeon that they think they can speed up a lot is that Halls of Infusion, because they were 2 minutes slower than Mandatory here. So that's the one dungeon where they can do the most time gain efficiently. Super, super smart move out of them, preparing for the case when Mandatory times their 31.
Yeah, exactly. Because, we were talking about 30 potentially being possible, but they don't really need to go for the +1. They just need to go for a faster time, which would really help ease the gap between them and Mandatory. Before Perplex was able to get that 31 Azure Vault down, I think they were only about 30 to 40 seconds behind Mandatory in terms of time differences in the first few dungeons. So if they're able to ease up on this dungeon, really increase their timer here, they could very easily put themselves in a spot where even if Mandatory completes the 31 Azure Vault, they could win based off of the time tiebreaker. The big difference, though, between Perplexed and Mandatory, it came down to a lot of that Sanguine healing, especially in the first 3 or 4 minutes of the dungeon. Perplexed had something like 80 million or so Sanguine healing in the first 3 packs of this dungeon, whereas if you looked at Mandatory's run, they had 40 million in the entire dungeon. So, the Sanguine difference was massive between the two teams.
In fairness, Mandatory did do a lot of restarts to get that very first part right. In the first couple attempts that they had a lot of Sanguine healing as well, but they eventually just said, okay, we're just going to run it as many times as we'll get it right. And then we go, whereas Perplexed, we're just moving on with whatever they had, just happy to put the 29 on the board there. So I think if this area is handled well, we could be fine, but I'm already seeing 18 million Sanguine healing, which is not great. Now, this area is not easy to handle with the Sanguine. Explain a little bit why that is, though.
Well, there's a lot of casters, there's a lot of things that do frontals, and of course, these mobs leaping around are really unfortunate as well. The biggest thing to keep an eye on are these containment apparatuses, though. They channel these containment beams, which makes them really annoying to deal with. If they ever sit in a Sanguine pool for more than 5 seconds, you're going to start crying, because they do so much damage to your group. You really don't want to leave them alive. Those should be their main focus here. Now, fortunately, they have a comp that deals with knockbacks and movement of mobs very, very well. So as long as they keep the Sanguine healing as low as it's been, they're in for a really good run here. Let's see if they can keep it up, though. 24 million healing, still acceptable. If we see it get, if we see it get higher than 40, I think they might be potentially resetting.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on them and see how they do. Mandatory are once again on their way to Laymore, right underneath them. And Fat Shark, yes, on their way to the Council of Captains here on the top right. Direwolf's trying to time that 30 to get up against Fat Shark, yes. Now, I have a strong rule, Zyro, of not doing math on broadcast. But what can the Wolves do to try and get ahead of Fat Shark? Yes, it's timing this key and then one more, right? Would they win the timebreakers?
Looking at the times for Direwolves and Fat Shark, yes. Direwolves need 2 scores.
I think
right?
they would win the timebreakers.
If they time this key, and if they upgrade another 29 to a 30, they would win on tiebreakers, because they'd have 3 30s, and FSY would only have 2. So they'd win based off of just dungeon number alone. So that's what they should probably end up trying to do. If they are able to get this 30 Nelths down, they should go to another 30 key and try to time that, either the Freehold or the Underrot. If they do go to the Halls of Infusion and try to do a 29, I don't think they would have the tiebreaker out over FSY. It looks like FSY's timers are just significantly faster in almost every other dungeon. So if Direwolves wants to potentially sneak a third place finish here, that's what they have to do. Time this 30 health, go to another key time, and time of 30 they don't have. That's going to be very difficult given the state of the dungeon right now, though. Equibus has been dead for 30 seconds, and both Chaz and Jack followed suit. It's going to be a full wipe here, and from this point, that's another reset for them. Today's just not really gone well for them, unfortunately.
That's true. We've seen them be in a little bit of a better position in previous events, but I kind of want to shout out that they're playing from Australia and they have crazy starting times. They get up at like 2 a.m. to play, which I could never. So big shout out to the Wolves here, trying their very best to at least claw out one more standing on the leaderboard. Mandatory back on Laymore. Erupting Fissure comes in. Can we get everything cleared out here? Looks like we'll be able to do most of it, but I'm so scared every time this comes in. First frontal was good. Spreading is good on these trees here, and they've all been removed. Now we just need to be scared of the big AoE.
Big ol' stomp coming after that. Everyone's already topped. They've got a little bit of a shield on them too. Easy job for mode there. No problems whatsoever this time around. This was about the time he died last time as well. I think it was almost to that exact same stomp, so doing a good job this time around. But it really doesn't let up on this fight. It's relentless. 20 seconds later, another circle clear, another stomp. They just have to have the allocated cooldowns for it. Still near the beginning of the run for them, so we'll have to just keep an eye on what's going on for them as they progress forward here. Let's take a look at Perplexed in this 29 Halls of Infusion, though. Are we gaining a time advantage here? Take a look at our splits board really quick that we have for Halls of Infusion. Actually, is that not even on our sheet right now? Oh, I had to scroll
It is.
down.
It's
There
at
it
the
is.
very bottom. So Mandatory had 9:36 on Watcher
Okay.
Iridius. This is kind of the time that they're looking to get. Perplex was a minute, a little bit under a minute slower on the first split, and then that trend continued and exponentially grew throughout the dungeon. So they want to start off strong. They need to get a good split here on Iridius, and it's looking to be just that. 9 minutes 36 was the time for Mandatory, and they're looking to go under 9 easily.
Well, it's tough to see. They're about a third of the way through the boss right now.
That's going to be
They're still-
extremely fast here from Perplex. We're going to see them fight it out one more time. The surge comes in. That's a lot of damage despite being a fortified dungeon. But the boss is dropping lower and lower. I'm so impressed with this timer. I think we might be ending around the 8-minute mark, which is nearly a minute faster, 1.5 minutes faster than what we saw from Mandatory.
They still have to get to that intermission phase, right? That's halfway through the fight at 15%, so
Let's see.
it's going to be a little bit longer than that. But it's still going to be a very fast run, right? We'll probably see somewhere in the mid 9 to 10 range if I
They
had
need to
to
play
guess.
one more intermission, so that's going to slow them down much more.
Yeah, I mean,
But
they're definitely improving
I
upon
think
their
they're
time.
still going to be faster.
The only important thing is that they're improving on their time, right? They just want to make their time go faster. They
Zyro
don't
might have
necessarily
disconnected
need...
on us. So it's just you and me now,
Oh.
chat.
Oops. They could hear me on stream, but you couldn't hear me. I had Unity muted.
Oh,
Sorry,
perfect.
that's my fault.
Perfect.
They could hear me, you couldn't. Yeah, so what I was saying was, yeah, they still have to deal with this intermission phase. Remember that Iridia starts at 30%, right? So it's the HP bar is a little bit it's a little bit fake. They should be finishing this boss off sub 10 minutes, which would be an improvement for their time. But that's the only thing that really matters, right? Is if they're improving their time. They just need to get an improvement on their time so that they can reduce the gap between them and Perplexed, and sorry, between them and Mandatory. I apologize. And then maybe they can win on Tiebreaker.
Yeah, but you can see that the time is actually not going to be as forgiving as I first thought. So that intermission cost them a lot of time, and we're actually going to be much closer to the original time that Mandatory had put on the board of around 9 minutes. Still good enough to improve what they had done before, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a fantastic time from them, right? They might even very easily be able to match Mandatory's time. Now, the question is, did they actually completely copy Mandatory's run with the alternate routing in the middle? That would be really impressive if they were able to pull that off. So, we'll see here if they've gone to the drawing board and figured out how to improve that time. That seemed to be the major player in the difference between the two teams, was the routing in the middle of the dungeon where they used that second bloodlust. If they did find that, if they are going to do that, that would be a massive, massive difference for them. Ooh, we're going to get one last static surge at the end here with health bars relatively low. Looks like Sevi should very easily be able to keep them top.
This is really dragging out. So the time is getting worse and worse, but this boss just does not want to die. Unfortunately for Perplexed, is eventually going to keel over. On the bottom half, we are seeing Mandatory finish a very fast lane war split. 8 minutes 21 is faster than what we had seen out of Perplexed, but we are also getting word that the Dire Wolves, I just shouted them out, they're calling it for the day. They accepting their 4th place, and hopefully we're going to see them again, but I do want to say GG's for how well they've played the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they're a staple team from our competition, right? They've been a team that's featured in our MDIs for, the greater part of the past 4 years. They've always been near the top. They've always been, one of the top 3 Western teams in the game. So, unfortunately, not the
variation in names, but
yeah,
always the same players.
they've been a couple other names. Of course, they're Dire Wolves right now, but the same basic core of players has been part of this group for a long time. And even though they might not have had a showing that's up to their standards this time around, they still had a fantastic showing in the grand scheme of things, pushing keys that people on live haven't pushed yet to this day. So, love to have them.
Absolutely. Huge fan, big gamers, GG's all around. We're going to see them in the next one, but it was not enough to qualify for the Great Push Finals. Only the top 2 of this group are going to go there, and we're seeing that the competition is going to be so hard already, just based on Group A. I am a little bit worried for what's going to come for us later down the line. Petrarch, yes, in their 30 freehold, still fighting to maybe get in between the other 2 teams and try and get that 31 done after the 30, but of course, need the 30 first, finishing up on Ludwig now, then they can do throat tag, hard word, I'm sorry, I'm German, words are hard for me, and then we're gonna go over to Harlan. So lots and lots of stuff still to do, and the timer is already looking a little bit close.
Definitely looking close, but they're on solid pace, right? They definitely have the potential of timing this key. But at the point that they're at right now, they really can't just be okay with timing the key. They need to time it rapidly. They need to be at least like 2 minutes under timer so that they have the chance to go into yet another key, time that, and then potentially do another key afterwards. And I'm not really sure if we have enough time left in the day for all that to happen. They'd have to play at an insane pace for all of that to go down. Our actual timer right now, to the dot, on cue, thank you, production, 38.5 minutes now. It's definitely... It's going to come down to the wire for them, but, it's really not in their own hands right now. They could time both of those keys, and if Mandatory gets this 31 Azure Vault, Mandatory is safe. So, FSY needs a couple different things to go their way here at the end of the day to maybe sneak into the top 2.
They definitely do. It's not going to be an easy run, but they're giving it their everything and not giving up, which is what we want to see. Mandatory back on their way to Azure Blade. You can see they've reached the room. It all went wrong the last time they were here, and you can tell why. This pull is not easy on the tank. This pull is not easy on the rest of the group. There can easily go something very, very wrong within seconds. They need to micromanage everything that's going on here to keep it under control, get the interrupts out, make sure you're not standing in any of the frontals, while Skylark is just kiting to not get hit by these ice cutters.
Great kiting, though, from Skylark, right? He's been full HP the entire time, not worried too much about his damage intake, and he's been doing a good job of kiting, roughly in a circle so that their fire mage is getting maximum flame patch uptime, and look at that. Doubling back again, making sure he's still kiting, but not kiting too much out of the flame patch, is getting good uptime. And this is going really, really well for them. This is one of the things that sets apart the top-end teams from the bottom-end teams, and even the teams in the middle of the pack, is making sure maximum DPS is possible at all times while also progressing through the dungeon, right? Doesn't matter if you're pulling extra mobs if they're not in the AoE, half the time. So, good movement from them, great to see. I'm trying to remember what a good Azure Blade kill time is for these teams. If I had to guess, if I had to remember, actually, I'm just going to cheat and look at the sheet here.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, but if you want to guess, be my friend.
It's somewhere right after the 20-minute mark, if I had to guess. 20 would be fantastic.
So 2030 is what we had in the 30s. 2129 is what Perplexed had on the 31. So it is still going to be a bit, but of course they also have to play multiple intermissions, as this boss just takes forever. So that's going to drag out the boss duration quite a lot once they're finished with the trash here. You can see they're even min-maxing the last couple of seconds, making sure they're already pulling the boss, while some of the spitefuls are still up, just not going to care about them. Noct comes in to try and get that draconic image in. We're not playing DKs, unfortunately, who would have easily gripped this. I'm just trying to promote the spec, you know? But yeah, now you actually have to deal with the images. That's on you for not bringing a good class.
DKs have the raid that they can excel in, right? They can't excel both Mythic Plus and raid. That wouldn't be fair to everybody else.
Come on.
No. That wouldn't be fair.
I'm trying.
I respect it. It's a good attempt. Now, keeping up with Perplex run in the top left here in this 29, so Mandatory had a blazing fast run on this key, right? They killed off the second boss in the mid-17s, whereas Perplex run was more like a 1920 roughly, give or take a couple seconds. So I don't think they're going to go at the pace that Mandatory was going at, but again, they're just trying to improve their time. They're trying to cut down on that difference between them and Mandatory and hope that their times are good enough in the other dungeons so that they can win on tiebreak if Mandatory is able to finish off the 31 in the bottom right. So on good pace for Perplexed. If they're able to go, I'd say sub-19 here, we could easily see them just continue this run and try to just get that slight time improvement.
Is Slight gonna cut it, though? I'm still waiting on, official timers. I think Perplexed need a little bit more than just a slight improvement. I was already worried at the very first boss split, because I was hoping they were gonna be, 20 seconds faster than that. But maybe. We're gonna see how it looks once they finish this boss here. Maybe Mathnos is working on it behind the scenes, I trust him with the math.
So we've got the scoreboard on the screen there. If you look at the timers in every dungeon, I mean, we can't count the Azure Vault, right? Because we still need to see if Mandatory is able to complete their run. But looking at the other runs, Perplexed 15 seconds faster in Underrot, a minute 10 faster in Nelth Slayer, 20 seconds slower in VP, about a minute faster in Freehold. But look at that Halls of Infusion timer, 2 minutes faster for Mandatory. So depending on this Azure Vault timer from Mandatory, if they get a faster Azure Vault with that, plus the Halls of Infusion, that's very close to negating a lot of the advantages that Perplexed has in the other dungeons, and it'll come down to a very, very, very close tiebreaker. So if Perplexed is even able to make up, 30, 45 seconds in this Halls of Infusion, that will almost guarantee them the tiebreak win.
I'll trust your word on it, because I'm not allowed to do math on broadcast. It ends in chaos. Every time I've tried, I want to give the people what they want. I want to do math on broadcast, but it's going to be confusing. You don't want to experience that, chat. I'm trying to save you. However, Mandatory, maybe not in the need of saving. Their fate is still in their own hands on whether or not they can finish this dungeon and then maybe even start another one to also get an advantage on time. We still have some time in the day. This dungeon is not too long to go if they continue this run that they're currently in.
I mean, this run isn't going the greatest for them. They are struggling on this fight. RX has already died in this encounter, and they've had to commit a battle res to him. They don't have another one available, and the boss is still at 60% HP. With the boss that high, they might still yet get another intermission phase after this one, and look how low the players are dropping. Mode is not having an easy time keeping them top tier. As his name would otherwise suggest, this is a rough fight. And yeah, they're going to be getting another intermission, almost certainly. This is the 2-minute cooldowns. They have the power infusion, they have the combust, they have the breath, but you're not doing 60% of the boss on a 31 tyrannical. There's just no way.
Well, they do have Crims, and I did see Crims do a lot of damage before, so I'm not going to believe it until I see it. I think the chances are very slim, but maybe they have some secret damage conjurement ability that we're not aware of.
I'd be happy if the boss was sub 20 here. Sub 20
I'll be honest,
would be good for them to finish the boss off next time
I'm
around.
trying to hype them up, okay?
They need the hype at this point. This is looking rough now. This boss is very, very high. It was at 60 plus, like 65, I think, coming into center mission phase, right? I mean, technically, with all of the same buttons, they could finish off the boss next go-around. They're going to get a lot of extra damage in here as the boss slowly waddles to the middle of the room. They'll also have a little bit of a cast timer to get extra burn damage in. 25? That's acceptable. 24? Even better. Can they get 23? No, okay, we're at 24. But now it's about living the center mission again. We already saw how difficult that was for them. And remember, the timer on this boss that we really wanted them to get it killed at was right after the 20-minute mark. I mean, this is...
it was 21:13. They still have one more minute to be okay. I think we're not in the very, very bads yet. We're not great because this intermission takes some time. They still need to do a lot of damage to go through it and make sure they can do it. They still have like 30, 40 seconds to get on the timer that Mandatory had. Perplexed.
This is a scary moment. This is something I don't think anybody this entire patch has ever seen. Take a look at Mandatory. Look at Easy Mode's mana bar. A Paladin almost going,
And I don't really have control over that, to be honest. It's going to come back eventually, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that is so insane.
Wild. It's a lot of damage.
They just don't go right now. I mean, that just goes to show the difficulty of the encounter they're dealing, how much raw throughput is needed in those intermission phases.
Patrick, yes, on the very scary. They're now pulling this trash pack into Harlan, and they cannot utilize the cannons here. They're not going to do any damage. If you're used to that, forget about it. It's not going to happen. Bloodlust has been activated. All of the cooldowns across the board are being used to try and get this done. PI not ready just yet. It's going to come on after they're finished with this window here, but it's a lot, and the last time it cost them everything. No battle rest is available. They need to do this naturally and try and get through this somehow. So hopefully they can preserve here and get through it. Loaded dice coming in from Harlan, but the pool seems to be mostly done yet. There's only one officer, if I can see that correctly, and everything else has been dealt with on the side of Fat Shark, yes.
So far, so good for Fat Shark, yes. Seems like a good time to bring back Dratnos and Tettles and say goodbye to Zyronic. So goodbye, Zyronic, and hello, Tettles and Dratnos. Can they handle it?
Yo, what's up? So the deal with Fat Shark, yes, in the top lane is they have to be able to time this
Fat
key.
Shark, yes.
I'm looking, they're cooking as well. They're 3 minutes away from the end of this dungeon, and they've got all their counts. So Harlan, 50%. That seems like a lot, but once he reaches 30%, he's going to take double damage. So they only have to hold out a little bit longer here. The Sharks are about to put a 176th point on the board, which means that their long shot path to second place is still open. They need two things to happen. They need to time this freehold. Okay, they need three things to happen.
Yeah.
They need to time this freehold. They need Mandatory to not do anything. They need Mandatory to have a disaster.
Two.
And then here's the hard part. FSY needs to go and spike a 31 in the last few minutes of the day. There are 30 minutes left in our day, so they could start and do a little bit of prog in one of those 31s, but they need to not just get to 177 points, they need to do it with a 31, or else they're not going to have the tiebreaker against Mandatory.
So good news, bad news. Good news
So the question is, where do they go, right?
Yeah.
That would be a question.
See, that's the problem. The theory was good up until that point. I guess the Azure Vault? I don't know.
I'm not so sure that Mandatory's timing this Azure Vault, though, is the thing, right? Like, whenever
even
you're
if they don't, though, FSY need a 31 to beat Mandatory's existing times.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it's the Sharks' odds are slim, but when the night is darkest, the Sharks are the sharkiest. So we got to watch out for them up there.
Amen.
They've reached that double damage phase, and they're about to get this timer stopped here. Meanwhile, in the top left, Perplexed are also ensuring a first-place finish for themselves. I think if they can get this Halls of Infusion, a time improvement of about a minute in here, they're going to be pretty insurmountably in first place.
But are they going to get a minute is the question, right?
That is
I think
the
they
question.
were only a little bit faster. Oh, no, they were a lot faster on the Goliath. So they did undermine themselves for about a minute, roughly, on the Goliath, and it looks to be the exact same on Kajin here. They were on track for a good run. Patrick, yes, timing. Not a lot of wiggle room, but they're timing.
I don't hate the opportunity of Fat Shark Yes to actually go to Azure Vault 31.
Yeah, I think that's the only
that's
one.
actually their possibility here. Because looking at their timer in the 30, they were at 33 minutes, and I mean that's relatively close to where all the other teams were.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the 31 requires a new strategy. You get an extra phase on Azure Blade, you have new lusts, you probably have to do a massive pull at the start of the dungeon in order to time. They have 30 minutes to learn that first pull, but that's all the time that they have. Mandatory have been using the last few hours and still haven't put a timer up using it. So FSY would have to clutch an incredible run in a very short amount of time. But
I mean, they
it's
could
not
clutch
impossible.
up. It's possible.
Okay, not to be a doubter, but looking at the 2:30 timers we already have in Azure Vault on Mandatory and Fat Shark Yes, Mandatory did have the better 30.
Yeah.
So that tells us that maybe that dungeon is a little bit more favored towards them rather than Fat Shark Yes, and the fact that they've been struggling as hard as they have been in this dungeon might be bad news for the gamers from the Sharks, but we'll see where they're going in just a couple of seconds as they are building their key. You can see Scuff just standing there, making sure he hits the right dungeon teleport. We're going to see where we're going to end up here eventually as it happens. Where are we phasing out? Is it a Freehold 31 or are we going into the Azure Vault? And
Elsewhere.
I think this is the losing call.
I don't think you can win with this. Yeah, so looking at the times across the board here, compare Fat Shark Yes's timers to Mandatories, which is the only team that they could beat with 177 points. They're a minute slower in Vortex Pinnacle. Nelsar they haven't timed yet, so let's leave that to the side. Underrot, they're 20 seconds slower. Azure Vault, they're a minute slower. Freehold, they're 20 seconds slower. And Halls of Infusion, they are 2 minutes slower. So unless they can do this Nelth Slayer in 25 minutes, I think their time tiebreaker is dead against Mandatory.
And even if they did Vortex Pinnacle, they still lose off of second highest dungeon tiebreaker because of
they need to do a 31 if they to have any hope of beating Mandatory. Now the thing is, they may not be thinking about that, right? They might just be thinking about dungeons. And oh nope, there they go. There's the town portal.
I'm sorry. I might have just timed them saying, "Why are you not doing the 31?"
Well, they're harping on out, so we'll see where they decide to go.
I don't know if I would have told them, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, they were listening, so they said we're just playing for style.
That's
and
fair.
I said 31, go, and like, okay, I'm sorry.
Perplexed up in the top.
You're listening.
Yeah, we've got.
You've been saying it over and over.
We've got Perplexed also closing in on the end of their run here. They need to get this done. We think probably about a 33:30 would probably be the time here for Perplexed to kind of lock in a first place against Mandatory here. So we'll see what they decide to, or how much they're able to do here. How long do you think this Primal Tsunami boss is going to take Perplexed on a 29?
This guy was like 5:30, right? On the previous 29s?
Yeah, so, okay. The time is there if they can get this boss pulled soon, but it's actually going to be pretty close for Perplexed then. On Fortified 29, I think they can maybe do it a little faster than that as well. We'll see how long it ends up taking for them.
Previous runs right now, just to try to get some point of reference times here. Let's see, where is the Mandatory run from earlier today on this boss?
Speaking of Mandatory, up in the top right, they are working their way through Greywing, third boss here. 24% and approaching the 29-minute mark, so 6 minutes and 30 seconds left for them. They probably need, 5.5 for the last boss, so this is going to be really close in the top right as well. We have 3 incredibly close runs here going on. The Fat Shark Yes one at the start rather than the end, but they are starting Azure Vault with that big pull as well, so Fat Shark Yes are going for it as well. They are technically still alive for second place if they can time this 31, and if Mandatory wipe, which good news for the Sharks here, Mandatory have wiped, so FSY are vibing here. They can win this key. Mandatory get another attempt at it, but if Mandatory lose this next attempt, FSY could steal this one.
Yeah, I was about to say, Mandatory still control their own fate.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Perplexed on the final boss here, trying to get that timer dropped down. It was 34 minutes 26. previously. We are going to get one more intermission for sure, maybe even a second one. So we don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but that's the time they need to undermine here.
So it was 27:30 to 32:19. So it was
Okay.
450? 4 minutes 50
Yeah,
seconds?
so I think Perplexed are in good shape here to improve their Halls of Infusion. They're not going to have a faster Halls of Infusion than Mandatory, but it should be
Correct.
fast enough that unless Mandatory get like a sub 35-minute Azure Vault 31, Perplexed will have the time tiebreaker and secure first place, which is very big for them. Of course, first and second both qualify to Global Finals, so that is the big breakpoint this weekend is getting first versus, or getting second versus getting third. But first does have more prize associated with it, and of course a great deal more pride.
I think
yes.
I think that Perplexed, just looking at how they've played, I feel like they've been playing very similar to if every team was super close, right? Like if it was like a competition day that they were playing from behind or something like that. Every single position is like, how can they time the highest level of key? How can they continue to get the most points? They never really kind of sit around and like try to optimize their strategy or what they're doing relative to other people. They try to play what their best game plan is to either optimize for time or to get more points.
You can see them dealing with the infuser here, trying to still get that time lower and lower on the overall, but this is a long boss fight in general, so we're going to see whether or not that Bloodlust that comes back up in 2 minutes will allow them to actually beat the timer, generally speaking. Mandatory going again on the top right side, and this pool is already so volatile, and then Laymore is waiting for you later down the line, and all of the other bosses. It's just a crucial key.
FSY in the bottom right are actually doing this first pull a little bit different than how Mandatory and Perplex are doing. The way that they're setting up this first pull is they're shrouding, or they're invis potioning by some of the lashers in the very beginning, and instead now they're lusting and pulling some of the trees and then starting up these RP mobs that Mandatory and Perplex are skipping. So their route is a little bit different.
Yeah, this is cool to see here. I think it's probably still feasible to win with this as well. The problem is just there's only 20 minutes left in our day, right? There's so little time to get this down.
So whenever you look at dungeons, typically you allocate like 2 minutes going from like one key level higher. That doesn't necessarily work for Azure Vault because of how Azure Blade works specifically. And so that can become problematic. There's a death in the top left for Perplexed, though.
Yeah, Perplexed.
So the thing is, if you're dying in these hallways, you actually do get ported back, but it takes quite some time. So it does make sense that Divine Field is running out trying to get that rest out there.
He needs to get these mobs CC'd. The infusers are still channeling on the boss, stacking it up. That's bad.
Yeah, the problem here is that they're still in range to time this key, but they need to actually time it fast, right? 33:30 was the time I was thinking that they needed to hit here. So this is starting to get awfully precarious.
They can kill from this position, though, right? With Lust.
They can kill from 34-0 in one phase, but can they do it in the next 30 seconds? I don't think so.
Well, is this boss going to have 25 stacks? What's going on?
Well, they stopped a lot of the infuses. They used Sleepwalk and Polymorph pretty early on here, so I think they're going to be okay on boss lethality at least, but the question is going to be how this affects the overall timers across the board here, and I think this is going to put Mandatory in a position where as long as they can do faster than 35-30 exactly in Azure Vault, I think Mandatory might be able to sneak still into first place off of that death from Swag.
There's a good question in chat.
If they time the 31.
What is the timer on the end of the day? The timer actually is extended by 10 minutes on the end of the day, right? Because we had a bit of delay in starting.
Yeah, so it's 10 minutes past the hour. In 17 minutes and 30 seconds from now, and we'll fly that timer more and more as it approaches and starts to become super relevant. But right now, basically, any new run that gets started, there's no way to do 2 new runs from now, right? Perplex can finish this run and start another. Mandatory and FSY are in a position where they can reset, but they can't finish this run and then start another. Perplexed have improved their time now to 33:55. This is right on the line now for whether Mandatory will be able to overtake them. I think that Perplexed may be safe It's very close. I'll pull out my calculator and
You
do
do
some
the math,
here.
and I tell you about a sweet
Yeah.
little story that we're just getting from our admins because they posted a screenshot of the Fat Shark Yes chat, and we have Giga in there yelling, "Do it for Dratnos."
We love to see it.
I have bad news. I think they need to be doing it for somebody else.
No. They got this. They got this for sure.
Man, right now we have it's right down to the wire between mandatory and FSY. For mandatory, their road to being top 2 this weekend is pretty easy. Either one of two things can happen. They can time this key, and then fate is in their own hands. Alternatively, if FSY do not time their 31 Azure Vault, then mandatory will also qualify. Both of those two things are what they need.
We are getting time confirmation here, so Perplexed is faster on 8 seconds right now, excluding that Azure Vault, because that's on different timers, and the tiebreaker only comes in if they time the 31.
Right, so that means that mandatory needs to complete this Azure Vault in 35:10 or faster to secure first place. 35:10 is doable, but it is, even 35:30 is extremely tight. 35:10, that's got to be a perfect run for mandatory to get first. However, somewhere between 35:10 and 35:30 would still secure second place for them. So they're still playing for important stuff even at that point.
I mean, Perplex could go time 29 Vortex question mark.
No, Perplexed can just rerun Halls of Infusion and go. They can go 10 seconds faster there, and that's probably the best thing they could still do, I think.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not the best for like timing the highest keys. I guess there's a question of like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, if you want to win the tournament, though, like that, I think that's probably still the easiest way for them to lock in first place. Halls of Infusion looks like it's still got the easiest time on the board for them, and again, they only need a few seconds to just lock mandatory out.
Oh, by the way, we haven't really talked about this much. I actually love how every single team is making sure that they're getting their DP stacks on their Shadow Priests before starting the dungeon from their tier set. It's like a small optimization, but it allows you to proc your 4 set almost instantly. Gives you a pretty decent damage gain on pull.
Yeah, that's super cool. Love seeing that min-maxing coming out of teams here. However, on mandatory side, we already have a little bit of hot feed on Crim, so that's not good. That's already one of the cheat deaths gone, and the big AoE is still yet to come.
FSY in the bottom right, very quickly getting into that Laymore trash area. I like the way that they're handling this. They have a few more minutes to practice this before they actually get underway. But they need to get their real run started soon. This could be it, though. They're on 0 deaths so far, and they've got most of their count.
So whenever we were looking at FSY, it's also important to note that their splits are not relative to the other teams because of the difference in strategy that they run. So whenever they were doing earlier level keys, they were coming off of this boss, I would say like 6:30 or 7 minutes, whereas other teams are coming off of it like 8 something.
Okay, I have bad news for any mandatory fans out there. We have a correction to issue for the numbers here. Apparently, mandatory are actually 28 seconds behind, excluding the Azure Vault, which means they would need to be 28 seconds faster than Perplexed in the Azure Vault, which means the time they're actually looking for is 34:50.
I hate that.
34:50 is the timer that mandatory needs in this key to overtake Perplexed in the overall standings. I don't like throwing around the word impossible. That's why I only do it several times per cast. This seems pretty impossible to me.
Nice.
And there's also only 12 minutes for the rest of the day, by the way. So at that point, there's going to be some overtime period where you're able to finish your runs that you're on, but you're not able to start a new run. So making sure that you're on whatever your perfect version of an Azure Vault is, if you're FSY or mandatory, or you have a really good Halls of Infusion, like a Heater beginning of 29 for them, that's going to save them a larger portion of time. Perplexed, I think the big time save in Halls of Infusion is just Sanguine management in this first area. It is very, very easy to heal a lot of these mobs heavily, and making sure that you avoid healing. Probably the Containment Apparatus is the most important one to not heal, but even things such as like the Defenders is really relevant.
I'm just so stressed out about the timer because we are approaching, like you said, that kind of final run moment. And all of the keys are so volatile that we are seeing. I mean, Perplexed are running it back just to be super safe. I'm not so worried about them. They look pretty rock solid in first position right now. But both Mandatory and Fat Shark, yes, trying to get up there and get one more in the standings is going to be super, super hard.
Yeah, they really got to make sure that they're happy. All three of our teams need to be on perfect runs in 10 minutes when the clock stops here. Even Mandatory, with just that one death, RX died at the end of Laymore to a very last stomp that almost they were able to skip. Okay. Even this is maybe a reset for Mandatory at some point soon if they... Because they only get one shot at this, right? They only get one run deep into the dungeon. They need it to be off of a very good start.
I don't think that I agree with them resetting off of this, but I do tend to agree that they need like a perfect run. But I think that this is a quality enough run to where if they play perfect, they didn't have to commit a battle res or anything either, right? Because it was at the very end. So I think that Mandatory just continues to try to finish off this run, because at this point they're not beating Perplexed. Like that's just how it's going to be. They need to make sure that they're going to qualify though for the finals.
Right. So for Mandatory, if they're not trying to beat Perplexed, they still have the fear of FSY, which that is what this ski would do. If FSY can somehow time their 31 Azure Vault on a miracle run, Mandatory will get eliminated if they can't time their own 31 in response. So Mandatory, very important that they can get this run done up until they hear the magic words, FSY have wiped. After 10 minutes from now. Once they hear that, they know they're in the clear, but FSY is a scary team to be up against in this sort of situation because they absolutely could clutch this run with very little practice.
Do you think they're just going to abort whatever they're in if they hear that? They're just going to say, yep, okay, that's us done? Or do you think they're still going to try and get the run finished based on
they'll just be like, oh, good, but they're not going to... There is a lot of thinking to be done in these dungeons, and it is inefficient to have any of your thinking be about, oh, can we just hearth out right now? Like, no. You're just thinking about the dungeon until it's over, and then you can kind of be like, oh, okay, I guess we were alive the whole way through.
Yeah, you can breathe a sigh of relief. I feel like, and you just kind of like loosen up a little bit as opposed to being like super tense and like anxious about the whole entire situation.
All right. We'll see. We'll see if that happens, when it happens. Do you agree with Perplexed running it back in the Halls of Infusion, trying to get even more of a time advantage?
I think that they're allowed to do whatever they want.
I mean, but is there anything that they could be doing to like get an even higher edge is the question here, I suppose.
I mean, it's like more of a question for them, right? It's like a question of how do they feel about 29 Vortex Pinnacle? How do they feel about 30 Halls of Infusion? I think those are the two dungeons that I'm like looking at as potentially possible.
Yeah, the question is, if Mandatory actually beat 3450 in Azure Vault, which would be enough to take over where Perplexed are at right now, how much are they actually going to beat it by? It's probably only by a few fractions of a second, if anything, right? So Perplexed can probably lock out Mandatory even with like a 10-second time save in their Halls of Infusion. Honestly, I mean, there's a good chance that Mandatory are already locked out. So Perplexed, yeah, I think that this is a great decision. Come back to the Halls of Infusion again, shave off a few more seconds, and lock in the first place. But it is kind of a victory lap for them. They could go wherever they wanted, and they're probably in first no matter what. And so, if they wanted some style points in a 31 somewhere else, I would respect that as well.
I'm a bit surprised they're not going to the Vortex Pinnacle. Just looking at the timer, look at the bottom left. Looking at the timer in the 28, it's doable. It's not like. That is like probably the hardest key of the season, but it's doable to do on a 29. Yeah,
the thing is they haven't done any like practice of that yet, right? Whereas they've just been in Halls of Infusion, right?
Hear me out. What if they hacked into the mainframe and got Harlan Sweet's Cannon Barrage to rework on the trash, and then they bombed everything and did a 31?
That'd be pretty good.
I think they should just hack it even more and then use that cannon barrage in another dungeon to get any 31 they want. Honestly.
What's this? Some plague
I don't think
horrors are snapping into my halls of infusion?
Don't say that.
I don't think that team is here. That team is
PTSD.
still waiting at home.
Perplexed. I love this skip that they're doing here. The bop on the mage, run in, DB that pack, invis it off. Those mobs are so nasty, the 5 at the top of the stairs here. This is a really good piece of tech for fortified weeks in general, and you can even use it on tyrannical weeks as well. There's just so much kicks on that pack up there. So I love skipping it instead.
How did Fatcher Gas put an 820 Laymore on the board?
Well,
they're
they
missing a
only
little bit
have
of count.
20. Yeah, so they only
Okay.
have 29.76% enemy forces, where other teams
Did
have
more,
like
yeah.
32. Yeah, it's like 32% coming off of that.
All right. For a second, I was really astonished how fast they were, but you're right. They're still missing some count.
Their routing is a little bit different. Their lust timing is also a bit different. They backpull that trash later too. It's very difficult to compare to anybody except for their own route.
All right. So we're going to see how they move on here with their different routing. And then Mandatory is back where it hurt multiple times previously, back in the Azure Blade room.
Also in the top right, Dratnus, what Dratnus was talking about earlier with skipping that trash pack, it changes your route a lot for this dungeon. So first off, gives you a different second lust. So we've seen a lot of teams either like lusting like Frog Gauntlet pulls, but also on top of that, you have to like double pull one of the patrols with the dragons after Gulping Goliath, and that's always a sketchy pull. It's doable with the Guardian Druid. I don't know if it's doable with other tanks because you have a bunch of infusers in that pull.
Yeah, it's. I think there are some other tanks that could maybe do it, but it would be a lot of work.
That's a bear pull for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Entering Azure Blade combat here on the side of Mandatory. You're going to get the first Draconic Image coming in quite soon.
Yeah.
Mix,
think
what
we're
time are
gonna
we
see-
looking for this boss?
I think it should be 21:13 is what Perplexed had. So around that.
Oh, this is a very long boss. Oh my god.
Yeah, it is, because it
I
has so many
see.
intermissions. They're
So-
already a little bit slower on the Laymore. So Perplexed actually had 8 minutes 33, whereas Mandatory is running 8 minutes 44, so 11 seconds. And if they wanted to be really good here, they should be a little bit faster on the Azure Blade, obviously, to try and get back in the same realm of Perplexed.
Okay.
Yeah, the plan for Azure Blade changes completely at the 31 than it was earlier in the weekend. Earlier in the weekend, you would lust Azure Blade, and you would try and skip an intermission. Now that's kind of out of the question, so they're not even bothering with the lust on it. They're saying, let's just get more lust in the dungeon and lust elsewhere, and we'll just do that extra intermission phase, turning it into a real marathon of a fight. Definitely the longest boss fight in here. If Mandatory can get out of here faster than, say, 21:30, I would describe them as on pace to get this dungeon done. If it's much later than that, like 22-minute mark, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah. Something we haven't really talked about too much since day one is it's kind of weird that FSY have one person who does high keys and then 4 raiders, and they're performing as well as they are. This is actually crazy how well they're doing.
I mean, Skufta did a little bit of key pushing, which I suppose helps, but never at this level before, right? Only like
3 minutes 10 seconds.
around the 25 marker or something, so not like 0.1%. But 2 players that didn't have higher than 20 in previous seasons, to me, is crazy that they're even here and being as strong as they are.
Lofus is just a Twitter troll.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all I got. That's all I
Also.
got is.
He is a Twitter troll, but I wouldn't describe him as just a Twitter troll. He's also a world-class gamer.
Oh,
Yeah?
okay. Trying to sucking up to his guildies.
Future guildies. Surely I'll get my application will get accepted after I talk about how great they are on broadcast for 15 hours. It's all part of the master plan here, and hopefully, if they can get this win here, then they'll be in through global finals as well. But it is a long
You can
road
do a
ahead
little
of
bit
them.
more of hype talking.
There's
Dude,
only
Perplexed,
2 minutes left to start a new key here, so it is getting very close to the end of our day for FSY and Mandatory. Very small amounts of time left to decide that this run is not going to be it. Both teams are pretty much locked into their current runs. Unless they were to wipe like right now, they are probably going to be finishing these runs, and Mandatory will be getting second place unless they lose and FSY win, in which case FSY can steal it from them.
Mandatory's dropping really low here. Mode had to lay on hands himself. Every single time they go into this intermission, they just all drop so incredibly low. But now Mandatory able to come out of the Azure Blade intermission. 52% on the boss. I think we're going to have one more intermission minimum.
Mm-hmm. I
What did you say,
so
2130?
2130 is on
21:13.
pace. Yeah. Yeah, but there was 20 extra seconds in their dungeon timer, so give it a little bit of give them a little bit extra time on Azure Blade if they need it, and they could still maybe win. And then they could also, of course, even if they're a little bit slower than that, they could gain some time in the rest of the dungeon. So, yeah, somewhere in that range, though, they are going to have to deal with one more intermission here. So it's going to be awfully close for Mandatory. The timer is already just getting so thin.
I'm not feeling the 2113. That feels like we're going to be pretty off of that.
I'm worried we might be seeing a 22 something for Mandatory on
that's
this
what I'm
boss.
thinking too. Because we get a 45-second intermission here, minimum 45 second. It might be longer, right? Depending on your offensive CD situation. And then we have 20% of a Tyrannical 31 boss left to do. 15% after that. That was good.
Wow, FSY are getting Azure Blade pulled here, sub 15 minutes as well. Their run is looking so good, although you have to remember they are down 12% count now compared to Mandatory, so they do have an extra pull still in their future. That might be enough to make this equally dire for FSY. Both teams are just right up against the wall here. So much difficulty against this key level.
Our unofficial clock had 17 seconds on it about 17
Our
seconds ago.
official clock is saying all of these are now final runs.
Okay.
All right.
That is correct. These are officially the final runs for the teams.
That is so exciting. So again, one final rundown of every team's win conditions. The top 2 teams make it through to Global Finals. Perplexed will be one of those top 2 teams.
Look at that timer. That's looking really good for Mandatory. I mean, a little bit slower than Perplexed, but not as much as I feared they were going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be about that 21:30 mark, and Mandatory can still they can't really get first place. They would need a really fast run in Azure Vault here, but if they can time this, they'll lock in second. Whereas if they don't, FSY could potentially steal it. And again, top 2 going to Global Finals means that second versus third place line is the most important one of the weekend.
Okay, can you give us a rundown of all the scenarios that are like super relevant to what we're seeing on screen right here?
Yeah, so
with Perplexed in the HOI and Mandatory and FSY in the AV.
Realistically, Perplexed have got first place pretty much locked up. They're trying to make sure that the time tiebreaker, if Mandatory time their Azure Vault, will go in their favor. It already probably will. Mandatory right now would need a 3450 to be faster overall than Perplexed, which is our tiebreaker that they would be using if both teams got to 178 points. So if Perplexed can improve their Halls of Infusion run by even a few seconds, they make that even more unlikely for Mandatory. They make it an even faster time that Mandatory would need to overcome them. But that situation is just not very likely. At this point, I would say Perplexed first is pretty close to locked in, and the big thing is whether it's Mandatory or FSY getting second.
Mandatory's the 12th seed coming into the weekend, by the way.
Okay, but that's kind of like a secret assassin, right? Mandatory is second place from the previous MDI, longtime participants in the TGP as well. You're a team that we know to be heavy hitters. So them coming as low in the time trials as they were is very much a surprise, I think, to everyone.
I didn't know how they were going to do, but it's looking like they're doing a really good job here. They made their they've gotten to their next lust, which is this giant frog pull. And if you look at where they've pressed this lust, this means that they're going to be getting a final lust on Umbral Skull. Now, they're not through the hardest part of the dungeon yet. I think the Tail-Ash Greywing 31 Tyrannical and Umbral Skull 31 Tyrannical situation is really hard, but they are through a large portion of difficulty in this dungeon.
Yeah, this is a very sketchy pull. You can see those Spiteful Shades starting to spawn now, but the Breaker is still alive as well. That mob is extremely deadly. Incorporeal is mind-controlled. That's going to help them out nicely here. Get a little bit of extra damage reduction against these mobs. And it looks like they're going to be okay here, but like you said, the last two bosses are really hard. And the timer. They have... Even if they can live those bosses, they need to get them killed in the next now 11 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a very short amount of time to deal with two bosses on plus 31 Tyrannical.
Definitely is. We're going to see how it plays out, but I'm a little bit stressed out about it. Rocks are dying for mandatory though, but Talash is where they wiped, I think, in the previous attempt here. So
Yeah.
the fight is still very hard, especially on the Augmentation Evoker, to try and survive it.
Taylash is also a 530 encounter, or at least it has been a 530 encounter for people who have completed it. So they're right up against the timer.
All right, boss pulled by mandatory. Let's see how much they can get done here. This is not the first time that they've pulled this boss, and you can already see just how close to dead they become after every single damage event on this fight.
So how are we feeling about FSY? So FSY in the bottom right, they were about 11% enemy forces behind where mandatory was on Azure Blade, but I think they're going to be somewhere in the order of like a minute faster, I think, coming off this boss.
Yeah, again, they need more count, though, so...
Yes, 11%, which is a lot. That is like potentially a pull, maybe a pull and a half.
Yeah, like one bigger pull, probably.
Yeah, I think that's going to take them a bit of time, though. They will be able to kill Azure Blade before the next intermission at this health amount, though, which is probably great news for them. I mean, this is good. It's going to be really close for them, but I think they are still in range. I mean, their run has 0 deaths in it so far. It's so incredible that FSY have been able to put this together. Oh,
They do have a battle rest. They do get him back up here, but a little bit of drama going on. The Draconic Image in the background. They are able to interrupt it, bring the boss back over there, but that is one of your battle rests out, and they are able to recover this.
He got cleaved into the Shadow Realm.
He did indeed. That magic damage is just so brutal. Arcane Cleave. This time, it's going to be Bark and Survival Instincts. Says, you know what?
Not again.
That's not happening to me again. You fool me once, Azure Blade. Shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again.
Okay, so now they're going to straight to Taylash, and they're going to...
Ooh. I like
skip
this.
this trash.
They
and they're
skip
lusting the
back
boss.
out with the sleepwalk.
Yeah.
Then the mage walks by first, gets the aggro, and then invises it off. Everybody else in the group now hopping down. And I guess their plan is to go boss, lust, boss, and then trash with lust at the end of the dungeon. That's got to be the FSY route that we're looking at here.
Well, they do trash at the very beginning of the dungeon, and then frog gauntlet with lust.
Okay.
So they have 2 pulls of trash left.
All right, I mean, they have a lot of time, but that is going to take a lot of time. Meanwhile, up in the top left, speaking of things that'll take a lot of time, Mandatory still not even halfway through their Telash fight.
Oh, 5:30. Again, 5:30 is the timer we were looking for this boss.
This
guy
is,
sucks.
I mean, FSY maybe will be able to do a phase faster with the lust that they're going to have, but Mandatory, of course, working their way through it as well. There come the next set of 2 minutes now with Power Infusion being used by RX. We have some damage going into the boss with the combustion as well, lining up with that Power Infusion. So they should be able to melt a little bit of the health off of this boss.
The timer they're trying to beat is 29:36, so a little bit less than 2 minutes now on this boss fight. I think they might be a little bit over just looking at how far we've come thus far. 3-minute 20 on it and 33% to go, still a lot. She's going to jump into the middle once more.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about the FSY lust on this boss. If it saves you a phase, that's what, like 25 or 30 seconds?
It's really big if it does, but...
Is Mandatory wiping? Oh my god. Okay,
so close.
The pinky toes are safe. That's what's important here. So they make their way over to the side now. Oh no! Look at that
Did I get
debuff
cast
that's just
off? Oh my God, I
landed
got
on
cast
all of
off.
them. That is
it's
not
on mode
good.
2. I think we might. Oh my God!
Now RX has
RX
fallen
dead.
as well. The battle res is available for
We have
mandatory.
3. Now we have 2.
Frost bomb. RX. Okay, healed up. We should
Okay.
be okay here, I think. Yeah. Big shield.
Is
Crims?
this shield? Are we gonna be able to use this shield next?
This shield, the Chrono Ward, actually lasts quite a long time.
No,
yeah.
not that shield. The shield from the
On the
Oh.
floor.
AOE.
This one here, yeah, they repair. Oh wait, but this was the one that they just used, right?
Yeah, I think they have to
I
go to the
think
next
so.
one.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they're going to have the ground effect despawned. Typically the ground effect despawns in time if you drop it appropriately, but like
Oh,
looking at
no.
how it's been despawning in the past and where they
Oh, no.
This is
I think they're wiping here.
In. Okay, they're trying to take one tick.
Dude, oh no.
This is
Brutal
rough.
for mandatory. Yeah, so because they moved in a weird way to CC
Yep.
incorporeal, and that caused them to drop in a different order than they usually would, which meant that
Well.
3 minutes later, the puddles were in a bad spot and killed them when they got back to that side. That is something you will never see outside of Tyrannical Keys at this level.
Speaking
Well,
of
yeah.
puddles,
Yeah.
there was a
Yeah.
Now
really weird
FSY.
puddle spawn on Fat Shark. Yes, they're just despawned, but I think their shield in the background should be ready once they move over.
And the sharks sensing blood in the water now. They know if they can time this key, they will be securing a second place against all odds over mandatory. Mandatory have no more dungeons left in them today. It is past time. They are out of here. Perplexed also now the results of this Halls of Infusion are immaterial. They have locked in first place as well. They are just looking to improve their time in here for the glory. It's all about Fat Shark Yes. Fat Shark Yes have a Hail Mary attempt at timing this 31 on what's basically their first real try at it.
I'm so sketched out by their timer, by
Yeah.
the way. Like, this is a situation that their timer, relative to other teams, they're doing a different strategy in the very beginning, and it's costing them just a little bit of time with how much count that they don't have and like how they're backtracking. It's difficult to tell because we haven't seen them do this in a high level queue. Whenever they were doing this in the 30, they were fine. But doing it in 31 means you're getting multiple additional phases on Azure Blade. It means you're getting multiple additional phases on Tailash. And then you have the dungeon level scaling on top of it. Now it's going to be real rough for FSY. I think they're probably going to get one more absolute zero cast, and then they should be able to kill the boss off. And hopefully that's like 5 minutes on the timer for this boss.
Yeah, they did hit the lust on this boss, and they're not going to have it for Umbral Skull. So let's say they kill this boss at 27 minutes. How does that sound? Then they get
Okay.
down to
Yeah,
Umbral Skull.
sounds right.
They pull Umbral Skull, say 27:20, maybe something like that. We got the boss killed. Let's be generous and say it only takes 5 minutes to kill Umbral Skull. So they kill Umbral Skull at 32:20. They have 3 minutes and 10 seconds to do the frog pull with lust and a pull at the start of the dungeon to finish their count. That is going to be very, 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 very
Umbral
tight.
Skull takes longer too. We know that.
So you're
from
saying it's
Perplexed.
doable?
It takes like 5 minutes 50.
I'm saying
It's 5:15 with lust.
No,
They're gonna
15
need-
with lust.
they're going to need a lot of crits, all right? They're going to need a lot of crits.
Oh, is
I
that
don't
it?
like the timer for that.
The timer is super rough.
Oh, we bopped and pulled the boss. But
Let's
we're
go.
Good. All right, Scuffed is here. we've been saved.
They are not
Gotta
messing
get every
around.
second.
They know that this is what it's all about, is getting this boss killed. And you know what? They're already ahead of that 27:20 time that I said they'd pull the boss at. So they're gaining. They're in the background. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. They're zooming up here.
By the way, your bear gets beat up heavy
Oh, yeah.
on this pull by this dragon. Strike.
Oh,
Look at that.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Look at it.
Oh, no.
We saw Divine died to this boss earlier. Whenever he was tanking it.
In
Like,
fairness, Skefta is the main tank from Fat Shark. Yes, the guild. Race the world first guild. If I have
So you're calling
faith in
Divine a
tank,
noob?
No, but Divine
That sounds
also
like it,
survived
yeah.
this. They
she called him a noob.
timed the key.
I can't believe this. It's so
They
BM.
timed the key.
you called literal MDI champion Divine
I
Field a noob.
didn't. Stop putting words into my mouth. Getting bullied.
Scubta here. Here you can see it again. The Rage of the Sleeper. Ooh, even with Rage of the Sleeper is just brutally hurt by every single Dragon Strike.
It owns people. I don't think realize how hard it hit because we were playing with like prop warriors who could spell reflect every single one last season, and prop paladins who were immune to this boss more or less. But
look
my
at
god,
those
high roll the
crystals.
crystals! I'm in.
Goodness
High roll
gracious.
4-stack.
That is ideal. It's the 4
That is
and
ideal.
the 1.
Our tank is dead!
Sculptor. Okay, we have a battle res. It's all right. You know
That's
what? That
our
was a
only
good time
battle
for
res.
this.
There
It was a good
no
time
other
for
battle
that.
res.
The boss was
That's it.
casting. It's fine. We're chilling. Look at every auto attack even already. Also still hurting Skupta. Here comes the next Dragon Strike. Oh, he's okay. And now we're going to have Barkskin for the next one as well. So everything is fine in Bearland. The Blessing of Sacrifice
too
there
busy.
is out as well, which is a little bit worrying. Sometimes there are bosses like this where Blessing of Sacrifice means your Paladin is going to be in danger every time a tank mechanic comes out. Here's the next one.
Are we barking rots? Okay,
Okay.
it was a flesh wound.
Yeah, we're getting another Survival Instinct soon as well. That's pretty powerful. Oh, and actually Breath of Eons is going to make it so that there will be a big shield that might pop at an opportune moment here to help
Okay,
Scope
how's
to
our
stay
timer?
alive.
The boss is dead underneath the 35-30 timer.
Yeah.
We have 38% count though to get.
Yeah. Look,
Yeah.
I don't have anything nice
Yeah.
to say about the timer, so I'm not going to say anything at all. That's what I've
That's
always
a
learned.
good approach.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the timer looks horrible.
Yes.
I mean, the
Oh,
crystal's
high
looking
roll
good.
again, though. Let's
The
go.
crystal's looking
We are high
really
rolling.
good.
We are hitting the crystal lottery.
Oh my
Our tank
goodness.
can't die. Okay, good. We've lived this one.
Yeah, sometimes you get so excited by where the crystals spawn that you forget to press a defensive. Does happen to me when tanking this boss as well. So,
Scuffed is busy looking at the crystals, yelling about how good they are. That's how he died last time.
I
all
think so,
good.
yeah. That sounds about right.
next strike, Rage of the Sleeper. Barely alive. Here comes an incorporeal spawn. These will actually help out and reduce the boss's damage done. 40% on the boss. 5 minutes left in the dungeon. The boss is going to die, but it's going to be so
gonna
difficult
die.
to get all this count in the last few seconds of this
What's
dungeon.
the timer that it's dying on? 33 minutes, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, well, maybe before 33 minutes.
No,
maybe
no,
a little
maybe
bit
33.
before.
Yeah.
It's like 5 minutes 50, yeah? So like 2 more minutes and 10 seconds, roughly?
They're going to try their
Yep.
best here.
Got a
Giga
lust for a
pumping into the
frog.
boss. Here
Oh,
comes
Giga walking.
another roar. Beautiful dodge. Another dragon strike. Oh, whoa! Was that a bubble taunt or something?
It looked
That may
like
have
it,
been.
right?
I think it was. Look,
Yeah,
he's
it
got,
was.
he's got forbearance
Beautiful.
on himself.
Gaming.
I love that.
Beautiful. Beautiful gameplay there. Because
Dude,
Skopta was
we are
out
in-
of defensives. That was absolutely life-saving for FSY.
We are in Monka S point right
Getting
clock land
crystals.
right now. Oh my god,
Okay.
another good set of crystals.
Yeah, we can work
This
with
one
this
is
for
not
sure.
as high roll as the other two, but still very good.
It's pretty good. It is pretty good. That hardened crystal is
anytime
already
that we
dying
can
to
shadow
ignite.
crash-
Everything's dying here. Yeah, this is good. All right, 19% on the boss, 31:30 on the timer. There are 4 minutes.
We
will
gotta
know
hustle.
whether
We
or
gotta
not
hustle.
FSY. Oh my goodness, the
Skopta!
rescue shield. The
You do have a
rescue
battle res
shield.
back.
The rescue shield preserves Skopta's life there. And even
I'm
though
so
we have a
excited
battle
about the
res,
battle res.
I don't know if we have the 5 seconds that a battle res would imply we've lost. That is the thing that I'm
probably
most
not.
worried about at this point.
Okay, so here's the deal. We're once the boss dies, a dude's going to come up. We're going to be able to port to the very beginning of the dungeon. They're going to do one pull at the very beginning of the dungeon. They're going to finish that pull off, and then they're going to port to the Azure Blade boss room. From there, they're going to get movement speed and run down the boss room and have to finish off the Frog Gauntlet. And all of that trash should be able to get them at 100% enemy forces count. It is 2 trash pulls remaining, and we have lust for it.
Okay, I'm not gonna
32:20.
try to doubt here,
my
but
God,
they have
3
about
minutes.
as much time as it took you to say all that to complete it. So I'm not sure, but they're definitely Monka steering their way through it.
All right,
have
here's
no
that first
cooldowns.
pull. This is Incarn. Incarn for this pull. Lust is going to be available soon. They need to make sure they get maximum uses of all their cooldowns from here. That's
Oh
what's
my God,
most
the
important.
casts from
That's
the lashes
okay.
are going off.
That's okay. It's just one cast. We have defensives rolling and such. It's all right. Everything's okay. They just have to get this pull done very quickly, and they need to be efficient with their cooldown usage. There are now 2 minutes and
Yes.
30 seconds left in this dungeon. One Breath of Eons is about to be available, so they probably need to send this one right now. and then they will get one more at the very end of the dungeon. Maybe they actually can just hold this one for lust, actually. Maybe that's... Nope, there it goes. Lofus is flying in there. It's the Breath of Eons. They are going to get another nice damage explosion here, but power infusion is being held, which means there's one more power infusion left in the dungeon for Fat Shark. Yes, it's going to be on their lust and frog pull. The Furies are dying and they need to teleport now.
Good news is that we get insane amounts of movement speed once we hit the portal, right? So once we go to the Azure Blade room, one of the ways that they decrease the run back time in this dungeon is they added movement speed whenever you hit the portal. So that's good. We gotta hurry it up. These Furies need to die.
It still spawns 5 pulls.
Okay, he releases Fury.
Okay, it's fine. It's all part of the plan. No, that was genius. That was a genius combat drop from Skopta to get back
trying
to
to
the
get
start.
down here faster.
Yeah, definitely worth 100%. There's the Stampeding Roar. And we have 1 minute and 20 seconds to get all of these mobs done.
I don't think they can do it.
There goes the Mind Soothe, the Life Grip as well. Skopta entering bear form, grabbing all of this room, but they are not going to stop here. They are on the move. They've got to get to where they want to fight this pack. Oh, this is going to be... I
think by the time the pack is grouped up, it's just over, right? The timer's done.
Just a walk takes too long.
1 minute left on the clock here as Fat Shark, seeing their tournament dreams fade away before their eyes. They are making their way to the end of the dungeon. They are going to try and give it everything they've got, but there's just so many mobs they need to kill and so little time to do it with here. 40 seconds now as they enter the final room of the dungeon. Lofus looking for the rescue here. Going to rescue Giga upwards. Giga, you can see there, that Shadow Priest off to the left-hand side, about to get yoinked by their Evoker up to that book.
Close.
Then the grip is probably going to land on Krona soon, but there's maybe no time for it, or maybe it's on CD from earlier.
They gripped Skufta.
Okay, so Krono's just going to have to YOLO this inside the pack for a while.
I don't want to be mean, but there's like 10 seconds left.
Kill the pack! The pack is full!
Yeah, just kill the entire pack! What are you saying? 5 seconds!
Fire Mage is OP! Fire Mage is OP!
1.
So close!
Oh my God.
Heartbreaking!
So close, man!
Oh, I can't believe it. I believed for a moment there. I really did believe.
Stomping around.
Oh my goodness!
I know. What's going on over there?
My cat. I am so sorry. He was very excited too, apparently.
The cat, well-known FSY fan, just distraught.
He was just rioting in my office.
In shambles over this deplete. Wow, what a close run, though, for FSY. They are going to finish it out here. What an incredible performance as well. With basically no practice attempts at this 31, they've come within 1 minute of stealing second place in our day today. A beautiful run out of them. Very close. It's going to be 48 seconds too slow,
that was almost a heist, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, at the end of the day, they still I guess they didn't do it in time, but they still completed the 31, which is
That's true.
Which is it's an achievement.
You know what would have been really good? If their evoker actually did like real DPS stuff.
Oh no, not now. Well, there you have it. Perplexed and Mandatory have qualified for the Great Push 2023 Global Finals. And they did come into this as the favorites. Obviously, Mandatory having a lesser result in the proving grounds than in the time trials than we thought they would, but certainly bringing it, taking second place this weekend. And Perplexed just dominating. What a great weekend for them as well. But hey, Fat Shark, yes, made it close towards the end. Dire Wolves threatening a little bit there. We saw great runs out of pretty much every team this weekend.
We did. It was glorious, wasn't it? I think this group was a special treat with how close all of the teams are. We're going to see whether or not Group B lives up to the same hype. They're going to happen next week. So lots and lots of action to look forward to. For everybody that's been spamming on when Echo is playing, well, also in another group. But I think it's Group C that they're in.
Well, we're going to find out Group B in a moment. There we go. Yeah, so Echo not in Group B, as you can see. NA's Last Hope, Legendary, Last Moment, Ready Checks, PXL. I think that stands for Pixel. How you'd say Pixel? Look at that. I don't know. And then Cool Beans. I love these logos, by the way.
I love the NA's Last Hope in particular. It reminds me of something, but I can't really pinpoint what it was.
Surely it's
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yes.
Intellectually
I
distinct
think I got
enough.
that right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
That's right. Yep. No lawsuits pending. Maybe that's the next
Absolutely.
team name. But that's going to be next week. That's going to be Group B, and I love the Great Push. It's so much fun. Like, there's so much drama. You get to see keys pushed higher than ever before. It's a great thing. I'm glad we've incorporated this into the regular Mythic dungeon rotation year over year now. Pretty awesome. And so, we're just going to chat a little bit and see what we're going to see. There's a possibility, potentially, of an interview. We're seeing if we're going to be able to get that set up or not. No guarantees or anything. But in the meantime...
That didn't get the Star Trek joke. I'm so upset.
They did.
Come
Come
you
on.
guys.
Oh, come on. Obviously, it's Star Wars. I said Star Trek to be kind of like ironic. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Chat. You know, sometimes you disappoint me. I'm going to be honest here. Usually I'm okay with chat. That was
There's
a
no
moment.
nuance. There's no nuance with chat, bro.
Okay,
No,
wait,
that was a moment.
wait.
They did not live up, to the hype.
What is... I mean, I know you're gamers, but what's the vegetable on the cool beans graphic?
Green beans?
I mean, it does look like it. It could be a bean. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you could also be a pea. That is true. It does look like a pod of peas. However, there are beans that look like that as well.
Yeah, green beans look like that, right?
Edamame? Come
Yeah.
on.
Are those
Yeah.
actually beans? They're edamame,
yeah.
no?
Oh, edamame beans. It's
They're
a kind
not
of bean.
called cool edamame. I don't know, you guys.
No, that's a kind of bean.
Edamame is a dish prepared with soybeans, so they're a type of bean. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we classify things more specifically than just everything being a bean, right? Like, take, to use an example that you should be close to makes, like, there's different kinds of cats, right?
That is
You
true.
can have very
Yeah, there's a
different looking
yelly
cats.
cat, then there's a rioting cat. All sorts
Exactly.
of cats. I actually
all
even have a
cats.
cat here, so.
Yeah, the furniture destroying cat. All
No,
kinds
the yelling
of
one.
Oh,
Yelling
yeah.
one.
True.
Yep. So see, it's not really hard to comprehend. It's fine. Yeah. But a lot of teams to look forward to next week. Anyone want to make any early predictions on Group B results? Who's
Oh my God.
kinda out in front in your opinion?
NA's last hope.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah, it's the team with all the NA favorites such as Dorky and Junkrat and Goop and Smacked and that healer guy.
We need it, don't we?
Oh, and we need a lot of hope. We need a lot of hope.
Yeah, Legendary, also a team that you may recognize from MDI's past. You've got Lapan and Igloo on there, along with Splat Wexy and Tobo, who was playing on a mage called Dr. Tobofish. So we'll see if he's got some good
I
cards
wonder
today.
why that is.
Love
That's a
that.
good
The
name.
tradition of all mages starting with Doctor has been one of my favorite MDI traditions.
Can't stop
This group
now.
is stacked.
I think
Yeah.
all of the groups are stacked, to be honest.
I also think that, yeah.
I mean, we're in for a pretty amazing global finals, no matter what. I mean, we've
'Cause-
got our first two teams decided. You can see a lot of teams
Last
that hear
moment
the
is the team
Yeah.
with Yant and Elbroblio, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know how they're going to adapt to the meta, right? Because Elbro always plays enhancement shaman.
Yeah, that's
I
been
like
an
that.
exciting thing to see. And you know what? There are some balance changes that are coming that may increase the chances of us getting to see that next weekend as well. So I'm not saying it's super likely, but it's definitely a possibility. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for us.
A bit of melee, perhaps.
Yeah, it could be. Could be a vibe.
You never know.
I'd like
Big
that.
buffs to Beast Mastery hunters.
Yeah,
Let's
then
go.
ready
Right,
checks.
maybe not those. Maybe
Ready
not
checks
those.
you also has names you'll recognize from MDI's and TGP's past. Shelly, Roybin, several other
Cool.
players. Gangam.
Cool Beans is Fim, Jay, and Dranako. Yeah.
Yeah, which just leaves us with Pixel, which
I thought that Nako was in their group with Lamike, but maybe Pixel. Maybe. I don't. Maybe this is a rename. Maybe
I think it is. Yeah, I'm looking through the leaderboard now, and I don't see Pixel on there, so it must
Maybe
be a
maybe
rename.
maybe
Maybe
Pixel is
Production.
Nako with Lamike, Velo, Maskin, Vikland, and Finn.
That sounds
I think it
plausible.
might
Yeah.
be, yeah.
But wow, so again, another group of death.
I mean,
do
yeah,
we just
no,
have
this-
two
this
groups
group
of
is-
death?
Yeah, this group is stacked.
There's
I think
two
that we have
group of
three
deaths,
groups of
and
death.
then there's Group C with Echo in it. So maybe
Which
it's
is
just
also a
three
group
groups
of death.
death.
So what
Yeah,
I'm
hang
hearing
on.
is all groups are groups of death.
That doesn't
I think it was
sound
a
very
group
good.
of death among themselves?
Okay, so they were previously known as Nako, and they've been sponsored and picked up, and now they're Pixel.
Okay, that's where I've seen that
Okay,
before.
cool.
I thought I'd
Love
seen
that.
that
Love
logo
that for
before.
them.
All right.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
and that is indeed Velo, Lemike, players, Vikland, a lot of names that a lot of people will remember.
Oh, there
Very
you go.
cool.
Yeah. All right. I'm not sure if we have a Group C graphic or not. We might just be talking about Group B for now.
So
We know
all of the groups are
Echoes
groups
in
of
there.
death,
Yeah.
apparently.
That seems to be the takeaway from this. There were 18 teams that qualified to our groups, and all 18 of them are just bangers. They're all so good. It's a incredible level of talent that have made it through to TGP this time around.
All of them with multiple people who have made either MDI or
Yeah.
TGP or both finals.
Incredible.
And then we'll have a global finals of death after that. Which sounds kind of sinister now that I say it, but no one's actually going to die. They're just going to play some World of Warcraft.
Do you think a team's
And
ever
then
going
die
to
in-game.
Yes.
So we had a team previously named PI Me. Are we ever going to have a team named Ebb and Might Me?
Well, no,
It's too
because you
long.
don't have to really ask. Everyone,
me?
you just get it. Verse me.
Oh, I see.
You just kind of get the ebb and might, if you're in a 5-man. You don't have to ask for it. If you have to ask for it, your evoker's not doing it right. But yeah, we're just working on, again, getting that interview all situated. And as soon as we do, we'll have a chat. Some
Did
players.
this weekend finish about how you guys thought it was going to?
I actually have to say sorry because on day 2, I think Miltnote messaged me saying like, "Mate, what is this?" and just sent a screenshot of my prediction, where I sneakily, on the basis of the time trials, hadn't included mandatory. So I do have to excuse myself for that. And promise
Yeah,
I'll
me
do
too.
better.
Also, not my finest predictions.
All right, listen.
I don't even
I was
remember
doing
what my
I was doing them a
predictions
favor. I always pick them to win, and they always end up coming in second because of it. I was doing
Well,
them a
there they are.
solid.
Oh,
Well,
there
thank
they
you.
are. There
They were my
are.
wild card. See, look at that. They were my
That
wild card.
doesn't count.
no.
You don't know what a wild card is.
My
They were my
predictions-
wild card. They were the 12th seed. I was legally obligated to pick them as a wild card.
No,
They were the 12th
absolutely
seed.
not. It's
No,
mandatory. You're not.
Oh, you're wrong. No, it's obligatory that I pick them as my wild card.
Look at how many. Let's see. All right, I have to unmute that. There we go. All right.
Just some tech issues. Stand by.
Cool. Yeah. So a little bit of how the sausage is made with remote casting. That you have to trust the casters themselves with a lot more technical aspects than any production should feel comfortable with. So we're doing the best we can because we cannot be trusted to mute and unmute ourselves or any other real thing. But we give it a shot, for you, the fans of World of Warcraft, and for people like Wolf Disco and Mode joining us now. Congratulations to both of you making it through to the global finals. We'll start out with you, Wolf Disco. Tell me about your experience this weekend.
My experience was a spicy competition for sure. I'll use mandatory of trolling a bit in the time trials, so we had a harder group than anticipated. And then we also had Tsesevi permanently crashing his WoW. Even in the 31 AV, he crashed once or twice, I think. Luckily, it wasn't on any intense moments, so we made it. But it was a bit spicy having that hanging over your head all the time, that his WoW would just randomly crash. But
Yeah, fair enough.
we're happy that we made the 31 AV. Felt really nice. So, performance was good. All in all, a good experience.
Yeah, you made it through. Can't complain about that. Mode. We'll go over to you real quick too. Tell me about your experience, but more importantly, tell me about the difference between time trials and now. What did the squad do to sort of catch up and make it?
We had some issues with. We were trying to do different things with shot calling because previously we didn't have a shot caller or a kick caller. And we tried a little bit of that with different people, and in the time trials we had some issues with that, and we were quite unhappy. But since then we practiced and we had a talk with the team, and the mood is a lot better, and we're doing a lot better now. It's nice. I mean, the AV, it would have been really sad if we lost that one. we are so confused as well because we always just played like the third boss. We just did the same thing, and for some reason it didn't work out this time. And I don't know, the space management was just terrible. So yeah, I can't really. I don't know. That was really cringe.
Well, it definitely happens to the best of us. But hey, it was enough. It was enough to make it through the global finals, so it's all good. Who else has a question for our two competitors here?
I do.
Go ahead.
How'd you guys feel about the Azure Vault? That was it was really interesting to see it brought back, and some of those bosses were very long on 31.
To be honest, it was kind of chill because I'd say that the Season 1 dungeon pool is significantly easier than Season 2 in almost all of the dungeons. So I didn't mind it that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Also with Evoker, you can actually live everything. And the one-shots on the first boss, being able to wall and have that up for both stomps, that's just kind of crazy. So that would have not been possible in Season 1, I think. And now that is no longer a factor. So yeah, that's...
Yeah, without the augmentation, it would have been a rough one.
True. Dratnos.
Yeah, I was gonna. My question was about augmentation evoker. Like, how have you been feeling? Has the gameplay these past few weeks with that sort of in the comp been something you've been sort of enjoying, like learning how it works and how it makes the dungeon different?
From a healer perspective, it feels like you have someone else. Like you're doing it together. Like he has a lot of walls and he has rescue and like. Surviving bosses is now teamwork more, I feel like. You no longer have to do it on your own. And that feels kind of cool to me, but I don't see it staying that way because it's so good that if it's good for damage, then you will bring an Evoker because it's just broken toolkit.
Yeah, I think Augment makes everything easier for basically everyone in the party, except the tank, I guess, to a certain extent. It's just so many cases where you would have died, but you have this shield from like Breath of Eon or some random rally from his scales, and you just live by doing nothing, which, yeah, it makes it easier. And you can see it on like the ladder as well on live keys that everyone's keys just went up by like 2-3 levels as soon as this comp became viable.
So how's the Shine doing now? Seen him be a bit outspoken about playing Aug?
Well, he calls augmentation a bit of a payphone spec, meaning that it's extremely easy. And he is just kind of, going along with the rest of the group. But it's also like a good thing, I guess, since he is the one calling all the stops and stuff. So I think it's a good fit in that sense. But I do think he's a little bit bored, You don't see yourself pop off on the details meter, so that's always a bad thing as a DPS.
The dopamine is missing.
Just be like, check out my logs.
Yeah, he's being...
I do want to ask, though, in favor of Twitch chat, so sorry, but we are talking about Augmentation Evoker, and there is one thing that has been ruling Twitch chat for the entire weekend, and that is we want more classes. Now, nerfs are on the horizon. We spoke a little bit about it. Can you give me anything to give Twitch chat hope to maybe see class variation in the finals where we will see both of your teams again?
Well, I think Shadow
please.
Priest is not going anywhere.
Don't say no!
Augmentation, maybe, is gone. I'm not sure. I think Shadow Priest is staying where it is, and Mage, unless there's some Giga nerfs coming soon. But Augmentation, I'm not sure. Maybe Mode knows better than me.
I'll just look at what Cup B and Cup C does, and then, I don't have to do the homework. But yeah, I think...
strat.
I don't know. If Augmentation is good for damage, then I think it will always be brought. That's my opinion. But if it does significantly less, then yeah, I can see it falling off.
All right. Well, one last quick question before we let you go. Or actually, rather than that, time for shout-outs. So before we let you go, any quick shout-outs to your fellow players, your fans, your whatever, what have you. We'll start with you, Mode, because we were always starting with Wolf Disco, so we'll swap it up a little bit.
So sorry, repeat your question. I'm sorry.
Oh, any shout-outs, thank yous, hellos you wanna extend to the community?
This tournament was a lot of fun and very stressful. I think I had the longest 5 minutes watching Fetch Argias complete their run in Azure Vault. That was very spicy. I was very tense, you know. But I'm relieved that they didn't make it. But I have to say, everyone in the tournament played extremely well, and including them. And it was nice to play. Yeah, and thank you to all my Twitch viewers and all that. And yeah, and thanks for the tournament.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for playing. Wolf Disco, how about you?
Yeah. I guess shout out to all the people wishing me luck at the start of every day in Discord and stuff. It's always nice to have some people cheering you on. And shout out to my boys in FSY who said they didn't make it. It's Mode's fault. I'll give him the blame for that one.
Well, I'm glad they didn't make it.
I think they played really well.
All right, there you go. Well, I like that we keep it honest in these interviews. That's good. No punches pulled. We like to hear it. We like the unfiltered responses. Well, thanks to both of you for joining us. Congrats again, Wolf Disco and your squad and Mode, and on your your new VTuber career. Good luck with that as well. Looks like it's going well so far. And there you have it.
Thank you.
Perplexed and Mandatory
thank you.
have made it. You're welcome to the Global Finals.
Later, guys.
Are we actually ending it there? We don't need to. We can keep talking.
I don't know.
I mean, I can show some cats if you want
I was saying
to.
goodbye to the. I was saying goodbye to our friends, man.
Oh, I thought we did that already. Goodbye, friends.
Well, they gotta. I don't know. They're still in.
They're still in the call. This is kind of awkward now. Oh. All right. Well, thanks. Thanks for talking with us. Oh, okay. Well, they're muted. All right. So maybe they can hear us, but we can't hear them. So in that case, it's time to move on. It's time to close out the show. It's time to kind of wrap things up a little bit. And there's a little bit of a glimpse of Group C there. We do have Echo Sheesh last minute, not to be confused with last moment. Why? Empyrean and Sloth. So yeah, some big names over in Group C as well. I mean, honestly, these all kind of looks like groups of death.
Empyrean, I think, was the team that timed World First 37 Junkyard or whatever last TGP.
Yeah.
Weren't they?
Yeah.
I think so, that was done. And also there's something to look forward to. I'm getting ahead of this before we get back with the questions. Next week, we're not going to be doing Azure Vault, but we are going to be doing Algathar Academy as our one flavor of Season 1 dungeon that's going to come back. The players already know. And Algathar Academy was good for a lot of interesting tech, I want to say.
The texture of that dungeon is going to look really weird for TGP. I think that, so last season, a lot of that dungeon was based around having rogues snapping mobs and then having, Preservation Evoker being able to cleanse a lot of bleeds. What does that look like without, Stasis Dispel? On top of that, I think whether or not it's Fortified or Tyrannical makes that dungeon much different, in terms of what can and cannot be timed.
Yeah, I think that plays... it's going to be a good candidate for Wernstone tech, is my call.
Oh my god!
I was gonna say.
Oh no!
Yeah. Show us the Wernstone.
If you don't know what Wernstone is, it's actually an ability from Augmentation Evoker where they can just go grab mobs, activate the Wernstone that they put on another player before, then they port to the player, which allows you to snap a lot of mobs, which is something we're very familiar with in Algathar Academy. So that should be interesting.
The first pull from Mage, going to do 10 million DPS pretty easily.
Blizzard has enabled us to actually not only snap mobs now, but with Wernstone we can snap ourselves. There you go.
I think we will see a new record probably of DPS number from mages in this in the first pull of this dungeon. Yeah.
You also get the bonus stats at the beginning too.
Depends on the affixes, but I wouldn't be surprised. I bet we're going to see some pretty big numbers there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll find out. But I have one last question before we end things here. Final thoughts from everyone on the weekend, on just everything, right? The dungeons, the comps, what we can look forward to, whatever you want to talk about. Your final thoughts. We'll start with you, Makes.
Yeah, so I brought the cat because chat hates me anyhow if I don't. So this is none of the ones that you heard before. This is the nice one. And I'm looking forward to the next group. I thought these groups were so close, all of these teams. And we got some really, really good entertainment out of it. And I'm looking to see more of that next weekend.
All right. Tettles, it's on you.
I learned a lot about routing this weekend. I felt like there was actually some things, especially in like Vortex Pinnacle, that is definitely going to speed up my ability to be able to do that dungeon. Things such as like taking triple prints, or where you're tanking the assassins with being able to stand underneath the bridge. I think that just like in general, the routing, at least for how I'm going to approach live keys, is actually going to improve based off of what we saw this weekend.
All right, Tettle swapping to Augmentation Evoker. We heard it here first. Ratnos.
That's not what I said.
I heard it too. No backing out now.
For me, I learned that 31 is a lot more than 30. That is just an incredible amount. It looks like one key level, but there is a chasm separating those key levels, and can't wait to see what dungeons we've got next weekend. Depending on the affixes, depending on the dungeons, we may get to see some more teams attempt to get across that. So far, only Perplexed have succeeded, despite FSY and Mandatory trying their best at it and getting very close. So next weekend, that may be the difference between the teams that make it through and the teams that don't.
Should be fun. Well, there you have it. Group A is finished. Perplex and Mandatory making it through to the Global Finals, but we're far from done with the Mythic Dungeon International Great Push 2023. Next week, we have Group B. After that, Group C. Then the Global Finals. It's going to be great, so don't miss any of that. Keep an eye on the socials to keep track of what's going to happen. And so until then, play a lot of WoW, have fun, be kind to your non-augmentation evoker playing friends, and we'll see you next time.
It's push week.